Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to PAN IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. We are all set to begin with our summit this morning, requesting all of our attendees gathered at the pre-function area to kindly make your way inside the hall and take your seats. Those of our dignitaries, delegates, and attendees present inside the hall, thank you for making it in time. Requesting everyone to kindly place your mobile phones on silent mode. In the next few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning with our PAN IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. One more time, requesting all of our dignitaries, delegates present at the pre-function area to kindly make your way inside the hall and take your seats as we are all set to begin with our summit this morning. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries and delegates, and all of our associates, a very good morning to you and a very warm welcome to PAN IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Requesting all of our attendees gathered at the pre-function area to kindly join us inside the hall and take your seats as we are all set to begin with our summit this morning. All those of you present inside the hall, my due thanks for making it in time, requesting you to kindly place your mobile phones on silent mode. In a few moments, we will begin with our PAN IIT Summit 2026. A final request going out to all our dignitaries, delegates, and attendees gathered at the pre-function area to kindly join us inside the hall and take your seats as we are all ready and set to begin with our summit this morning. Those of you gathered inside the hall, thank you for making it in time. Requesting you all to kindly place your mobile phones on silent mode during the course of our summit. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Today, we open our summit with one unifying focus: building and growing India's technological sovereignty. This summit brings together IIT innovators, policymakers, investors, and founders to translate sovereignty into actionable commitments. As the day progresses, each session is designed to move the room from ideas to execution together. I am Monita Bala, and it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be your host for this summit. And now, to set context as to what we can expect out of our summit today, please allow me the honor of welcoming on stage for our welcome address, Shri Neeraj Kumar, Summit Chair, Founder and CEO, Peak Mind. As Summit Chair, Shri Neeraj Kumar conceived and led Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026 from ground up, assembling 2,000 plus innovators, policy makers, investors, and founders under the theme of sovereignty in technology. His current venture, Peak Mind, is an AI-powered student well-being platform deployed across schools and colleges and coaching institutes in India. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming onto our dais Shri Neeraj Kumar.
Good morning, everyone. All the dignitaries of the dais, delegates, fellow IITians, friends. It's indeed a day of extreme pleasure for me to stand here and welcome you all to this summit. We've been working for months for this summit, and one question kept coming to us: what this summit means beyond agenda, panel discussions, and I think it was the community, the us as people. So today, the day is lined up with wonderful panel discussions, startup sessions, pitchathon, hackathon, innovation expo. In all this, personally, I would like that each one of you who is here is truly enjoy, be here, be present. Because this is what is this power of this community is all about. The community that never gives up on building. So I started Peak Mind as I saw that along with in the world of technology, it is the human potential that has to work with the power of AI, deep tech, or innovation to drive our true potential. So with this summit, with this excellent agenda, I just once again wish each one of you to be fully present here, enjoy, smile more, shake more hands, have more hugs, enjoy with friends, so that when you close this day, so you have this enough smiles on you that yes, we had a wonderful gathering, a wonderful meeting with people here. So with that, thank you so much and welcome you all again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neeraj, for that brilliant welcome address to our summit. And now, to set context for our summit this morning, ladies and gentlemen, allow me the pleasure of welcoming on stage Shri Swadeep Pillari-Sethi, Summit Co-Chair, Founding Partner, and Managing Director of Blue Ocean Ventures Partners. Having begun with deep tech research in the US at Stony Brook and Clemson, and eventually returning to India to back the next generation of founders, Shri Swadeep, as founding partner of Blue Ocean Venture Partners, invests at an early stage across EVs, Gen AI, Web3, and Industry 4.0, sitting on the board of AutoNext Automation, CoinX, Morph Electric, and UGX.ai. He is here to share with us the context of our summit this morning. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming on stage Shri Swadeep Pillari-Sethi.
Hello, can you hear me? Check, mic check. This is a fantastic event here. First of all, thank you everybody for coming on a beautiful Saturday morning. How's everybody doing? I think I want to hear better than this. How is everybody doing? How is the Josh? How is the Josh? We have a whole squadron over here, unbelievable. Thank you so much, Air Marshal himself, Srinivas, coming all over here. You have Air Commodores, you have squadron leaders, wing commanders. Thank you so much for serving for the nation. And this whole event is about nation building, sovereignty in technology. I think India is absolutely poised at the right place in terms of AI, defense, space, energy, and so on. And today we're going to talk the who's who. The best of the best minds are here to talk about that. And thank you, Neeraj, for giving me the opportunity as well. And the world we have woken up to is completely different from the one we trained for, right? The world order is shifting faster than we anticipated. The age of dependency is over. The age of sovereignty has begun, right? And India, perhaps more than any country in the world, is uniquely positioned for this moment. Think about what we have built quietly over the past decade, right? Right from digital infrastructure, UPI, Aadhaar, multi-billion-dollar every single day. You have 100 billion transactions happening. UPI, space, Chandrayaan, Mangalyaan, energy. We have scaling, green hydrogen, nuclear, health. COVID taught us to be self-reliant, making our own vaccines, manufacturing, PLI schemes. We have semiconductor fabs being set up here in India. I think sovereignty is not just a national aspiration anymore. It's the single largest investment thesis of our generation. The government is also investing heavily, more than 1 lakh crores going to research. And I've been spending the last 2 decades building founding companies, watching markets, backing founders. And now we are obviously looking at early stage companies who are building nation-building companies like in space, defense, drones, chips, and so on. I think the quality of deep tech founders today is unlike anything we've ever seen. And they're technically world-class. They understand global markets. And we have fantastic panels. We have startups, hackathons, 400 applications. Top 15 are pitching to 100 VCs. Hackathon, 16,000 registrations. Actual world, they're solving problems at mass scale for government of Karnataka. There is unbelievable impact happening right now. And I think we're going to have a great day today with panels on AI, governance, GCCs, and so on. And I think I can tell you this, the ambition on this community has gone up by an order of magnitude. This is what India 2.0 looks like. And what happens next depends entirely on the choices we make in rooms like this one. Let's make today count. Thank you.
Brilliantly said, Mr. Swadeep. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, a summit on sovereignty needs a keynote that sets the policy, national and capabilities context for everything that follows. The next address frames how technology becomes a national strength when institutes build it, grow it, and deploy it responsibly. It also grants the discussion in what the nation's ecosystem must deliver at this very moment. For this, we have with us Shri Prabhat Kumar, IRS Chairman, Pan IIT Alumni India, IIT Delhi. Elected Chairman of Pan IIT Alumni India 2025 to 27, the apex body representing 2 lakh plus alumni across 23 IITs. Previously, he was the Global President of IIT Delhi Alumni Association. As the national figurehead of Pan IIT Alumni India, his opening keynote frames what Pan IIT stands for at this moment in India's technological journey and what this summit is asking for in this very room. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming onto our dais Shri Prabhat Kumar.
Thank you so much, and a very good morning to all the dignitaries present. And I can see a very good spectacle here where a lot of senior leaders from the defense forces are present here, and I can see Kota Harinarayan sir also, the guru of Tejas, and a lot of good people, a lot of founders, co-founders, IITians and non-IITian, everybody put together. So I am first thankful to Neeraj and Swadeep for setting the context for this summit today and what are the expectations, what are the topics we're going to be covered. But let me just give you a brief idea about how the Pan IIT is doing and what is doing and what is the future journey. And let me correct the MC, she said 2 lakh plus, it's not 2 lakh plus, it is 5 lakh plus alumni. So Pan IIT has become a very powerful voice of more than 5 lakh alumni. Pankaj Pandey, good morning, good to see you here. So, what I can say is that this journey, which has started, I think, almost around 2 decades ago, but it has gained a lot of momentum these days now, and it is going with full force with the help of every person who is in the room, outside the room, everywhere, who is watching this program on YouTube channels and wherever they are. So this community is really, really growing. And why not? Because this is the year in which IIT journey is completing 75 years of its existence. If I just try to let this audience know that the first IIT started in IIT Kharagpur, that was in 1951. And right from first IIT to now 23 IITs, the journey has really gone, many more miles ahead. And along with that, the story of all IITians have also unfolded like that. Every IITian who has walked through the portals of the Hallowed Institute is a hero unto themselves. And let me just give you a small glimpse of my upcoming book, which is going to be released in the month of June on the IIT ecosystem only, and for which the teaser will be released with the hands of Gurudev Ravi Shankarji, Sri Ravi Shankarji today. So I say one very powerful line in that. I say, the story of IIT is the story of India. Because the technological history of India is, it is through the process in which the IITs have progressed and the way they have shown, and we have all been following that. So we will request everyone here that when the book is released, although the pre-order link will be ready from today itself, so people can start pre-ordering, but today is not to sell the book, but to say one more thing, and which I think Sudeep and many other people have followed. I always say that from Silicon Valley to Indus Valley. So Bangalore is our new Indus Valley. Sudeep has followed that route. He has come back from Silicon Valley to Indus Valley to be the part of the journey of this country. And when we talk about the sovereignty and technology, we exactly mean that. Because we need to make this country a powerful one, and we need to use all kinds of innovation, technology, all kinds of research and all the efforts in this regard. And today, let me tell you, one of the guys who is coming to be in the panel of AI, just after the defense panel, is also Vivek Raghavan, who is the co-founder of Sarvam, who is which is the indigenous, the sovereign large language model developed by the Indian here. So what I want to say is that a lot of good people are joining hands, coming together, and it will not be good if I do not acknowledge my deep respect to the government of Karnataka, who has really been very generous, and they have supported our initiative, and a lot of senior officers from the government of Karnataka, including our Honorable Governor, will be coming today at 11 o'clock, and along with him, the Chief Secretary and other senior officers will also be coming over here. So it's a journey that we are taking, and I just say that PANIIT, just a couple of initiatives I would like to explain further. Not only the events and all, we are going far, further than this. The first initiative that the PANIIT is going to take is in the field of getting a think tank ready. Because once we have become a voice of so many people across, then we need to also put that voice before the right kind of people, the policymakers and everyone, so that we can carry that voice and that platform can become stronger in that. Secondly, we are also going to have our own venture capital fund, PANIIT Venture, so that we can support the early stage ideas, we can support the people with patient capital, we can support the research and development activities to go through. That's our another initiative. And then we also want to really kind of mentor people, and we want to create a kind of platform where we can mentor a lot of startup owners who can just start up the journey, or they have the ideas and how to scale it up and all that. So that mentoring is also very, part of us. So we are going to start that platform also very, very soon. Yesterday only we had a discussion with one of the Assistant Chief Secretary level officers here in the government of Karnataka, and we were asking that can we have a small piece of land here, because Bangalore has close to 60,000-70,000 IITians living in this city. So that can become a kind of a big hub for everyone. And he said that send us a proposal, we will definitely consider, and we'll get you a land. So that's the kind of support that the government is offering to all of us these days. And let this journey has begun. It has taken the momentum, and this journey will continue. And I'll come back again after some time in some other session. So let me offer my warm welcome to all the delegates who have come today and all the senior leaders, all the founders, tech founders, everyone today. And let's have this day full of activities, full of knowledge, and let's have some takeaways from this conference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sri Prabhat Kumar, for that brilliant opening keynote, setting context to how the entire day is looking for us for the summit. And of course, as Sri Prabhat mentioned, a lot of learning opportunities across the day today. Certainly, it's going to leave us thought-provoked by the end of our summit. Sovereignty in national security is no longer confined to weapons alone. It certainly extends to autonomy, resilience, and indigenous capabilities across the entire technology chain. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to our first panel discussion for today. This panel examines how to build operations confidently when threats evolve faster than systems. The discussion will connect defense leadership with engineering execution and policy directions. Now, before we invite on stage our esteemed panelists for this particular panel discussion, we have a video that we would like to showcase for you at this very moment. This video focuses on Major General M. Indrabalan's CNBC's interview about drones and a few pictures of yesterday's presentation in New Delhi about unmanned combat search and rescue aircraft development programs by Amber Wings and E-Plane during the IAF CAPS seminar in front of our senior Air Force leaders, including the Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh. We request you all to kindly feast your eyes on our screen. Can we have the AV, please?
Well, drones are the most disruptive new age weapons that has come into the warfare domain. We have seen it in Azerbaijan, we have seen it in the Ukraine, Russia, we've also seen it in West Asia, and of course, India has experienced it in Ops Sindoor itself. The drone has got a multi-domain, multi-spectral hit capability, from tactical applications to strategic, from replacing or augmenting missiles to in SEAD operations. I mean, name an area. There is very little that the drones cannot do, from sea denial operations to area denials. I mean, what I mean to say is that drones are now all pervasive.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to dive into our first panel discussion. Allow me this moment to introduce to you our moderator and our esteemed panelists for this discussion, while my associates utilize this opportunity to set our stage up for our panel discussion. Moderating this panel discussion, of course, is none other than Major General M. Indrabalan, retired, a Kargil War veteran, retired as Major General from the Indian Army. Post-retirement, he serves as military technology advisor to drone companies, including IIT Madras, Incubated E-Plane and Amber Wings, an active voice of drone sovereignty, airspace security, and indigenous defense manufacturing policy. Now, along with that, we have our esteemed panelists joining us for this discussion. We have Air Marshal Sitaipalli Srinivas, AOC-in-Chief, Training Command, Indian Air Force, commissioned into the IAF fighter stream in 1987 from the National Defense Academy. Category A qualified flying instructor with over 4,200 plus hours on MiG-21 and multiple aircraft types. He has commanded the Air Force Academy, a frontline a Western Border Fighter Base, and the Flying Instructors School. Accompanying him, we have Dr. Kota Hari Narayana, Padma Shri Program Director and Chief Designer, LCA Tejas. Dr. Narayana led the design and development of India's light combat aircraft Tejas at the Aeronautical Development Agency, the country's most ambitious indigenous airspace programs. Recipient of the Padma Shri for his contributions to India's defense self-reliance in aviation. We also have with us our next esteemed panelist, Shri Ankit Mehta, co-founder and CEO of IdeaForge Technology. Built it into India's largest drone manufacturer with 90% plus market share in defense UAVs, with 700,000 plus successful missions listed on Indian exchange in 2023, and with an IPO of oversubscribed 106x, a member of Government of India's Drone and AI Task Force. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists and our moderator for this session. If I could request you to kindly take your seats on our center stage. This discussion certainly promises to be an eye-opener, and we are definitely looking forward to the inputs that are going to be shared with each and every one of our panelists out here. Thank you so much for taking the time off and joining us out here for our summit. It's a privilege and an honor to have you all be a part of our summit. Major General Indra Balan, I'm going to leave the stage to you. Please lead the way for the discussion.
A very happy good morning and Jai Hind to all of you. I don't think we could have started the day today and this particular PAN-IT session with a better note, speaking on national sovereignty and national security. And the best thing is, we have a very, very powerful panel. I couldn't have asked for more as a moderator. Please give them a big hand. I am reminded of Op Sindoor. Immediately after Op Sindoor, NDTV conducted a flagship event where I was invited along with IdeaForge, Vice President Sales and Business Development, and the Drone Federation of India President, Mr. Smith Shah, on a similar question on how did the drones perform in Op Sindoor. While the other two panelists were gung-ho about how the drones performed, I also complimented the military for an amazing success that Op Sindoor achieved, but I also expressed my apprehension on the content of the drone, the core electronics of the drone, the ownership of the drone. And I was the first one to do this in the whole of India. I got a standing ovation for stating that. From there to now, where has India traveled? Which path will India take to achieve sovereignty? Are we anywhere near achieving sovereignty? Are we just talking of making India? Are we just talking of building India? Or are we in position to achieve sovereignty, which is a very, very different ballgame. Today, to discuss this topic, very interesting topic with us, we have an esteemed panel, and I would not keep you away from the voices of the who's who of this country. So allow me to introduce Air Marshal Srinivasan. We've already heard what he is. He comes with an immense background of technology and flying planes in different terrains of India, in different airspaces. I'll request him to give us an overview on where India stands today, what's the fighter capability all about, what India needs to build. Thank you. Please do.
Jai Hind, and a very good morning to all the distinguished guests, my esteemed fellow panel members, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor for me to be here today and share my views with all of you. My only lament being that with such an important topic, the time available is very, very short. So please pardon if I cut down on the prelims and dive into the topic straight away. Warfare is changing. Nature of warfare is undergoing a transformation. These are things which you must have heard in various forums by various people, and I don't deny it. They're absolutely right. But I would just like to pose one question. Was the nature of warfare ever constant or static? It wasn't. Warfare evolves all the time because technology and tactics evolve all the time. And in the interest of national security, if not ahead of this curve, we have to at least be along with this change, not to be left behind. So the drones, they represent one such very important facet. Very powerful, very potent, very capable, with a lot of application. Unfortunately, drones have also been surrounded, or shrouded rather, by a lot of misconception due to incorrect interpretation about their employment and their usage. So before I start off with anything else, let me just take a few moments to tell you what a drone is not. A drone is not a panacea. It is not new. It is certainly not a single point answer or solution to all military problems, and it is not something which can be called a revolution. It is just another aircraft in the evolution process of aviation. And contrary to what people may think, drones have not modified the way the air battle will be fought. In fact, rather, drones have changed the way the land battle will be fought, and that's the reason why the rush towards it by many and all. The reason why I'm emphasizing on the fact that it is an aircraft is because if it is so, and it is going to be used to apply air power, then we must keep the tenets of air power in mind all the time. And we must keep one thing in mind, that while air power has got a lot of roles, all of which are very important, we must never forget the basic air power doctrinal principles of the Indian Air Force, that the essence of air power is targeting. That is what gives you solutions. And when we are talking about targeting, it is not something which involves at a very shallow depth. We are talking about in-depth precision strikes, which is the core domain of the Indian Air Force, and we have proven it enough number of times, enough number of campaigns, including Operation Sindoor last year. Make no mistake, it is only when we went and struck almost a dozen bases with pinpoint precision and devastating results that was the adversary forced to seek a truce on our terms. Please don't get carried away by propaganda from the adversary. That's their job to do that, but this is the fact of what had happened. So when we talk about targeting by air, we must also keep the tenets of air power in mind, which is basically to have mass, concentration of force, flexibility, reach, and persistence, all of which remain very, very essential to us. So small FP and quadcopter drones have tactical value. I don't deny it. They're very important. We must use it. But the Air Force looks for delivering strategic effect, which will not be possible with these things. We need to look for something more. If you look at the skirmishes which have taken place in the Russia-Ukraine context, which is quoted very often, I'll just ask you a simple question. While things may have been used for a long time, in 4 years, has any of the sides by using drones managed to get a decisive victory? They haven't. Have they been able to achieve a particular conflict termination criteria? They haven't. Have they achieved a desired end state? They haven't. That's the difference between depth targeting with strategic results vis-a-vis something which is taking place more at the TBA level or the tactical battle area. We often always fall into the trap of talking about the cost. Quite obviously, it is absurd to compare the cost of a drone with the cost of a manned fighter aircraft. There is no comparison. But what I would like all of you to give a thought to is that we are not talking only about a cost of one machine versus another. We are talking about the effect. So if I look at the cost per effect which is going to be caused, a manned fighter will always, because of the ordnance, the flexibility, the reusability of it, as compared to a one-way attack, single-use drone, always score. I'll talk a little more about it a little later. Now, drones may have caught the eye of the majority of the population only in the recent conflict, starting with the Aramco, the Abkhaz attack, or the Nagorno-Karabakh, or the Russia-Ukraine. It's certainly not new. The Indian Air Force has been employing unmanned aerial systems for almost a quarter of a century, and very, very effectively, including Op Sindoor last year. I'm sure all of you would have been following the news in that. It is with this in mind that we have been working towards creating a separate branch with a lot of negotiation with the government of India, and they had finally granted this. We opened a new weapon systems branch about 4 years back, which specifically deals only with this aspect. So that reflects the vision, the foresight of the Indian Air Force. Now, having said that, we are looking at strategic requirements. So let me just spell out very quickly before I take too much amount of time as to what is it that we are looking for. We are looking at collaborative long-range target saturation or destruction systems. Range exceeding 1,000 kilometers, we're looking at something which is autonomous, can be capable of operating in dense EW environments with autonomy in navigation, target selection, and evasion. We're also looking at a mix in which about the larger majority, maybe 3/4 plus, would be involved for targeting, and the rest for a distributed sensor intelligence, including digital scene matching. This is what we're looking for as a comprehensive disruption of the enemy air defenses and their airfields. And apart from that, we have also issued an RFP for about 800 medium-sized swarm unmanned munition systems, or the SUMS, which you might have heard about, with hybrid jet engine and battery propulsion. We're looking at a contingency. We are able to saturate the enemy air defense system and also target the command and control systems. Next, we're looking at range extension kits. turning the old iron bombs into smart bombs. So this has been now spread into 3 categories. The first, in a lower one, about 100 to 120 HSLD, or the high-speed low-drag bombs that we talk about, which would be a self-propelled strap-on kits, which the industry could work on even without having the munition. But the bigger ones, which is at the 250 kg and the 450 kg, we have given out an RFP where we are looking for booster and rocket engine assisted ones, which would turn this. So if you look at these, you will find that these kind of REKs actually blur the distinction between an aircraft, a missile, and a drone. It is a flying ordnance at the end of it. We have a series of Meher Baba competition phases. I'm sure you all are aware of it. We already had 2 phases of it, and that has generated close to about 2,000 crores with the industry right now. But in this particular phase, we are looking specifically at collaborative drone-based surveillance radars. We are looking at a proof of concept, which we have already listed, for a swarm UAS, where we have something like an airborne radar network, which can help us in contested environments, giving us a composite air picture. So you have these individual elements which will give us a composite picture, which is going to be relaying it back to another station, which we can use in high-risk zones. So the loss of any one of these segments is not going to create a catastrophic change for us, and that is what we're looking at. So this is something like a distributed AVAX concept, wherein we use low-cost solutions to be able to spread it and still have the same effect as what we can do with an AVAX. We are also looking at air-launched weaponized drones, which is basically a compact autonomous drone which can be released in flight from helicopters. Thereafter, of course, it would be able to unfold its wings, carry a certain amount of ordnance, which we've already listed, and have greater ranges, be able to operate on EO/IR sensors and GPS-denied navigation. GPS-denied navigation, incidentally, in today's environment is a given. We just cannot rely on that, and our experiences, even in the recent conflicts, has been there, including our own. So what we are looking at in this is basically to convert a direct attack platform like a helicopter into a standoff platform which could launch from distance and still achieve the strategic effect that we're looking at. Related to this is something which we have listed in the Aditi challenge, the problem statement 12, where we're looking at helicopter launched weaponized drones with manned-unmanned teaming. That is the future, and we all need to look into that. In the global context, we already have the US Army Air-Launched FX program, which is going on, the Israeli UV Vision, the Hero 120, and France's MX-10 Damocles. So if we get this capability, India will actually join some of the very few group around the world who would be able to have this kind of a capability, and that is what we're looking at. We are also looking at drone interception systems of mass against mass. We have enough systems available of individual drone targeting, but that doesn't help us. We are looking at a swarm which can autonomously identify threats, neutralize them at scale, and be able to manage to attack from multiple vectors. This has again been listed up in the Aditi 2.0 counter swarm drone thing as a problem statement 11, where we are looking at something which could detect, disrupt direct communications, create optical illusions, and have a soft kill as well as a hard kill. The DISC, the Defense India Startup Channel, we have also listed something like this with the integrated CUAS problem, because in today's environment, it is practically impossible to operate without a counter unmanned aerial system. Now, if you look at these, what we're looking at is not as individual drones, which is more of a tactical response, but something like a system of system architecture, where we're looking at being able to target the entire swarm. And there's enough work going on this. I'm not yet talking about the other issues like high-powered RF and microwave, some of the examples which you have seen, which is the future. So while drones are a very potent weapon today, you will find a counter to it tomorrow. That's the way the cat and mouse game always goes when it comes to armament. So the IF stand has always been consistent. As of now, on the IDEX open channels, there are at least 5 industry proposals which are already in the development stage. And obviously, we are looking at something coming up more and more. We are also looking at a high-altitude pseudo satellite. That is something to bridge the gap between a HALE and a LEO satellite. That would be able to give us persistence and be able to operate for a prolonged amount of time. Incidentally, the RFI which we had issued for 3 HAPS, the DSC has already cleared it. It's a Make One project with 15,000 crores, 90% of it being government funding. So something which started initially as a single vendor has now become multiple players. So it is a competitive ecosystem and not really a single vendor case which is being developed now. So that is what we're looking at in terms of the academics as well as the industry to be able to help us. We are also looking at tethered aerostats so as to be able to have a persistent low-level surveillance. This will help us to be able to bridge the gap in places where we cannot place AD radar. And these would obviously be mobile. We should be able to take it up very quickly and fill in this tactical gap.
Air Marshal Srinivas, can we address this a little later? Because there are some questions which are pertinent
I'll
on
just
this.
take 2 minutes more. I'll just take 2 minutes more. So all these are the various challenges. Now, what I would like to tell you towards the end, I will cut down. We can take it on in the question answers. Is that basically whatever I'm talking about has already been listed. It is not just a wish list. We have already listed it in something we call a TPCR, the Technology Perspective Capability Roadmap, and the IF Compendium. The money is already on the table. Our budget has been close to 65,000 crores, and last year, out of this, 16,000 crores were only for new projects. So if I were to sum it up quickly, I would just say that small drones have captured media attention, but the IF perspective is strategic. We are looking at manned and aircraft remaining cheaper in the long run. The IS pursuit is institutional and sustained. Drone missile distinction is now blurring. The ethical equation, I have not yet touched upon it, maybe in the question answers we can talk about it. The ethical equation of autonomous targeting is something which sooner or later we will have to debate upon. For the Indian industry, this opportunity is strategic. The money is already on the table. So in the end, I would just say that becoming self-reliant in defense is no longer an option. It's an imperative for us, because that is what is going to give us truly the sense of being Atmanirbhar and being able to look after our own. So let me end it by saying that when it comes to the game of war, I think we need to understand one thing very clearly, that we, the people of India, are our own users and we are our own service providers. So whatever we need to do it together, and I'm sure we will. Thank you very much, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. I think the industry couldn't have asked for more. The startup sitting here would love this talk, because what he mentioned is what you need to build. And the opportunities are galore, money is there, it's just your will that matters. And from there, I know from what the Air Marshal said about drones are not panacea, Ankit is just raring to answer that particular question. Right, Ankit? But I'll not go to him as yet. So, yeah, he's got it coming. But before that, let's go to the guru of Tejas. Dr. Kota, kindly take the stage, and let's have a big applause for someone who built the India's first aircraft, not just... So he didn't have to face the problem of designing this aircraft alone. I'm told that he had to design the processes, he had to design the bureaucracy, he had to design the mindsets, and he has to design the people as well. So it didn't end with just designing the aircraft. That's the challenge he took on. And today we stand to listen to him on what Tejas is all about. What is the indigenous content in that? What is it that we need to do more? How do we have our own engines? There are many questions in the minds of all of us. I'm confident he will answer these. Over to you, sir.
So, good morning to you, sir. And good morning to all the IIT and IIT friends. Very happy to meet all of you. And it is a great pleasure to be here. And thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be here. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know whether that's good. So, I will just quickly, what I want to tell you is, when we started the project, the probability of success was 1%. I was told by my boss, you have 1% chance of success. We took about 2 decades. Today, I'm happy to tell you, my customer, Indian Air Force, has placed an order for 220 fighter aircraft. It means few lakhs of crores. It is not just 50,000, 60,000 and all. It is few lakhs of crores of order from one customer, that is Indian Air Force. And Navy is in the line. I'm sure we'll be. I just want to quickly go through and show you what it means. Already Air Marshal told you, today you can't win a war unless you have air superiority. If you don't have control of the sky, you can't do anything. And that is what has been proven again and again. There are first 5 generation fighter, the 6th one is now getting ready. The first generation, we just had bombs, this, that, and all, subsonic. The second generation, we became supersonic, we got missiles, very first generation radars. Third generation, we had multi-role, we had better radars, better missiles, better. Fourth generation, some amount of stealth came in, and multi-role and many other things came. And the 5th is stealth. When Indian Air Force asked us to develop, it was 4th generation fighter. That is what the Tejas was. And our strength in India was first generation. We made a HF-24 by a German design team, sitting in India, and we couldn't go beyond the subsonic. So that, and that was a gap of 30 years. That's why the probability success told was 1%. Okay, but the teams went together. They really worked hard. I must tell you, day and night. Okay. Now this is the kind of requirement. I'm not going to go through that. And the requirement projected was what the best aircraft in the world at that time. And I can't blame them because they have to win a war. They are not doing anything else. They need a war. So this is the air superiority for 21st century, lethal, very small, the smallest fighter developed anywhere in the world today. That is the one, okay? And versatile and very, very supportable. My Air Marshal's office here, it is a very supportable aircraft with them. Best of the technologies, most of these technologies have been developed in India. We still are working on the engine, but I'm sure next 5 years we will be able to succeed in that. We are very, very close to what we want. Just 2, 3, from first generation, 1961, we flew in 2001, fourth generation. A gap of 40 years we were able to do. Okay. On 4th January, the aircraft flew. I'm happy because the flight was done by an Indian Air Force pilot, not by a customer pilot and all. And it helped in a big way. They worked very, very close to us. And we developed not only aircraft, but also technologies within the country. That is what is important. The 4th generation, we inducted 2 squadrons and 220 orders. We not only did an Air Force variant and Air Force trainer, but also LCA Navy. Our aircraft to take off and land from a carrier. Okay? That's what has happened. Okay? What is important I want to show to the team here is not only technological innovation, you need what you call organizational innovation. You need to bring flexibility whereby you can move fast. At the same time, you are dealing with a huge organization. That is what is required. The ability to take quick decision while dealing with a major program. That is what is the requirement. And you have to bring the whole country into the loop. And that is what we have done. Government setup. This is what I wanted to show. This is the 300 industries, 40 R&D labs, 25 academic industries. Each one contributed. And we are able to bring them together in a seamless way. And this is what is very important for us to do. That is what it is. So what has been done? This is important for people who are developing anything. One is knowledge generation, knowledge intensification, knowledge validation, and knowledge transfer to the production agency. This is important. If you can't do these 4, you are stuck. If you are stuck anywhere, you are stuck forever. This is very, very important for the people who are on the job. And that's what we have started. After that, Indian Air Force has now given us the go-ahead for making 2 more next generation fighters. One is called a medium weight fighter, Mark II. Today, that maybe next few months, the aircraft will roll out. I hope either end of this year or next year it is going to fly. This aircraft is double the weapon load, double. And next is what you call a 5th generation stealth fighter and 6th generation unmanned combat. Recently, the government has cleared this one to make an unmanned combat aircraft. All this has come because of the Tejas program. Okay? This is the Mark II. We have some canards there. I'm not going to spend any time. Twice the capability of the Tejas one. Extremely versatile and very good aircraft. Lots of weapons. We are the only country, we are the only aircraft where you can carry an indigenous weapon, Russian weapon, Western weapon, everything. It's totally designed for that kind of a thing. I don't think any other aircraft in the world can do this kind of a job. We are the only people in the world. This is a 5th generation fighter, stealth fighter. It is the 6th generation, what you call unmanned combat aircraft. Air Marshal are talking about manned, unmanned coming together, and that is what it is. These are the key technologies that go with that. These are the totally new technologies. I'm very happy to say our network with academia and R&D helped us to develop these technologies. And these are the things which are available to us today, okay? And just I want to show because a pilot in the cockpit, that too a single-seater fighter, his job is tough. I think he needs an AI assistant. And that's what the 5th generation is going to have. An AI assistant is going there. This is the 6th generation one. Last 3 years, a scaled-down model has been flight by my colleagues in ADE, and fantastically good results have come. Thanks to that, today we have a clearance from government. I hope next 6 to 8 months we'll have an operational thing. This aircraft which just flew in Chitradurga airfield for last 3 years. So I just want to end here. We have a fighter aircraft. I generally feel you because man and unmanned have to work together. You can't do one independent of other. Whether man is ground, we are there, it has to be there. You need smart weapons. You need missiles. Missiles from surface to air to air, all that is required. And you need a control fellow who is AWACS aircraft, and above that you have a satellite. All these things have to work together. It is a net-centric warfare system. That is what is important. And I'm happy to tell you, all areas we have made advances, significant advances. But in our field in technology, you have to run where you stay. You have to continuously run. If you stop running, you are in trouble. Okay? And that's what I want to say. When we started the project, all fighters were imported from USA, USSR and all. And today, the LCA is replacing MiG-21, MiG-23, MiG-1, and LCA Mark II is replacing Jaguar, Mirage 2000, and 5th generation fighter is replacing Su-30 and Rafale. I expect in the next two decades, Indian Air Force will have only indigenous aircraft. Thanks to Tejas.
Give me a big hand to Dr. Kota as well as Tejas Mark V. The fighter's 5th generation aircraft coming. I know if we give an opportunity to Dr. Kota, he can keep you engaged for the day, the entire day. But due to short of time, I'll request Dr. Kota to come and kindly take the stage. And now, raring to go is Ankit, because he has 2 questions to answer. One is drone the Panacea. Would he like to rule the skies or would he like to follow Mumty operations? Would he build a sovereign drone for India? And by what time will he actually build it? We would like to know more of this from Ankit. Please go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I won't go up there. I don't have a very involved presentation, but I'll answer the questions. Before that, I think, I recently was at Raisina Dialogue in Delhi, and I heard the Finnish President Alexander Stubb say something remarkable in my opinion, which I think is very important and very contextual to where we are in the world. He said that as humans, we end up overvaluing the past, overreacting to the present, and underestimating the future. And I think it was an extremely important point that he made, and it's particularly contextual to the fact that we are going through the most dynamic times that perhaps technology and warfare has seen in many generations. I think it's as intense perhaps in terms of evolution as maybe what was happening in World War II. The pace at which innovation had to happen because there was a live war that was being fought, and live wars are being fought every day today, and at least it's been happening for the last 4 years now, or 5 years actually, since 2020 itself. And therefore, I perhaps would not make a statement that suggests that this is the future, but I can only draw parallel to what we have seen in technology. In technology, in devices that we use every day, each device is trying to eat the food of the next device. A phone is trying to eat the food of a tablet by folding itself. A tablet is trying to eat the lunch of desktops or laptops. Laptops are trying to eat the lunch of a desktop, and desktops are anyways as good as supercomputers of the past. So in my opinion, that fight is never going to change, and nor is the fight between manned and unmanned going to change, in the sense that unmanned systems as the new category or the old category will continue to try and evolve towards doing more of what manned systems can do and are doing today. At some point in time, there will be missions that only unmanned can do because humans in the aircraft will reach their physical limitations. And therefore, that is also going to happen. Now, is it going to happen across each and every category, each and every mission? I do not believe so. But ultimately, unmanned systems exist to do the mission for the man. Whether the man is on ground or in the air, it won't change. In manned-unmanned teaming, they'll be doing the mission of the man in the air. Along with them, on ground, they're still doing the mission of a man on ground. So I believe that the future is going to be defined more by what's possible than by what we will allow to happen. And if we don't allow things to happen, they will happen in some pocket and we will have to play catch up. In my opinion, the most important thing in today's environment is to let the possibilities play out, and we have to chase every possibility, including the possibility of making manned missions redundant, because if we are not chasing that possibility, I think we will be lagging in technologies that can enable that. So I think that is one very critical area that I see a lot of times a debate in other technology spaces as well. For example, autonomous driving. If we are not enabling autonomous driving in India, we will be adopting what the rest of the world is making. And I think we cannot be, and we have to stop being followers in technology because we believe that certain motivations are not necessarily amenable to the mindset today. Because if we don't do it, somebody else will do it. So that is one part of what I would say is very important to look at today. And I'm extremely happy and excited that I see that reflection in how Sir had enumerated the problem statements. We are seeing the problem statements from Air Force, Army. We are seeing opportunities, and that generational shift has happened where we are no longer demanding incremental capabilities. We are demanding generationally and extremely more advanced capabilities. And I think as an industry, we are up to that challenge. We are actually very excited because for the first time, we are being challenged and we see a path to induction. The challenge that IdeaForge faced when we started this industry in India about 19 years back as a company and 22 years back as a student, young student at IIT Bombay, along with my team building drones, was that there was no way for our customers to buy our technology. On one hand, we were expected to build the world's best capability, be innovative, file patents, and then we would go to the procurement floor and they would ask us to get 3 more people doing the same job. Now that dichotomy,
That's a different type of innovation.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just highlighting the kind of change that has come now, that we no longer worry about whether if we build something innovative, will it get inducted or not? But that change has happened only in the last, I would say, 1 or 2 years. It is not a very old change. And therefore, we still have a long, long way to go in terms of enabling capabilities that will be inducted at scale, that are innovated from grounds up in our country, right? That is one. Now, it comes to sovereign capability in this space. I don't think we need to look at anybody else but our own journey, because we are the oldest builder in this space in India on the private side. We made our first autopilot in 2007. The first open source autopilot came in 2009. So when we talk about developing sovereign capability, we have been doing it from the time of back in 2004 actually, when we built
This deserves a big hand. Building an autopilot in 2007 when India had not even started inducting it, it's an amazing journey. Hats off to Ankit and his team.
In 2004, when we made our first quadcopter drone, I could not find counter-rotating propellers in the market. There were no propellers that I could find in India or anywhere abroad when I searched that would spin in opposite directions and give me the same thrust with the same dynamics and mechanics. It just did not exist. I had to hand machine my own hubs and carbon cut steel to get my propellers made. So I think we are talking about the capabilities, and I think India has the capability, it has had the capability, Sir has proven it through the indigenous programs that we have developed. And I'm talking about each and every core technology element of a drone today. We make our own autopilot, Like I said, since a very long time, we make our own communication system. We've been making our own payloads, our own battery packs. We've been making our own onboard compute devices, and we are making our own counter jamming solutions. We have our own comms that are very difficult to jam. We have our own GPS denied navigation capability that is proving itself on a daily basis today on ground when they are tested before induction. I think we have moved beyond that point where we need to doubt that will India have its own technology or its own capability or not. Now, is it available for every class of systems? No, it is not. Is it available for every type of drones? No, it is not. But things that we are building that are demanded for us to be built, do we have the capability? Yes, we have. And I think with the pace at which support is coming to the Indian industry now, with the advent of the RDI scheme, the component incentives that we are expecting in drones in the next phase, and the other work that is happening, I do not see any reason why we will have any lack or any reason for it to not happen. I think
great.
unleashing the industry is just on that corner now.
Super. I mean, he deserves a big hand for what he's built for India, India's first drone company, the most valuable drone company. And what he said stands good for all the youngsters who are hoping to build the new India, to make it sovereign. This sovereignty dialogue is a very current one, a very recent one. We spoke of Swarajya, we spoke of Swadeshi, we spoke of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we spoke of Make in India, we spoke of Build in India. But today we are speaking of sovereignty. And for those who don't know what sovereignty means, it means owning the entire hardware and software stack, especially the critical ones. And I don't think, as Ankit really said, while he's very positive about what we are doing, I'm also equally positive, but currently we are not near sovereignty in many, many critical systems. And we expect the IIT, the PAN-IIT, to play up to this requirement of India and make India sovereign in a manner that we can be proudly standing with our own systems. Oh, coming over to the timekeeper, please let me know the time. Please give me a hard stop. Or are we done with? 2 minutes? All right. So I know this session can go long. I'll request Prabhatji to next time organize a full day session only to discuss this. But thank you so much for the panelists. I will give them one short answer, 30 seconds answer, short answer, just to speak on. He already mentioned about the fighter aircrafts and what is he expects on the fighter aircraft from the industry. Kota sir, he's already mentioned about operations. Does he think that we can replace a fighter aircraft from manned to a completely unmanned version, completely autonomous version? And Ankit, on what does he want the industry to do in terms of coming up with technologies that can support the drone sector in making itself sovereign? So 30 seconds each.
Okay, thank you. As far as these replacement is concerned, I agree with exactly what Ankit has said. We should not look at drones and aircraft as an either or. When a new technology comes, it doesn't necessarily have to displace or totally nullify the original one. We have to work hand in hand. So that is very important. We're looking at things working in conjunction. I'm looking at something where the first tier is manned fighter aircraft, followed by probably a MUMTI concept, followed by drones. And we have to work in an integrated manner. That is the future for us. And I'm sure the industry will be able to come up with it. Thank you.
While we have done a lot of work, a lot of technologies, but a lot more need to be done. I think we have to be very, very clear about that. Our propulsion system still we need to do. And lots of other things in the area of electronics and all chips, gives so many things we have to do. While we should be happy what we have done, but there is a long way ahead for us to have sovereignty. Okay.
I think my own experience of building a supply chain ecosystem in India, I think from our perspective, what is very important is that people have to genuinely build components from first principles. I think we are representing, this community represents the most technically rich knowledge base, the most capable knowledge base or potential base in the country. And I think building from first principles and building capabilities that will not just follow what is being already built, but to think of the future and build for the future is going to be very important if we have to achieve our goals and objectives.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. I think we've had a wonderful round of discussion. We hope to be in front of you again. Over to the MC.
What a phenomenal discussion that has been, and I want to take this opportunity and thank the four of you for taking your valuable time off your schedule and joining us out here and sharing with us your thoughts and insight. I think it was a brilliant way to open off our first panel discussion for the day for our summit. If I could request you all to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment, I would like to welcome on stage Shri Neeraj Kumar and Shri Swadeep Pillari Sethi to kindly join us on stage to do the honors and present a token of appreciation, or rather we'll have Shri Swadeep Pillari Sethi to kindly join us on stage, do the honors and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists joining us out here, starting with our moderator for this discussion, Major General M. Indrabalan, retired. Thank you so much, Major General, for being a part of our summit this morning. It's been truly an honor and a pleasure to have you with us this morning. To Air Marshal Sitepalli Srinivas, thank you so much, Air Marshal, for joining us out here, sharing with us your thoughts, your inputs, and your insights. It's been a true pleasure and an honor. To the incredible Dr. Kota Harinarayana, thank you so much, sir. And of course, to the co-founder of Idea Forge Technology, Shri Ankit Mehta. Thank you so much, dignitaries, for being a part of our summit this morning and sharing with us your insights, talking about how together, in a unified format, we can power the next generation of sovereignty in technology. Together we are powering India's innovation decade. And once again, it's been an honor and a pleasure hearing from each and every one of our esteemed panelists this morning. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of our Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Thank you, Swadeep ji. Thank you, Neeraj ji, for doing the honors and presenting a token of appreciation from us to our dignitaries this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We dive right into our next panel discussion for the day, ladies and gentlemen. AI at national scale must be engineered as a complete stack covering models, data, safety, deployment, and governance rather than isolated innovations. This panel explores what it means to build an AI stack that can serve 1.4 billion people reliably and sovereignly. This session will focus on real-world scalability, how systems become dependable and open for public value. Welcoming our moderator and our panelists for this session, we start with Shri Manish Gupta, Senior Director, Google DeepMind India. He previously led research centers at IBM and Xerox India. As Senior Manager at IBM TJ Watson, he led the Blue Gene L supercomputer software team, IBM, and received the US National Medal of Technology for it in 2009 with 75 plus papers, 8,000 plus citations, and 19 US patents to his name. He is a fellow of ACM and Indian National Academy of Engineering. Accompanying him, we have Shri Venkat Padmanabhan, Managing Director, Microsoft Research India, a fellow of ACM and IEEE. His research spans networking, mobile systems, and distributed computing. He has served on the editorial boards of leading computing journals and advises India's broader academic research ecosystem. Our next panelist for this discussion, we have Shri Vivek Raghavan, co-founder, Sarvam AI. He volunteered as a biometric architect at UIDAI for 12 years, helping scale Aadhaar to over 1 billion users. As the chief AI evangelist at Step Foundation, his contribution to Bhashani and AI for Bharat is commendable. He co-founded Sarvam AI in 2023, selected by the Government of India under the India AI mission to build India's first sovereign large language model. We also have Sri Lal Chand Bisu, co-founder and CEO of Cuckoo FM. He co-founded Easy Prep, first startup incubated by IIT Jodhpur, acquired by Chopper. He founded Cuckoo FM in 2018, now India's largest audio subscription platform with over 1.7 million paid subscribers, with content in 7 different languages and $25 million raised in Series A, led by Fundamentum and IFC. We also have accompanying all our panelists out here, Dr. Geeta Manjunath, founder and CEO of Niramai Health Analytics. She is a part of the team that built India's first commercial supercomputer at CDAC, with 17 years at HP Labs as principal research scientist, lab director, data analytics, Xerox India. She founded Niramai in 2016. It's Theramantics AI platform detects breast cancer non-invasively using thermal imaging, raising $8.6 million with 14 US patents to her name. She was named Forbes' top 20 self-made women in India in the year 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you your esteemed panelists for this discussion, please put your hands together and let's give them a warm round of applause as they spearhead our next discussion, talking to you about AI stack for 1.4 billion users across India. I'm going to leave it to the moderator to kindly lead this discussion forward. Sir, over to you.
Okay, good morning. It's a real pleasure to talk about this topic, AI, that previously only the engineering geeks used to think about, but today you have prime ministers, presidents of countries thinking about AI. And of course, it's because of the enormous impact that we have seen of AI as arguably it is likely to be the most influential technology invented by humans in the way it is impacting the world. It is already impacting every industry, every aspect of how the world is run. Another area which I hope we appreciate more in India is, which I've been championing for a while, is the potential for AI to help us make advances in scientific discovery. Solve these, what Demis Hassabis, the co-founder of Google DeepMind, refers to as root node problems. That once you solve those very, very hard problems, they can unlock solutions to a very broad range of problems. Of course, a shining example came from the work on AlphaFold that this team did, which really solved this long-standing grand challenge of protein folding, which in turn helps you unlock solutions to so many different application areas, ranging from drug design to designing enzymes to make plastics degradable and so on. If you look at any area, material science, again, there is a lot of these AI models being developed to help us discover new materials. You look at energy. Today, kind of, one of the, let's say, the only way in which, so ultimately, most of the energy that we enjoy on our planet is derived from fusion, but fusion which is happening on sun. But either directly or indirectly, it can be solar energy, it can be converted into, through photosynthesis, into food and so on, or hydrocarbons. But if we could harness fusion in a lab setting, it has the promise of creating an abundant form of clean energy. And today the problem is it takes more energy to get a fusion reaction going than what you get out of it. And for instance, my colleagues who are working on with these startups, developing these tokamak reactors, our belief is that with these AI models, reinforcement learning based algorithms controlling the flow of plasma, you are likely to see that break-even point in the not too distant future. Within the next 1 to 2 years, you're likely to see that break-even point at which you will start getting more energy out of that fusion reaction, that what you put into getting it going. So these are all different examples of the enormous, again, power of AI. And often a question that keeps coming up is, where are we in India, right? In this kind of almost global race, so to speak. The US has been traditionally a leader in the AI technology. And a very interesting kind of phenomenon is we see today US and China being talked about as the two very clear kind of front runners competing. And very few people globally even talk about India, the role of India, because India doesn't even figure in a lot of those global leadership conversations. And what's the reason for that? It's absolutely not talent. Because if you look at the talent, a lot of times it is that same Indian talent which is powering a lot of very exciting work in countries like the US. So what is it that is holding us back? In my view, in India, it's been a combination of two things. A, it's that low investment in research by industry. We don't somehow seem to value research as much as most kind of leaders in the world. If you look at companies that, for instance, some of us come from, multinationals, Google, Microsoft, and so on, typically they spend double-digit percentage of their enormous revenue on R&D. What's the percentage of revenue that a typical Indian company spends on R&D? Usually, it's less than 1%. We are talking about recently, I was amused to see like analysts, basically Apple receiving a lot of flack from analysts that they don't spend enough on R&D because Apple only spends 8% of its revenue on R&D, and by US standards, it is being like, and definitely by standards of leaders, it is being whatever. People are saying, hey, that's why you're lagging in AI. And look at India, most companies spend less than 1% of their revenue. So no wonder, while we were leaders in IT, we were far ahead of China. If you go back maybe 20 or 30 years ago, today we are nowhere, even close to China. So instead of being whatever bogged down by whatever the fact that we are behind, at least I'm going to take that more optimistic side, because today on our panel, we have these amazingly distinguished technologists who have been making a mark. And if we have more of people like we have people on the panel, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that India will regain its due position in leadership. So what I'm going to do is to ask all of my distinguished panelists to maybe start with some opening statement, maybe share a little bit about the work that they've been doing, and in particular, kind of maybe highlight some aspects of global leadership that has come from their teams. And then I have a set of questions for them, and later, I'd like to actually open it up to questions from all of you as well. So let's start with, maybe in this order, let's start with Venkat,
okay.
if you can talk.
Thank you, Manish, and good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. I think I agree with a lot of what Manish said, but perhaps I disagree or have a slightly different perspective on a couple of things. I think no panel is fun without some disagreement, so I will bring that out as well. Yeah, I think AI is a technology that is fundamentally malleable, right? So if you look at past technologies, they were built for a purpose, and if that purpose is not your use case, it's hard to use it, right? It's either too expensive for you, as a misfit or whatever. With AI, it can morph itself to fit any workflow or any use case. I think that's a fundamental shift, which makes it very, very interesting for the entire world, and of course, India as well. The other thing that is, I think, particularly relevant to India is that, we are a cost-conscious country, right? And at our current stage of development, we want technologies that work well, but at an affordable price, right? I'm sure the LCA is among the most affordable fighters in the world. Again, AI has the potential to bridge the cost gap and the expertise gap, right? So, we don't have nearly enough doctors and teachers and so on. So I guess the point I'm making is that AI is a fundamentally different technology in terms of the opportunity it provides to a country like India. Now, my view is that, we have to look at the whole stack. Of course, models are at the core of AI, and, there is a lot of work around the world on that. But I want to focus on a lot of the other pieces you need to actually build an effective AI-based solution, right? One in particular is what we call as retrieval. You could have the smartest model in the world, but unless you feed it the right data for your enterprise or your context, it can't magically produce great answers. It's like, you may have a really smart person, but unless they have the right reference book or textbook, they can't necessarily produce the right answer, right? And doing that kind of retrieval at scale with high accuracy or recall, but low cost, is a fundamental challenge. And it's something where our lab here in India, Microsoft Research India, has made some really foundational contributions over the years that have impacted not just the research world or even Microsoft, but have been open source and have been picked up by startups and others around the world, right? So that's something that I'm happy to talk more about. Likewise, the other things, right? Like reasoning. Today you can use these AI models and verify the results for a domain like coding or math, where things are mathematical. You can check. But let's say you want a legal advisor. How do you make sure that what the AI has put out actually conforms to your guidelines, to the laws, right? That's a very hard problem because this is not mathematically defined. We've made some breakthroughs there as well, right? So these are all things that sort of go around the model to actually deliver a solution. Security is another one and so on. I also, want to point out that, a lot of the action in India is in applications using AI for actual use cases. There again, I see an evolution, right? So there is what I would call as human-in-the-loop AI, where AI is used to speed up an existing workflow. Moving to agentic workflows where it's sort of human on the loop, like the human is more of a supervisor, overseeing things. But I think the fundamental opportunity is to completely rethink workflows in light of AI. And we have a project in education, right? Why should an education be centered around preset lectures given by a professor to a bunch of students? Can we flip it and allow students to learn at their own pace with an AI assistant available and with humans sort of forcing? So the point I would get to, which again, it's not a disagreement, but it's just is I agree that, our ambition should be to do everything, absolutely. But there's a question of prioritization. Where do you start, right? Even countries like China, they didn't start by doing everything. They became moderately rich before they got into more advanced things. Now, don't mistake me. I'm not trying to say, therefore, we should not do certain things. But I will quote the Nobel laureate, and I'll end with this, Ramakrishnan Venkatraman, who is a chemistry Nobel laureate. He was here about 10 years ago, and he gave a wonderful lecture where he talked about the history of countries like Japan and even the US. When a country is not very rich, it can leverage discoveries made elsewhere and turn that into products and become richer. And over time, then they'll be able to then do the discoveries themselves, right? So I think that's a path to also consider.
So I think on that point, we'll continue to disagree. I remember my father, he passed away last year, retired as Director General of Roads. He used to have that sign in his office. It was a quote from John F. Kennedy, which said, we don't have great roads in our country because we are a rich country. We are a rich country because we have such great roads. So I think it's really our work that will make us richer. We shouldn't wait to become rich before we raise our ambition. So with that, I think it's a good segue to let Vivek talk about the pioneering work that he's doing at Sarvam against the advice from stalwarts like Nandan Nilekani, who said, oh, let's just focus on applications. But Vivek is building these foundation models. So over to you, Vivek.
Firstly, thank you for having me on the panel today. And I think it is interesting. In the decade and a half before we started Sarvam, I was actually very deeply involved in what we call of India's digital public infrastructure. And I think that, and frankly, I was almost a full-time volunteer building various things. But then, I think we realized, I think now it's been 3 years since the ChatGPT moment, and we realized that this technology is so important. And I think the last 3 years have actually kind of crystallized that it's even more important than we thought it was at that time, that it needs to be a technology that we need to fundamentally understand and fundamentally build in our country. And therefore, and I think the question was, many people said, maybe this is not something that we need to do. But I think the truth is that the closest technology I can think about to where AI in terms of the impact of what can have is actually nuclear technology. And I think the world really it's a geopolitical world. You have, nuclear haves and you have nuclear have-nots. And today in AI, frankly, the United States and China are clearly going to be AI powers. It's not clear that any other country will come and join them in that group. And I think that's why fundamentally we need to look at these technologies and say, we need to be able to try and say that we must build these things. And of course, but we took at it from a perspective, and I think one of the things that we decided early is that we want to look at this from a full stack perspective, not just the foundational things, but all the way to where, the applications come. Because I come from that side of thing where with this technology can make everything, right? It will change everything, right? Whether it's education or whether it's health or it's scientific discovery. I think we have to actually look at, the application levels. One interesting thing that given Manish is here, Manish actually has an interesting role in the creation of Sarvam, which, because he was one who introduced me and my co-founder to each other.
So let's hear from now a couple of entrepreneurs who have been doing this amazing job of taking these AI models and building, really taking it in places, right, where no maybe man or human had gone before. So let's first hear from Lal Chand on the amazing work he's been doing at Cuckoo FM.
Sure. Thanks for inviting me here. So we are building this storytelling platform. So our vision is to make largest premium storytelling platform built from Bharat, for Bharat and for the world. We started back in 2018. Our vision was that now whole world is using internet on mobile. So let's focus on mobile first premium content. So overall we are, I will say, premium content like Netflix on mobile first devices in all the formats like audio, video, and images kind of thing. And today, if you compare with OTT platform and other kind of content, then we are already producing more than 100x content on our platform. So mostly OTT and Netflix platform produce around 4 to 5 movies every month. We are producing more than 100 movies. Last month we did around 160, 170 movies. Complete movies like these 2 hours movies. So, and this is possible because of AI. If you see our fundamental, how we are creating the content and all these things, I will say at high levels, 70 to 80% content is produced through AI. Today I will say it is just above average content. It is going towards becoming awesome content, but I am sure in next 3 to 4 years, it will be like, you can't even today imagine that this kind of content even possible on the platforms. So we are in that journey to build content in Bharat, for Bharat audience and for global audience.
Okay, so now let's hear from Dr. Geecha Manjunath, who's been pioneering this amazing AI-based solution for breast cancer screening. And we know breast cancer is one of the most commonly occurring cancers. And I remember this statement by a particular woman who said that if a man had to go through the mammography, that machine would have been redesigned long time ago. But Geeta is now at the forefront of pioneering non-invasive ways of screening for breast cancer using AI. So let's hear from Geeta.
Thank you, Manish, for that opening introduction also. And in fact, like Vivek mentioned, Manish also has an connection to Niramai because he was my manager at Xerox when I was leading the AI research, and he blessed me to say, yes, go, do this, right? Really. And of course, we started the initial work there. So yeah, hi, I'm Geeta, founder CEO of Niramai, where, as Manish mentioned, we have developed a new method of detecting breast cancer for the 1.4 billion and more women, not just in India, but for the world. What we have done is to use AI over a kind of a traditional unused modality called thermal imaging, where we just measure the temperature variations on the chest, that is about 4 lakh temperature points per person, and convert that into a breast health report instantly using about 25 different machine learning algorithms working together in conjunction. So this has been a really fulfilling job for me for the last 10 years now. I didn't realize how time flew. Having led the AI research lab at Xerox and also being a principal scientist at Hewlett-Packard, seeing AI and technology making a difference on the ground is literally, I think, a whole new sense of satisfaction that we get. And when you want to try and solve unsolved problems, like, mammogram, which using radiation, 1 crore rupee to buy for a diagnostic center, needing expensive, skilled radiologists for every person being screened, how do we replace that with a phenomenal, sort of affordable, accessible, probably more accurate solution? And how do we do this without research? It's not possible. So how do we combine a deep research into meaningful kind of applications and use cases? So this has been an excellent journey. So I feel basis that that should be the focus of possibly all IITians, because healthcare is one space where every person will get impacted, including all ourselves in the room. And that is the least area where the innovation has touched, the last one which is waiting, for multiple reasons. First reason being the risk of not meeting, basically risk to the human life. Just to give an example, we had to come at 10 a.m. here, and then I had some new driver coming in, and he was saying, I'll take this new route and all. No, I know you better take this route via Ramaya and go, because then I know you'll reach by 10 a.m., right? Because the criticality of reaching by 10 a.m. was important for me. Same way, I was just thinking, this is what the doctor will be thinking, criticality of the life, right? So taking any innovative approach or a new route to reaching the end goal is actually requires more confidence of the doctor or the user in the new technology, which we talk about explainability, we talk about, a transparent AI, responsible AI. Really, this is so important in healthcare. First, to get acceptance from the doctors, as well as acceptance from the patient, and finally, as developers of the AI model itself, for us to feel, yes, we are doing the right thing for the end user and not doing it for the sake of technology, for the sake of whatever business or whatever, right? So all of these responsible, I guess even sovereign matters here, transparency and all of these really, I think, matters most to the healthcare domain. And this is where we can actually have huge impact on the ground to the millions of people. So far, Niramai has now made an impact to 500,000 women, which is a proud moment for me. And it is the only AI healthcare for women health which has reached and obtained regulatory clearance from both US, Europe, and several other countries, now used in 20 countries. Yeah, not just make in India, I would say innovated in India with 40 patents and hoping to be used all over the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Geeta. And talking about these solutions for 1.5 billion, if I can even say so from my own experience, as our teams focused on developing these AI-based solutions and models for, it not only gave us new insights for Indian serving Indians, but also created a template for how we serve so many other parts of the world. Because, for instance, this diversity of languages is such a rich kind of thing that we have in India. And once you solve for us, in fact, Partha Talukdar, who's been leading that team, creating a playbook for how do we make these frontier models understand Indian languages, he now leads the overall efforts for our frontier models internationalization globally. Because in that process, he helped create a playbook for how we will handle all of the different languages. And if I could just give one fun example of some recent work. So what happens is when we have our global colleagues think about language coverage, they say, oh, you've covered Hindi. Hindi is spoken by so many million, whatever, so many 100 million people in India, you've covered them all. And it's only people who are based here who, and we tell them, no, there's this saying, kos kos pe badle pani, char kos par vani. The same language is spoken in so many different ways. So it's not just a question of supporting Hindi. Are you supporting all of the different Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, all of the different ways? And in fact, if I could just play one output from our team, let me show you now how Gemini responds to Haryanvi. Let's see if it works. हाँ तो मैं हरियाणा से हूँ, हरियाणवी में बात करें? हाँ, हरियाणवी में बात करें?
राम राम, घनी खुशी हुई है आपसे बात करके। बताइए, ये हालचाल?
ये बताओ, ये जो गीता बबीता फोगट और विनेश फोगट बड़े-बड़े रेसलिंग मैच जीतते हैं, क्या-क्या जीतते हैं?
बताइए, फिर क्या हालचाल है आपके? और हरियाणा में आजकल क्या चल रहा है?
I think there's a background. ये गीता बबीता फोगट और विनेश फोगट बड़े-बड़े रेसलिंग मैच जीतते हैं, क्या-क्या जीतते हैं, कुछ बताएंगे?
इन पहलवान बहनों ने तो देश का नाम रोशन कर दिया है। गीता फोगाट ने 2010 के कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में गोल्ड जीता था और वे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में मेडल जीतने वाली।
There's some still maybe problems that still need to be solved because of background effect and so on. It suddenly switched from Haryanvi to Hindi, but we've been amazed by kind of such delightful experience that these kinds of solutions offer. And this is now the basis for how we start supporting over 1,000 dialects globally, which is kind of coming out of our work that we are doing right here in India. So with that, let me maybe start with, I guess we don't have as much time, so maybe very brief statements. So Vivek, you've been pioneering all of this work on sovereign models. What is your success criteria? When would you say, okay, we've arrived, and what are you looking for other stakeholders to contribute?
That's a good question. I think one of the things that people said that and 2 years ago I think Sam Altman was here and he said in India we shouldn't try to make foundation models and I think that actually kind of triggered a bunch of us and said that we are going to do something. And the interesting thing is, what we've achieved so far, right? I mean, we just, maybe a couple of months ago, we launched a 105 billion parameter model, which was trained from scratch in India, and actually at that size achieved close to state-of-the-art performance. And not just, we're not talking about in Indian languages, but in everything, whether you look at reasoning or you look at math, and that's something and it was done, just to be clear, it was done by 15 kids, right? Who are 15 kids, I mean, all of whom are probably younger than 25, to actually show that this is not something that can be done only in Silicon Valley or something that can be only done in China. We can actually do these kinds of things. And I think I'm happy here to announce that, that this success has given us the ability to go to the next level. And I think our goal is, and I think we are going to attempt to build a trillion parameter model, from India in the near future. That's something that I'd like to say. What is success, though, is really how these models are being used. And I think the question, and you know, I think we are very far from it, but success means when a significant portion of the tokens, AI tokens used in the country actually come from sovereign models like ours. I think that is the definition of success, and it's actually used to solve real problems that are important for us in India. This is a hard road, but I think we are up to the challenge, and we will do it. I mean, I think while the question that people ask is that, you know, you have these, these frontier models, we are not the size of the frontier models. But I think that we should not limit our ambition to small models. I think the direction that Sarvam, for example, is taking a frontier -1 strategy. Okay, that means we are building something which is not necessarily on the frontier today, but something that is behind the frontier in a matter of months and years. And that's something that's important, because in the long run, sovereignty will be important rather than being a few months behind. And I think that's something that we want to have, that no regret alternative that is capable of doing everything, leveraging these things, at the same time solving real problems, which are important for both, government as well as, industry.
So I had these very personalized questions for each of my panelists, but I suddenly learned that our panel time has been cut from 1 hour, originally planned, to half an hour. So with that, I'm going to ask all of the panelists maybe that last question that I had in mind. What is the advice that you would give to the IIT student who's graduating today? So let's start with you, Geeta.
Sure. So I think now the future is not just basically the whole stack, right? Not just building the system science or just the hardware. You have to think about how it sort of, goes through the full vertical and then get to a real application on the ground. So, for example, for those engineers graduating out of IIT, I would say much earlier in the career, it is time to decide what is the discipline. Like on 12th, we decide biology or this, and I think we need to change that whole education structure. Maybe even if we are engineers, right, we have to choose, am I going to work in healthcare, multimedia, or whatever, much before, maybe before your internship. And the internship should possibly be not just a computer science internship, it should also be internship immersed in the domain. For example, my daughter just finished her MBBS. They do 1 year of MBBS kind of internship. Maybe we should let the IITians sort of do at least 3 months of internship in a medical college, for example, right? So because it is going to be interdisciplinary and so on. And second thing I would say is change is inevitable, and it's faster as we see, like, how things changed, and especially the models and the AI models and all that change. So I think preparing the IITians for change, to accept change, to sort of build and leverage change as a skill, right? How do we sort of learn new things in a deep way, right? I think this kind of, more thought process changes and so on is very, very much interested. But focus on hands-on application-based, technology, as well as, it's basically the T is more and more important right now, but the T could be both for depth and also possibly for the domain.
Okay, Lalchan?
Yeah, from my side, I will say after AI, the barrier entry is now so low that everyone should try the multiple iterations. By multiple iterations, I mean, I will give my example. In Cuckoo, we did actually 10 iterations in 3 years. Now you can do same number of iterations within 1 quarter. So my recommendation will be like the default advice to everyone to start something is that you have to choose one problem, then you have to focus, and you have to spend a lot of times. I will say now you can actually break that, and you can do you can actually speed up a lot of things. Within 1 month you can do actually 10 iterations. It is so easy to do now, but still I find in my team also, even in other founders also, that they still think that they have to choose one problem and they will take 1 year to build, and then they will launch in the market, then they will see the result. But today actually with AI you can create an app or create any product within a month, and then you can actually advertise, you can create ads within few days, and then you can do the testing. So my advice will be break your typical thinking in your brain and do multiple iterations. Out of these iterations, you will get some success, and that is, I will say, R&D research at the end.
Okay, thanks. Vivek?
I think change is constant. I think that's very important. And the second thing is you can do things at the speed of thought. We live in wonderful times. Figure and try many things. And I think that's something which is very important. And figure out how you are better every week than you were last week. And that's literally the level at which you have to start thinking, am I doing things better and more efficiently than last week?
Absolutely.
Venkat? Yeah, I would just say, I mean, you'll go much further if you leverage others. So leverage a conference like this to make connections. You know, I'll give you an example of a project we did on road safety, automating the driver license test. We worked with Maruti Suzuki. I mean, we are Microsoft, an American company, but we worked with Maruti Suzuki. We worked with Ola. So essentially, these partnerships and sort of working with the ecosystem around you for whatever you're doing makes things sort of accelerate exponentially.
So if I were to add so building upon what a number of you said, today we are living in such exciting times. Today with technology, we can make such a big difference. So I would really call upon, again, the graduating IIT students to pick problems, right, that they care about and really make a difference. And I'll now make a controversial statement to the computer science undergraduates. My message would be, don't be an idiot. Wake up, smell the coffee. Because what I see is today a whole bunch of computer science graduates in particular are engaged in this very herd-like behavior. They all think that financial, all this algorithmic trading and so on, that's the only job worth doing. I mean, most of them. And they're missing out on so much exciting stuff they could be doing. So at least consciously, it's perfectly fine if you want to go into the algorithmic trading space, financial services space, and so on, innovate there. But open up your minds to so many other exciting possibilities where you could be making a real difference to the world. And in fact, even in some cases, earning a lot of money. Because today, researchers, AI researchers are commanding pretty high salaries. So that would be my message, especially to the computer science graduates, that look at your brethren, right? People who have done these space tech, satellite startups, all these exciting startups, and look at so much of amazing AI work that you can do, as exemplified by our co-founders here and exemplified by the work that folks at Microsoft Research and so on have been doing. Do some exciting work. So with that, let's bring this panel to a close. And I'd like to really thank my panelists for all of their wonderful words of advice, inspiration, wisdom that they shared with the audience. And
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for taking the opportunity and joining us out here at our summit and sharing with us your thoughts and insights. Requesting you to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment. If I could request Shri Prabhat Kumar and Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey to join us on stage to hand over a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists on stage for sharing with us your insights on AI stack for 1.4 billion. Some great takeaways from that brilliant panel discussion. Thank you so much, Shri Manish Gupta, Shri Venkat Padmanabhan, Shri Vivek Raghavan, Shri Ralchand Bisu, and Dr. Geeta Manjunath for joining us out here and being a part of our summit today, sharing with us your words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, we are going to be accompanied by the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, joining us at our summit to share with us his insights and his great perspectives. In a few moments, we will have our dignitaries adorn our stage with their presence. Once again, thank you to our esteemed panelists for being a part of our summit today and sharing with us your insights on AI stack for 1.4 billion of us all. Thank you, panelists, for joining us. Allow us a quick couple of minutes to all of our attendees out here as we quickly set our stage to accompany and accommodate the Honorable Governor of Karnataka. We're going to have a few protocols put in play. If I could request our back-end team to get on with it, please. As I mentioned earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, today promises to have your thoughts and your perspective widened by several of our dignitaries, delegates, policymakers, and of course, game changers joining us and sharing with you their thoughts, their insights. Certainly a great opportunity for you and I to put the power of possibilities forward and of course, bring forth what we stand true for. A special thank you going out to all of our sponsors for your association for our Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Thank you for your support and thank you for your continued representation for our summit, making this a possibility for today. Quickly, guys, you need to hurry it up. We thank you for your continued patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're just following a few of our protocols that we had to put in play and in check before we receive our dignitaries from the government of Karnataka. Once again, thank you for your patience, requesting you all to kindly remain seated. In a few moments' time from now, we will resume. A special thanks going out to all of our sponsors for their continued support and appreciation for our summit, making our summit a huge possibility and, of course, leading to its success. Thank you to all our sponsors.
check.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
Requesting all of our dignitaries, our delegates and associates and attendees of our summit gathered at the pre-function area to kindly make your way inside the area and take your seats. Those of you present inside the hall, if I could request you all to kindly find your seats and take them, and requesting you all to kindly have your mobile phones continue to be placed on silent mode. The Honorable Governor of Karnataka is to be joining us any moment now. So I would request your presence inside our hall, within the arena, and requesting all of you present inside the arena to kindly take your seats and remain seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, attendees, requesting you all to kindly take your seats and remain seated, as in a few moments' time from now, we will be accompanied by the Honorable Governor of Karnataka. I am certain each and every one of us out here are looking forward to hearing from the Honorable Governor of Karnataka about his insights as to our way forward. Once again, to all of our dignitaries, delegates, and attendees gathered at the pre-function area, requesting your presence inside the hall as we are going to be accompanied by our Honorable Governor of Karnataka in a few moments' time from now. And I am certain you're looking forward to hearing from his insights. Those of you present inside the hall, requesting you to kindly find your seats and take them. In a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, we will be accompanied by our Honorable Governor of Karnataka. Kindly have your mobile phones placed on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Thawar Chand Gehlot, whose presence connects the summit to Karnataka's leadership and civic context. It reaffirms the role of public institutions and state ecosystems in enabling innovation. This moment frames how regional strength can align with national technology sovereignty. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Thawar Chand Gehlot. What an incredible honor and an absolute privilege it is to have our Honorable Governor of Karnataka grace the occasion with his presence. Thank you so much, Shri Thawar Chand Gehlot, for joining us out here and being a part of PAN IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. If I could request Shri Prabhat Kumar, IRS Chairman, PAN IIT Alumni India, and Shri Neeraj Kumar, Summit Chair, PAN IIT Bangalore, to kindly join us on stage and do the honors and hand over a felicitation to our Honorable Governor of Karnataka. Also welcoming on stage our dignitaries, along with our Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Thawar Chand Gehlot, we have Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, Dr. Shalini Rajneesh, IAS Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, Shri Shivkumar Kalyanaraman, CEO, ANRF, Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, E-Governance, Government of Karnataka. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of us present out here, requesting you to kindly stand for our national song, followed by our national anthem.
Vande Mataram. Vande Mataram, Sujalam Subhalam, Malayaj Sheetaram, Sasya Syamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Jyosna Pulakitayamini, Kusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय जय जय
Thank you, everyone. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we mark the formal beginning of the proceedings with the lighting of the lamp, a symbol of illumination, discipline, and collective resolve. This moment sets a tone of purpose for the discussion that we have ahead. Inviting all our dignitaries present on stage to kindly join us towards the lamp and proceed with the lamp lighting ceremony. Starting with the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Thawar Chand Gehlot. Sir, if I could request your presence towards the lamp, followed by our dignitaries gathered on the stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we have our Honorable Governor of Karnataka doing the honors and lighting the lamp, beginning our proceedings with a symbol of illumination, discipline, and collective resolve. Thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honors and lighting the lamp and illuminating our summit with the Lord Almighty's blessings. And now, to welcome and address the gathering, once again, it's my pleasure to invite to the dais Shri Prabhat Kumar, IRS PANIIT Chairman, Alumni, India. Sir, if I could kindly have you join us towards the dais and share a few words with us.
His Excellency Sri Thawar Chand Gehlot, sir, Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, sir, Chief Economic Advisor to Government of India, Sri Shiv Kumar Kalyan Raman, CEO of ANRF, Sri Pankaj Kumar Pandey, Principal Secretary, E-Governance, Government of Karnataka, and my colleague, Sri Ashok Kumar ji, General Secretary of PANIIT, and Sri Neeraj Kumar ji, who is the chair of this event at PANIIT in Bangalore. Sir, a very warm welcome और आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. आज हमारे आप यहाँ पे अतिथि आप बन के आए हैं. आपके आशीर्वचन सुनने के लिए हम सब लोग आतुर हैं. सो बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. आपने हमारा स्वीकार किया आतिथ्य. सर, इसके पहले हिज एक्सेलेंसी सर, इसके पहले हम कुछ आगे बताएं. 2 मिनट मैं चाहता हूं कि PANIIT के बारे में थोड़ा जानकारी साझा करना चाहता हूं. जितने भी 23 IIT हैं सर, अभी जो जर्नी 1951 में शुरू हुई थी IIT खड़गपुर से, वो 75 साल के बाद 75th ईयर में अभी 23 IITs हैं इस कंट्री के अंदर में, और 5 लाख से ज़्यादा एलुमनाई वर्ल्ड ओवर में हमारे आज किसी न किसी काम में कहीं न कहीं कंस्ट्रक्टिव वर्क में लगे हुए हैं. और सबका एक ही उद्देश्य है, और वो उद्देश्य है राष्ट्र का निर्माण, नेशन बिल्डिंग. जो यात्रा 1951 में शुरू हुई थी IIT खड़गपुर में, IIT खड़गपुर के वॉल्स के ऊपर में ये लिखा था कि इन सर्विस ऑफ नेशन. तो वो ये जर्नी वहाँ से शुरू हुई है. और PANIIT आज एक बहुत ही मजबूत आवाज़ और प्लेटफॉर्म बन के उभर के आया है, जो कि हम इस 5 लाख जो प्लस हमारे एल्यूमनाई हैं, उन सबों को एक तरह से एक सूत्र में पिरोने का हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं. और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में और सरकार के इनिशिएटिव्स को लोगों तक पहुंचाने में और राष्ट्र निर्माण के काम करने में हम सारे IITian का सहयोग उसमें हम लोग कर रहे हैं और अग्रतर करते रहेंगे. ये हमारी मतलब जो जर्नी है ये उसी के मतलब एक पड़ाव है ये बेंगलोर। और बेंगलोर के लिए मैं बताऊं सर आपको, करीब करीब 50 से 60 हज़ार IIT के एलुमनाई बेंगलोर में रहते हैं। और बेंगलोर को PANIIT के तरफ से हम ये कहते हैं ये न्यू इंडस वैली है। जहाँ सभ्यता शुरू हुई थी पहले इंडस वैली में, तो बेंगलोर जो है टेक्नोलॉजी का इतना बड़ा हब है कि ये एक तरह से न्यू इंडस वैली है। और यहाँ से रह के लोग इतने अच्छे काम कर रहे हैं, अच्छे मतलब स्टार्टअप्स हैं या CEOs हैं, CXOs हैं या वेंचर कैपिटल में लगे हुए हैं, ये सभी लोग जो है कुछ ना कुछ लोगों को मतलब राष्ट्र निर्माण के लिए GDP को बढ़ाते हैं, एम्प्लॉयमेंट देते हैं, तो इस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं। और आज जो एक नई तकनीक जो AI के रूप में आई है, उसको बढ़ाने में बेंगलोर का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है और काफ़ी अच्छा काम यहाँ हो रहा है। तो आज का जो PANIIT समिट है वो इसी स्पिरिट को लेकर के बेंगलोर में रखा गया है। और यहाँ जितने भी पैनल डिस्कशंस हो रहे हैं उसमें डिफेंस टेक और उसमें कैसे हम सॉवरेनिटी लाएं डिफेंस के एरिया में, टेक्नोलॉजी के एरिया में, AI फॉर 1.4 बिलियन पीपल कैसे लाएं, और इसके अलावा AI का यूज़ हम लोग डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्री के अंदर में कैसे कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर में हम बहुत ज़्यादा जोर दे रहे हैं। इसके अलावा कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो पैनल डिस्कशंस हैं या लोगों के आशीर्वचन हैं या कीनोट एड्रेसेस हैं, इसके अलावा हम लोगों ने कुछ समस्याएं ली थी। तो कुछ समस्याएं जो कर्नाटका सरकार है उनसे हमें मिली थी, 8 समस्याएं मिली थी, और 4 समस्याएं मिली थी हमें कॉरपोरेट से। 12 समस्याओं के ऊपर में हम लोगों ने हैकाथॉन करवाया, और हैकाथॉन में 16,000 रिसर्चर्स, बहुत से करीब करीब जो है 800 टीम बनी, और इन लोगों ने अपने सॉल्यूशंस को दिया। और एक कंपनी है हैकर अर्थ करके, उन्होंने ये बहुत बड़ा स्केल पे जो है ये मतलब पूरा हैकाथॉन कराया, और उसमें से जो है अल्टीमेटली जो 50 सॉल्यूशन हैं वो आज यहाँ पे लाइव डेमो किया जाएगा उनका, ताकि जो है उससे हम समस्याओं का समाधान कैसे कर सकते हैं इसकी बात की तरफ बढ़ेंगे आगे। दूसरा, कई सारे स्टार्टअप्स को भी हम लोगों ने कहा था कि आप भी अपने आइडियाज़ को पिच करिए। करीब 500 स्टार्टअप ने पिच किया था आइडिया, उसमें से 15 चुने गए हैं जिनको कि आज पिचाथॉन में वहाँ उनको अवार्ड भी दिया जाएगा, उनको फंडिंग भी दी जाएगी। तो हम ये जो कम्युनिटी है IITians की, ये सब मिल करके हम लोग एक तरह से जो है राष्ट्र निर्माण की तरफ गति देने का ही काम कर रहे हैं, और एक अवेयरनेस भी फैला रहे हैं, बढ़ा रहे हैं। और आज हिज एक्सेलेंसी के अलावा हमारे साथ मंच में विराजमान हैं चीफ इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर साहब, जो कि बताएंगे हमें कि इस सिचुएशन में हम कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ में अर्थव्यवस्था को गति कैसे दे सकते हैं, उस विषय में भी हम उनके विचार सुनेंगे यहाँ पे। और हमारे साथ में जो है अनुसंधान रिसर्च फाउंडेशन के CEO भी बैठे हुए हैं, जो लोगों को मोटिवेट करेंगे कि डीप रिसर्च और उसके कैसे हमें परिणाम मिल सकते हैं और कैसे सपोर्ट सरकार गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कर रही है, उसके विषय में बात करेंगे। सर, हमारे साथ सभागार में बहुत IIT के डायरेक्टर्स बैठे हुए हैं, बहुत से ऐसे लोग हैं, पद्मश्री बैठे हुए हैं जिन्होंने कि तेजस के गुरु रहे हुए हैं, बहुत से लोग हैं जो बहुत इलस्ट्रियस लोग यहाँ पे हैं सर। तो मैं ज़्यादा वक्त ना लेते हुए मैं चाहता हूँ कि जो हमारे साथ मंच पे विराजमान हमारे अतिथि हैं, हम उनसे सुनना चाहते हैं। तो इन शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, और बहुत स्वागत आपका एक बार और। नमस्कार, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Shri Prabhat Kumar, for joining us out here and for that brilliant welcome note this morning. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote sequence deepens the conversation from welcome to substance, connecting technology sovereignty with governance, economic thinking, and national research and development capabilities. Each address brings a different lens, public administration, macroeconomic strategies, and research ecosystem building together as they establish why behind the day's session and the panel. Please allow me and give me the honor of welcoming onto our dais for our first keynote address. We have Shri Shivakumar Kalyana Raman, CEO, Anusandan National Research Foundation, named MIT Technology Review TR100 Young Innovator in 1999, IEEE Fellow in 2010, ACM Distinguished Scientist in 2010. He is a former CTO for Energy Industry Asia Microsoft. He was appointed in March 2025 as the first CEO of ANRF, established under the ANRF Act 2023 to fund research and development across India's universities and labs, with 966 crores allocated in the first year. With a round of applause, please welcome Shri Shivakumar Kalyana Raman. Sir, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Oh, slides. I'll just speak normally without the slides. That's fine. Manya Sri Tawarchand Gehlotji, Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Dr. Ananta Nageshwaranji, my good friend and Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, and all the PAN-IIT organizers, the distinguished IAS officers and secretaries from the Government of Karnataka, and my good friends from Bangalore in general, as well as both industry directors of IITs assembled here, very honorable, distinguished service and leaders from the armed forces, the Air Force and others. My humble respects to all of you, and on behalf of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, I give you a warm welcome here to this PAN-IIT event. As a member of the IIT community, it's really a humbling experience for me to stand in front of you. I'm also a member from the Bangalore fraternity. I chose to go to Delhi, and some people ask me why did I do that, but I hope it's been helpful for the community. So the opportunity that Anusandhan National Research Foundation has is to really be a catalyst for the transformation of India as a research and innovation powerhouse. In the prior session, Dr. Manish Gupta, who's my mentor and my previous manager as well, has sort of laid out some of the challenges that we have in our community to grow there. And I hope that you see that ANRF will serve to be one of the catalysts for really driving a change and lasting change in this matter. So, for those of you who may not be familiar with Anusandhan National Research Foundation, I don't want to use slides. All of those are available in the public domain. I will just speak from my heart. I don't even have a written script. So, is a statutory body of the Government of India. When another distinguished Bangalorean, Nandan Nilekani, went to Delhi to drive the Aadhaar project, a statutory body, UIDAI, was created. Similarly, Anusandhan National Research Foundation is another statutory body set up by Act of Parliament. But the special part of this body is that it is chaired by the Honorable Prime Minister of India himself. And this gives us strategic direction, and the vice chairs are the Honorable Minister of Education and the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology. And with the direction of member of Niti Aayog, which Abhay Karandikarji has now taken over, and with the principal scientific advisor who serves as the chairperson of the Executive Council, and with all the scientific secretaries guiding us, ANRF stands as a body that moves in an agile manner to support all parts of the innovation ecosystem. We are set up by ACT as an apex organization across all stakeholders. What that means is it includes academia, it includes industry, it includes the startup ecosystem, it includes other funding organizations, it includes diaspora, it includes philanthropy, CSR, all of that, right? So my job as CEO is to really connect the dots across all these entities and to really drive collaboration for impact. I would leave you with two messages, right? So the number that is often mentioned is that India's GDP investments is low, and even though there are some counting errors in the in this number, let's take it prima facie as a challenge for all of us. And the reason for lower investment is in part that we need to continue to do more, not just as government, but as of all of society. If you look at all the societies where the investment rates are closer to 3% of GDP or more, the fraction of private investment is much higher at 70-75%, whereas in India it is reversed, where the government fraction is 70-75%, or anywhere from 65 to 70%, and the private fraction is much lower, or the non-governmental fraction. So while we need to grow, we also need to change the composition of this investment. So that is the message number one I want to leave with you. As government, we are making important investments through the institutional innovation of ANRF and other investments. As ANRF, we are partnering with the different parts of government, and you will see us making bolder steps this year in that regard. And we are also partnering with other non-governmental entities to drive the increase in investment. So, but at the same time, we intend to be a catalytic organization. I foresee a future of India where India will be the R&D, sort of juggernaut in the world, as well as an R&D partner for the world. So that means that there are going to be a lot more research labs in India. There's going to be a lot more vibrant ecosystems in India, as well as research that is driven towards impact. Right, so we are making all those changes. So the way to think about increasing R&D investment is that we have to increase the productivity of R&D as well. So if you have a higher return on investment, then more capital will follow. So my job as ANRF CEO is not only to give grants, or through the RDI, just this week we announced through our second level fund manager, TDB, multiple investments made in deep tech startups, and which got hundreds of crores in investments and so on. It is not just about the money portion, but we have to drive change in the ecosystem and how we drive collaboration across different parts of the ecosystem for impact. Collaboration between industry and academia, collaboration between startups and academias, collaboration between ANRF and other funding agencies, and so on and so forth, right? So that collaboration aspect is very important. The second is we have to translate fundamental research to impact. So we believe in both supporting fundamental research, which is curiosity driven, but at the same time, we need to get on with it in terms of translating that science-driven fundamental research to impact, both to capture economic opportunities, new growth engines in the deep tech era, or research and science-driven innovation, but also for society. So in ANRF, we have made several steps in this regard. We are on an S-curve, and we are on the knee of that curve. And as some of you may know, ANRF has two major pieces of our puzzle. One is the RDI fund, which is 1 lakh crore investment announced by the Honorable Prime Minister on November 3rd. And just as of last week, the money has gone out to society. So, and also it is an example of how fast we are able to operationalize, not only do all the remaining processes, but also set up second-level fund managers as well as operationalize. There'll be many more second-level fund managers who are going to be announced shortly. The other part of ANRF is the grant funding that we do, more like the National Science Foundation or DARPA. You're going to see a lot more transformation in that. And one key difference between how DARPA or NSF operates versus what we do is while we'll be taking all world-class practices, we are also going to drive a lot more engagement by industry, by the non-governmental sector, in partnering with both ANRF as well as the rest of the ecosystem. Because our goal is not just to increase the amount of R&D in the ecosystem, but also to have more private sector and non-governmental sector participation. So with that, I will leave you with a famous Shah Rukh Khan line, "Picture abhi baki hai." Thank you.
Absolutely thrilled by how you ended that keynote session. Thank you so much, Sri Kalyana Raman, for joining us out here and sharing with us your words of wisdom. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our next keynote address, we have with us Dr. V. Ananta Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Dr. Ananta spent 17 years in global banking, currently an economist at UBS. He is the head of Asia Research at Credit Suisse, a global CIO of Bank Julius Baer Zurich, co-founded Avishkar Venture Capital and the Takshashila Institution, and appointed CEA in January 2022, a tenure extended through March 2027. He is the co-author of 4 books, 3 published by Cambridge University Press. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Dr. Ananta Nageswaran.
His Excellency, the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, my friend and Chief Executive Officer of the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, Dr. Shivkumar Kalyan Raman, distinguished office bearers of the PAN IIT Alumni Associations, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful for this opportunity to share my thoughts at a critical juncture in the world and particularly for India as well. There is a concept in Sanskrit philosophy, Preya and Shreya. Preya is that which is immediately pleasant, the path of least resistance, the comfortable choice. Shreya is that which is genuinely good for us, the harder choice, the more consequential one. The Kathopanishad tells us that the wise choose Shreya. India in 2026 faces exactly that choice, and this room has an unusual obligation to help India choose correctly. Let me begin with gratitude and context. India has done something genuinely difficult over 3 decades, from the 1991 crisis, which forced an honest reckoning with 4 decades of accumulated policy errors. We built something new. Software and services exports gave us a current account offset that no one had planned. The technology revolution created a middle class, a tax base, and a global reputation for Indian talent that changed how the world sees this country. The supply side reforms since 2014, financial inclusion, goods and services tax, the insolvency and bankruptcy code, and a decade of infrastructure investment, physical and digital, have laid foundations that are real and durable. But I want to be honest with you this morning, because you are exactly the audience that deserves honesty more than comfort. We are at a fork, not a crisis. Let me be precise about that, but a fork. The goods trade deficit of India, is 8.5% of GDP in FY26. Even stripped of oil and gold, it is 3.5% of GDP, and that is structural, not cyclical. Foreign direct investment, net of repatriation and outward flows by Indian firms, has thinned to a trickle. Investors are watching, not committing at the scale India needs. The world is asking with genuine curiosity and not hostility, what is India's next growth driver? And the global financial environment has turned less forgiving. US 30-year treasury yields have crossed 5%, UK 10-year yield is above 5.2%, and Japan's 30-year has touched 4%. Much of the FDI India attracted over 2 decades came during an era of zero interest rates and quantitative easing, when global capital was desperate for yield and emerging markets offered a credible alternative. That era is over. In a world of 5% risk-free long-term interest rates, every dollar flowing into India must clear a far higher bar. India will remain import-dependent and capital-hungry for years. We must grow fast enough and reform fast enough to remain compelling to capital that now has real alternatives. There are three forces shaping the world, simultaneously reshaping the global order, and all three of them bear directly on India's choices. The first one is the consolidation of great power competition. The major economies are progressively organizing their trade, technology, and financial relationships around strategic interest rather than comparative advantage. The multilateral architecture that once provided a neutral growth platform, rules applied consistently, supply chains built on efficiency alone, is under stress from multiple directions. The space for a country to benefit from all sides without difficult choices is narrowing. India's posture must become more proactive and self-reliant rather than our traditional approach has required. The second is the fracture of the Western Alliance as a coherent bloc. Europe and the United States are diverging on trade, defense, and economic sovereignty. Counterintuitively, this creates a window. European middle powers face structurally similar pressures to India for the first time, creating a basis for coalition building that did not previously exist. India should move deliberately before that window closes. The third is the emergence of China as a manufacturing power without historical precedent. China's goods trade surplus crossed $1.2 trillion in 2025, a world record. Earlier this year, in April, Beijing passed regulations that effectively criminalize supply chain due diligence and penalize firms seen to be relocating away from China. It is an architectural move to lock supply chains in place. India has a very short window, if at all, to absorb companies genuinely seeking to diversify. But India has no blocking statute, no anti-sanctions framework, and no investment screening mechanism to leverage it. Whether we act within that window matters enormously. Within this external environment, where does India's own reform agenda point towards? On manufacturing, India must pursue two tracks. Near-term, labor-intensive sectors, garments, footwear, technical textiles, food processing, where a real but closing wage cost advantage exists, and where execution constraints are almost entirely domestic, therefore within our control. In the medium term, semiconductors, batteries, defense electronics, and specialty chemicals, where the geopolitical motivation of technology-holding partners to work with India has never been stronger. The question is not whether the opportunity exists, the question is whether we move at the speed it demands. There is one dimension of India's challenge that deserves far more attention than it receives. We are entering a global commodities super cycle, not a price spike, but a structural decade-long tightening rooted in 15 years of underinvestment in physical resource capacity. Deglobalization, electrification, and geopolitical disruptions are colliding simultaneously with that depleted base. The signal is unambiguous. The physical world is the binding constraint on growth, not code, not capital, not connectivity. For India, this is not an abstract problem. Modern manufacturing, semiconductors, batteries, defense systems, green energy infrastructure, all of them are intensely resource hungry. Copper, nickel, rare earths, ammonia, and above all, energy are the molecules without which factories do not run and supply chains do not hold. India is structurally short in precisely these resources. Effectively fully import dependent for nickel and tin, the Strait of Hormuz carries nearly half our trade, half our crude, and the bulk of our LPG as well. One choke point, as the present situation makes very clear, can simultaneously shock energy cost, fertilizer supply, free trades, and remittances. No commodities, no resources, no manufacturing. India must build strategic reserves, not just crude oil, but across the critical commodity spectrum. It must accelerate nuclear energy with urgency. The current pace doesn't yet reflect that. Nuclear is immune to geopolitical choke points, impervious to fuel price volatility, and capable of the base load that renewables cannot provide. A country aspiring to host semiconductor fabs, battery gigafactories, and data centers cannot treat nuclear as a distant horizon. The physics is settled. The economics is improving. It must be a near-term priority. On services, artificial intelligence is compressing routine cognitive tasks and narrowing entry-level hiring. The Global Capability Center sector, India hosts over 55% of the world's GCCs, earning nearly $70 billion in annual exports, is a genuine buffer. But it is not infinitely scalable. India needs at least 8 million new jobs or livelihoods per year. The entire IT sector employs anywhere between 5 to 6 million in total. The arithmetic is sobering. The jobs AI cannot perform at scale, the electrician, the skilled trade person, the construction worker, whose every site is unlike the last one, these are the most protected jobs in the emerging economy. India's infrastructure capex programs generate massive demand for precisely these skills. Making trade skills genuinely prestigious and well paid is not a cultural aspiration. It is an economic imperative. India needs to move on this faster than Germany or Japan did. Let me close with something that speaks specifically to all of you here, not as professionals, but as citizens with uncommon capacity. The concept of Purva Paksh, an ancient Indian discipline requiring you to understand an opposing argument so completely that you can construct its strongest form before advancing your own argument, is the decisive educational philosophy for the AI age. AI produces competent output in any cognitive domain. The person who has mastered the domain can interrogate that output, identify what is right, what is missing, and what the better question was. The person who has not can only relay the output. A relay is replaceable. IIT alumni are therefore uniquely placed to carry this philosophy into every institution where they hold influence, the philosophy of Purva Paksh. You are collectively an extraordinary reservoir of power, reach, and credibility in government, parliament, state legislatures, the private sector, startups, academia, and on boards that shape global investment flows. You have the technical depth to cut through the noise, the institutional access to act on what you understand, and the credibility to enable cross-sectoral alignment. India has been at the crossroads before. In 1947 and again in 1991, the country rose to the demand of the moment, not because the government decided alone, but because enough people with enough capacity chose to act rather than observe. We are at such a moment again. We face simultaneously a structural transformation of the global economy, weaponized supply chains, an AI revolution redrawing the map of employable skills, and a geopolitical order being renegotiated without waiting for India. But there is something this moment demands that is different in kind. The process and the pace of decision-making that served us well in a benign world, or did not at least hurt us, the long consultations, the wait for consensus, the deference to process over outcome, that is now becoming a strategic liability. We inhabit a geopolitically fragmented, conflict-prone world where the gap between recognizing an opportunity and acting on it can determine whether it is seized or lost for a generation to come. You sit on boards that can set the pace for industries. You advise governments that can compress approval timelines. You are in legislatures where you can ask persistently why a reform announced in one budget has not been operationalized by the next one. What we have sometimes lacked is the collective will to decide at the speed the moment requires, and the willingness to call out the entropy of process when it masquerades as prudence. That credibility belongs to this room. It should be used. The prayer path is available to all of us, including in this room. We can celebrate what has been achieved, note the challenges with concern, and return to our routines. No one will fault us for that. But the economy will muddle through, as it often has. But muddling through is not the same thing as rising to its potential. India's potential, 1.4 billion people, young demographic, the largest pool of technically trained talent outside China, is not a given. It must be claimed deliberately. So here is what I ask all of you, not a pledge, but a posture. Treat your access to capital, to policy, to institutions, to public discourse as a trust, not a privilege. India's next 25 years will not be returned by any single government or policy instrument. It will be shaped by the aggregate of choices made by people like the ones in this room, in how you invest, what you advocate, which careers you make prestigious, and which conversations you are willing to have honestly rather than comfortably. The IITs were created because a newly independent nation decided that technical excellence and intellectual rigor were not luxuries. They were instruments of sovereignty. That founding conviction was right. It remains right. The question here and now is whether the alumni are ready to deploy it at the scale and the speed that this fork in the road demands today. I believe you are, and I hope you believe it too. Thank you very much.
I must say, Dr. Nageswaran very, very brilliantly and aptly said, capturing the state of affairs of what's going on across the globe, talking about our plan of action and how we need to spearhead this to the power of possibilities from 1947 to 1991 and now to 2026. It's no longer time for us to observe, but indeed act on it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the inaugural address, it is a true honor to have with us the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot. Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot is a graduate from Vikram University, Ujjain. Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot worked as a laborer at Grasim Industries before entering public life through trade union work in the 1960s. Shri Tawar represents Shajpur in Lok Sabha between the years of 1996 to 2009, a union minister for social justice and empowerment under Prime Minister Modi between the years of 2014 to 2021 and a leader of the House in Rajya Sabha. Shri Tawar has been appointed as the 13th Governor of Karnataka in July 2021, a first from Madhya Pradesh to hold this post. It's an incredible honor and an absolute privilege for each and every one of us gathered here to hear the insights and the perspective of our Honorable Governor. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to our dais the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot.
PANIIT बेंगलोर समिट 2026 में उपस्थित भारत सरकार के मुख्य आर्थिक सलाहकार डॉक्टर वी अनंता नागेश्वरन जी, जिनका उद्बोधन आपने अभी हमने सबने सुना, प्रेरणादायी है। PANIIT एलुमनी इंडिया के चेयरमैन श्री प्रभात कुमार जी, ANRF के CEO श्री शिव कुमार जी, कर्नाटक सरकार के अपर मुख्य सचिव श्री पंकज कुमार पांडे जी, अशोक कुमार जी जनरल सेक्रेटरी PANIIT बेंगलोर समिट 2026 के अध्यक्ष श्री नीरज कुमार जी, देश भर से पधारे प्रतिष्ठित वैज्ञानिक, उद्योगपति, शिक्षाविद, स्टार्टअप उद्यमी और नीति निर्माता, भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थानों के सम्माननीय पूर्व छात्रगण, सम्माननीय अतिथिगण एवं मीडिया के महानुभाव, आप सभी को सादर प्रणाम करता हूं और इस कार्यक्रम में आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि बेंगलुरु जिसे भारत की सिलिकॉन वैली कहा जाता है, इस समिट का आयोजन स्थल है। यह शहर आईटी उद्योग का केंद्र होने के साथ साथ नवाचार, अनुसंधान और स्टार्टअप संस्कृति का प्रेरणा स्रोत भी है। यहाँ शिक्षा, उद्योग और अनुसंधान संस्थानों के बीच जो समन्वय दिखाई देता है वो पूरे देश के लिए एक आदर्श मॉडल है। पेन आईआईटी बेंगलोर समिट 2026 के शुभारंभ अवसर पर आमंत्रण के लिए समिट के आयोजकों एवं भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान परिवार के सम्मानित पूर्व सदस्यों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं इस सम्मेलन के भव्य आयोजन के लिए आयोजकों, विशेष रूप से पेन आईआईटी समुदाय को हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस समिट के माध्यम से आज यहाँ पर अनेक प्रतिभाशाली व्यक्तियों को एक साथ देखकर और उनसे मिलकर तथा यह जानकर प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि आप सभी विकसित, आत्मनिर्भर और समृद्ध भारत के लिए निर्माण के लिए संकल्पित है। भारतीय प्रौद्योगिकी संस्थान तकनीक शिक्षण संस्थान होने के साथ साथ भारत की प्रतिभा, अनुसंधान, नवाचार और आत्मनिर्भरता के सशक्त केंद्र है। आईआईटी के पूर्व छात्रों ने विश्व भर में भारत की बौद्धिक क्षमता का परचम लहराया है। यह हमारे लिए गर्व का विषय है कि आज भारतीय प्रतिभा वैश्विक नवाचार का नेतृत्व कर रही है। इस समिट की थीम पावरिंग इंडिया इनोवेशन डिकेड फॉर नेशन बिल्डिंग आज के समय में बहुत ही उपयुक्त एवं महत्वपूर्ण है। यह विषय विकसित भारत के निर्माण का राष्ट्रीय संकल्प भी है। 21वीं सदी ज्ञान, तकनीक और नवाचार की सदी है। जो राष्ट्र नवाचार में अग्रणी होगा वही आर्थिक, सामाजिक और राजनीतिक रूप से विश्व का अग्रणी राष्ट्र बनेगा। आज भारत उस ऐतिहासिक मोड़ पर खड़ा है जहां हमारे पास युवा शक्ति, डिजिटल क्षमता, वैज्ञानिक प्रतिभा और लोकतांत्रिक ऊर्जा चारों का अद्भुत संगम है। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने विकसित भारत 2047 का जो संकल्प रखा है उसकी सफलता का आधार नवाचार और प्रौद्योगिकी है। आज भारत तकनीक का उपभोक्ता होने के साथ साथ तकनीक आधारित समाधान देने वाला वैश्विक भागीदार बन रहा है। डिजिटल पेमेंट, स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी, सेमीकंडक्टर, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी, ग्रीन एनर्जी और रक्षा अनुसंधान जैसे क्षेत्रों में भारत नई ऊंचाइयों की ओर अग्रसर हो रहा है। भारत राष्ट्र निर्माण सरकारों की कार्य योजनाओं के साथ साथ समाज की सामूहिक चेतना और प्रतिभा की भागीदारी से संभव हो सकता है। आईआईटी समुदाय ने सदैव राष्ट्र हित को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। आज आवश्यकता इस बात की है कि तकनीक का उपयोग सामाजिक परिवर्तन और समावेशी विकास के लिए भी हो। हमें यह सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि नवाचार गांवों तक पहुँचे, किसानों तक पहुँचे, छोटे उद्यमियों तक पहुँचे और समाज के हर व्यक्ति के जीवन को सरल बनाए। जब तकनीक मानवता की सेवा से जुड़ेगी तभी वह राष्ट्र निर्माण का माध्यम बनेगी। आज स्टार्टअप इंडिया और मेक इन इंडिया जैसे अभियानों ने देश में उद्यमिता की नई संस्कृति विकसित की है। भारत विश्व का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है। यह आंकड़ा भारत की बदलती मानसिकता का प्रतीक है। आज हमारे युवा अब नौकरी खोजने वाले की बजाय रोजगार सृजित करने वाले बन रहे हैं। मैं विशेष रूप से इस बात पर बल देना चाहूँगा कि आने वाला दशक इनोवेशन डिकेड तभी बनेगा जब हम 3 महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों पर ध्यान देंगे। पहला, रिसर्च विथ रिलेवेंस, ऐसा अनुसंधान जो समाज और उद्योग की वास्तविक समस्याओं का समाधान दे। दूसरा, कोलैबोरेशन विथ कमिटमेंट, शिक्षा संस्थानों, उद्योगों, सरकार और स्टार्टअप्स के बीच मजबूत सहयोग करें। तीसरा, इनोवेशन विथ इंक्लूजन, ऐसा नवाचार जो समाज के हर वर्ग को साथ लेकर चले। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और नई तकनीकों के इस युग में नैतिक मूल्यों का महत्व और भी बढ़ जाता है। हमें ऐसी तकनीक विकसित करनी होगी जो मानवता के कल्याण को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दे। भारत की सांस्कृतिक विरासत हमें वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का संदेश देती है, इसलिए भारत का नवाचार मॉडल मानव कल्याण आधारित होना चाहिए। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत की ओर आशा और विश्वास के साथ देख रही है। जलवायु परिवर्तन, स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा, ऊर्जा संकट और साइबर सुरक्षा जैसी वैश्विक चुनौतियों के समाधान में भारत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है। हमारे वैज्ञानिक, इंजीनियर और नवोन्मेषी युवा इस दिशा में नई संभावनाएं निर्मित कर रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह समिट विचार विमर्श का मंच होने के साथ साथ नई साझेदारियों, नए स्टार्टअप, नए अनुसंधानों और नए राष्ट्रीय संकल्पों का मंच भी बनेगा। यहाँ होने वाली चर्चाएं भारत को नवाचार आधारित वैश्विक नेतृत्व की दिशा में आगे बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगी। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि सपने बड़े देखिए, चुनौतियों से मत डरिए और अपने ज्ञान को राष्ट्र सेवा से जोड़िए। भारत की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति उसकी युवा ऊर्जा है। यदि यह ऊर्जा सही दिशा में प्रयुक्त हो तो भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनने से कोई नहीं रोक पाएगा। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने कहा था, उठो, जागो और लक्ष्य प्राप्ति तक मत रुको। आज यही संदेश भारत के नवाचार अभियान का भी मंत्र है। अंत में मैं पैन आईआईटी बेंगलोर समिट 2026 के सफल आयोजन के लिए आप सबको हार्दिक बधाई एवं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और आशा करता हूं कि यह समिट भारत के इनोवेशन डिकेड को नई गति, नई दिशा और नई प्रेरणा प्रदान करेगी। आइए हम सब मिलकर ज्ञान, विज्ञान और नवाचार के माध्यम से आत्मनिर्भर, समृद्ध, समावेशी और विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लें। इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। आप सबके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करते हुए आप सबका धन्यवाद देता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Truly remarkable having to hear from our Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot. As our Honorable Governor rightly said, the presence of our Honorable Governor along with our other dignitaries from our country provides a unique intersection and opportunity where our collaborative efforts, putting our best responsible foot forward, can contribute directly to our collective success. Thank you so much, our Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot, for joining us this morning and sharing with us your words of wisdom. Dhanyavad, sir. Requesting all our PAN-IIT India office bearers present on stage to kindly do the honors and present and felicitate our other dignitaries present on the stage. Can we have our felicitations brought on stage as we have our PAN-IIT or India office bearers present on stage doing the honors and handing over a token of appreciation to all of our dignitaries on our stage. Truly a remarkable moment this morning, ladies and gentlemen, having our Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawar Chand Gehlot, be a part of PAN-IIT Bangalore Summit 2026, sharing with us his words of wisdom, talking to us about how you and I together can spearhead India's success as the globe watches us. Thank you so much, Shri Tawar Chand Galot, for being a part of our summit today. An absolute honor and a privilege. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. And now for the vote of thanks, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, DPAR E-Governance, and IIT Rookie Alumnus IES Topper 2000 Batch Karnataka cadre. Before his current position, Shri Pankaj ran Bescom, Karnataka's largest power distribution utility with 8.5 million consumers with a 11,000 crore turnover and KPTCL. He is appointed Principal Secretary E-Governance in January 2026. He now sits at the intersection of technology and public administration for a state of 70 million people. Over to you, Shri Pankaj.
A very good afternoon to
Before we could have the vote of thanks, sir, allow us a quick moment. Can we have the other felicitations brought on stage for our other dignitaries joining us this morning, please? Thank you, Dr. Ananta, for being a part of PAN IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Your keynote address was indeed moving and something that we all resonate with. And of course, a lot of food for thought that's been left for us to dwell over as the day progresses. Thank you so much for joining us out here this morning.
So I'm back here. Very good afternoon to everyone. When the entire PAN IIT Bangalore Summit was planned and Prabhat sir and the various office bearers came, we thought it will be nothing more than a miracle to get the Honorable Governor here, and we went to his office and he held the importance of the program and told that I will definitely come. I'd like to thank the Honorable Governor, His Excellency Shri Tawar Chand Galot, to have come and address us. Thank you very much, sir. In an ever-changing and more connected world, we are going through a catharsis. Everything is changing, the world order is changing, the economics is changing, the finances are changing, and a small event at one place in the world impacts everywhere. And I would like to thank our Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. V. Anant Nageswaran, sir, for having come here and addressed the gathering. Thank you very much, sir. We also have Mr. Shiv Kumar Kalyan Raman, a local Bangalorean who has come here. In fact, I was discussing with him on the sidelines that on the lines of a corporate social responsibility or CSR, we should have something like corporate research responsibility fund set up by each company. That should be the mandate, because I was hearing the same thing that 8 to 10%, 12%, two-digit figure goes for the major companies. We should have some kind of a CRR regulation put on the corporate body so that we have more and more research coming. And he, as the head of the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which has a mandate of getting the research done in the various Indian institutions and various research institutions. I'd like to thank him for having addressed the gathering. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Prabhat Kumar, Mr. Ashok Kumar, Mr. Neeraj, all of them have worked tirelessly, I can tell you, since the last 3 months, not to miss all others who are there from the PAN IIT family, who have done tremendous work in the last 3-4 months to have organized such a big summit. I'd like to thank all of them for having contributed and having made the complete summit a grand success. I'd like to thank the various directors, the personnel from the Air Force, from the Defense Forces who have come, the various entrepreneurs, my IIT friends who have come. We have various dignitaries who have been our teachers in our college. Thank you very much for having made it, and I would like to thank the media for having always been with us to popularize this event. I hope this event sets a trademark and a landmark for the future innovations, for the future things from Bangalore, from India. A lot of things have to come. Thank you very much, and thank you for having graced the occasion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for your concluding remarks, Shri Pankaj. Requesting everybody to kindly rise for our national song, followed by our national anthem.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam, Shasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Jyotsnam Pulakitayamini, Punya Kusumita Drumadala Shobhini, Suhasini Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Koti Koti Kantha Kala Kala Ninada Karale, Koti Koti Bhujai Dhita Khara Karavale, Abala Kenumarat Bole, Bahubaladharini Namami Tarini, Vipudalavarini Mataram, Vande Mataram. Tumi Vidya, Tumi Dharma, Tumi Riddhi, Tumi Marma, Tvam hi Pranaha Sharire, Bahute Tumi Ma Shakti, Hridaye Tumi Ma Bhakti, Tomaroi Pratima Gadi Mandire Mandire, Vande Mataram, Tvam hi Durga Dasha Praharana Dharini, Kamala Kamala Dala Viharini, Vani Vidya Daini, Namami Tvam, Namami Kamala Mamala, Atula, Sujalam, Sufalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shamalam Saralam Susmitam Bhushitam, Dharani Dharani Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. And with that, I would like to take the opportunity and thank all of our dignitaries on our stage. Once again, a special thank you going out to the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawar Chand Galot, for gracing the occasion with your presence and sharing with us your words of wisdom. Sir, thank you so much. Please put your hands together, everyone. A loud round of applause at that. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, while we take this opportunity to reset our stage for what we have next for you, I would like to quickly remind you that we do have parallel sessions being conducted along with the sessions that we have for you in our main hall. Kindly make a note of the same. We have Women in Tech sessions that are conducted at the Harmony Hall. That is Women in Tech session being conducted at the Harmony Hall. And we also have the Hackathon at Azure Ballroom. So those of you looking to be a part of either of these sessions, once again, requesting you to kindly make a note that Women in Tech session is being conducted at the Harmony Hall and Hackathon at Azure Ballroom. With that being said, we're going to proceed with our next session right here. Allow us a moment to quickly rearrange our stage for the next session. I promise you the next session is something that all of us are looking forward to, and I am certain you will be left thought-provoked after listening to our speaker this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to dive into our next session that we have for you at our summit this afternoon. Requesting you all to kindly find your seats and take them, as we are all set to continue with our next session for our summit this afternoon. Those of our associates, dignitary, delegates, and attendees gathered at the pre-function area, requesting you to kindly join us inside the hall and take your seats. Those of you present inside the hall, continue remaining seated and kindly continue having your mobile phones on silent mode. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to resume with our next session that we have for you at our summit this afternoon. Requesting you all to kindly settle down and take your seats. Requesting you to kindly have your mobile phones placed on silent mode. Those of our attendees gathered at the pre-function area, I'm going to have to request you to kindly join us inside the hall and take your seats. Dignitaries, ladies, gentlemen, if I could kindly request you to take your seats as we begin with our next session this afternoon. You know, the nation's future is built by people, people who persist through complexities.
From a young age, he was found in deep meditation. He would say, "I have family everywhere. People are waiting for me." After completing his education, he began traveling the world, reviving ancient knowledge and imparting spiritual wisdom. And then, in the winter of 1981, he went into a period of silence, during which the Sudarshan Kriya was revealed to him, the most powerful breathing technique that relieves stress, creates emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Gurudev began traveling across the world, teaching this knowledge, and so the art of living was born.
He has designed 65 unique programs taught by over 38,000 teachers in 182 countries, transforming billions of lives.
The only thing I'm proud of, I have very dedicated, committed volunteers all over the world. They carry on the work.
Inspired by Gurudev, Art of Living volunteers are changing the world by providing free education, rehabilitating prisoners.
I used to actually look forward to fights. I can now walk away from a fight.
If it hadn't been for you and your teachings, my life would look much different than it does today.
Healing war veterans.
Just on a practical level, I sleep at night.
And that's where this program really probably helped me more than anything, is it gave me myself back.
Helping at-risk inner-city youth.
I lost my sister, I lost my grandma, I lost my great-grandpa. I didn't know how to deal with my stress. Since the yoga classes started to help me, I don't feel much about it anymore because I feel happy, like they're in a better place now.
Making college campuses stress-free.
I cannot believe, still to this day, how deep of a meditation I fell into. I felt alive, I felt energized, I felt awake.
Empowering rural communities.
I was a heavy smoker, drink like a fish, but now, just quit, just ain't that.
They're preserving the environment by promoting natural farming, cleaning the planet, planting trees, and reviving rivers. In situations where war seemed like the only outcome, Gurudev was instrumental in creating peace.
He was instrumental in resolving the 500-year-old Ayodhya dispute, brought peace in Kashmir and Naxal-affected areas.
We had been taught to operate guns, arms, and train other youths. But now, after doing the Art of Living course and meeting Shri Shri, we realized we had chosen the wrong path.
जिस शख्स को हमने हमेशा अब मोबाइल फोनों में देखा था, आज उसको रियल में देख के हमारा माइंडसेट बिल्कुल ट्रांसफॉर्म हो चुका है.
Ended a civil war in Colombia.
There's one country in the world that has to be
in total gratitude with you is mine.
And has spread peace in the Middle East.
For his humanitarian efforts and peace initiatives, Gurudev has been conferred with numerous awards, including the highest civilian award of Colombia, Mongolia, Paraguay, Suriname, and Fiji. He has also been conferred the Padma Vibhushan, India's highest civilian award, and 28 honorary doctorates globally.
The art of living has an incredible following that cuts through all religions, cultures, and backgrounds. A very difficult thing to do in today's world.
To create a one-world family and celebrate unity and diversity, Gurudev created the World Culture Festival, bringing together millions from across the globe. In Delhi in 2016, the festival brought together over 3.75 million people from 155 countries with spectacular performances on a breathtaking 7-acre stage. In 2023, the 4th edition of the festival saw 1.1 million people from 180 countries gather on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The Art of Living has hosted historic events leading to multiple Guinness World Records, including one for the most people meditating online with Gurudev. His vision for the world is to see a smile on every face and create a stress-free, violence-free society.
We gather today in this wonderful occasion, blessed by our Master of Love.
If you can have the spiritual force of Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, then we have a beautiful world.
The voice of peace, the voice of truth, it should be heard loud and clear.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have with us Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, the spiritual patron of PANIIT and founder, The Art of Living. Please put your hands together and join me in extending a warm round of applause to Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, our spiritual patron, PANIIT, and the founder of The Art of Living. Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, it is such an incredible honor to have you grace this occasion with your presence. Thank you for being a part of our summit this afternoon. Allow us this moment to extend our warm welcome to you by felicitating you, done by Shri Neeraj Kumar, present on our stage. As we have Shri Neeraj Kumar felicitating Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, I would like you all to kindly put your hands together and let's extend our warmest of welcome to our spiritual patron, PANIIT, and the founder of The Art of Living, Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji. Thank you, Shri Neeraj, for doing the honors. The nation's future is built by people. People who persist through complexities, people who convert ideas into outcome. This next keynote speaks directly to those builders, to those engineers, the founders, scientists, and change makers shaping India's next capability cycle. It connects sovereignty with values, reminding us that technology must serve a larger purpose. And for this, it's a great honor to have with us Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji, our spiritual patron, PANIIT, founder, The Art of Living. Born in 1956, graduated in Vedic literature and physics by 17, Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji is the founder of The Art of Living that was established in Bangalore, Nama Bengaluru, in 1981. Now operating across 180 countries with programs touching an estimate of 800 million people, Gurudev developed Sudarshan Kriya, a breathing practice that emerged from a 10-day silence on the banks of River Bhadra back in 1982. Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji founded the International Association for Human Values in 1997, which holds special consultative status at the UN. Gurudev Sri Sri Ravi Shankar Ji is credited with peace interventions in the countries such as Iraq, Colombia, Ivory Coast, and of course, Kashmir, and is the recipient of the honors of Padma Vibhushan. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we spearhead into listening to the spiritual words of wisdom from our spiritual patron of PAN IIT, the one and only Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Ji. So it's such an incredible honor to have you with us. We are all excited and looking forward to hearing from you. Please lead the way.
So, how are you all? Thank you. Thank you. You know, you are builders of this country and the world. Wherever you go in the world, IITians are a pride to this nation. So let me congratulate you all for your commitment to knowledge, commitment to progress, and commitment to the world. Having said this, I'll say we are facing a serious crisis today in the world. You all know. That's attention deficiency syndrome. Am I right? I don't know how it is in the IITs today, but I know it was different before. Do you agree with me? You know, normally the attention span in the 50s and 60s or 70s even was 35, 40 minutes, something like that. Today, the attention span is only 30 seconds. So I'm going to keep asking you questions again and again. Make sure you are still here. You don't go for a cappuccino or a tea break in between mentally. Yeah? Is that okay? So, what is that you want me to speak today? What are your questions? Do you have some questions? Can India be a developed country in the next 5 years? You want me to predict? You think I'm an astrologer? Roadmap, yeah. Good. That's one thing. And anything else? Yeah. How to? Can you take the mic and say that, please? Everybody can hear that.
I said, sir, our identity in this room is we are all science and technology graduates or trained people. How
Correct.
do we use this as a launch pad to attain spirituality?
Spirituality, yeah. Science to spirituality, yeah.
We have a lot of startup people over here from IITs and other institutes. Because of AI and other things coming, people are losing jobs and the future doesn't look that green. So
right,
how to deal with the stress?
How to handle the stress, yeah.
Gurudev, in this complicated world, how do we remain focused? How do we control our mind so that we remain focused on the objectives that we are setting?
Exactly, yeah. Wonderful.
That's a big challenge.
Gurudev, my son joined your course and he started doing intuition. But now, as you told that 30 seconds is not the span even for today children, and he's like a bit, right now he's not doing it continuously. And how to take him back to doing the same thing?
Yeah.
Today we are living in a world of artificial intelligence. Can you elaborate how do we relate artificial intelligence world and its concepts to spirituality?
Okay.
How can we use AI to benefit humanity? So could you share some thoughts on it? You have talked about absolute intelligence, maybe something about that.
Gurudev, is AI Is AI going to destroy the world in upcoming years?
Gurudev, my question is, with so many conflicts across the globe, which is not seen for decades, how do you see the world 10,
How do I
years,
see the world in the
10,
future?
15 years
Yeah.
down the road?
Okay, let's start from here. How does spirituality impact technocrats? Or is it any worth? Does it do anything at all? Now, you all said, everybody admits that we are facing tremendous stress. People are losing job with AI coming, technologies are getting outdated. Now, what is that we need to do? When the work pressure is so much, it's natural we get stressed, right? Too much to do, too little time and no energy is the formula for stress. And this is very prevalent today, right? Without any copyright. Stress is now available everywhere. Everybody is manufacturing their own type of stress. And mental agony in this country is increasing like never before. Indian Institute of Science, IITs, IIMs, all these places, depression has hit the ceiling like never before. Now, what is that we did wrong? Where did we go wrong? Is we forgot to attend to our mental health, our mind stuff. This is where art of living comes to play. It brings you much needed energy. It helps you to press the delete button in your computer, which we have forgotten to press. So we are overwriting again and again and creating this instrument of ours, which is responsible for creativity, get into a rut. So, it is important that we need to take care of our mind. And taking care of mind means increasing the energy level. And that can happen with the help of breath. Our body has 30 trillion cells and they all breathe. Every day new cells are being born, every day old cells are dying. Everyone is a walking maternity home and a burial ground at the same time. But we never pay attention to this aspect. So attending to our mind, our intellect, our memory, our ego, makes a huge difference in our energy levels. Then what is the result? What does it do to us? It makes our mind more focused, more attentive, more relaxed. As a result, our perception becomes better, our observation becomes better, and our expressions become even better. Are you all here with me? Yes. There in the back? Yeah. If you want to do any startup, you want to do anything creative, you need two things. One is your entrepreneurial spirit. You will have many obstacles, and how you handle them and how you move over them is something which is very important. If you think as a person in the startup, you think you will face no hurdle, you have a very smooth road ahead, you are mistaken, my dear. It's not going to be that. Any startup means there will be humps. Do you have a brake in your car to go over the humps? This is what you need to check. And your ability to take the blows, take the failures, makes you stronger and more creative. Every challenge that you face is to bring out even the better creativity from within you. Let's keep this one idea in the mind, that There is a challenge, so this is really challenging our own creativity, our own abilities. Then you see, you will be able to manage situation which otherwise you thought you could never do it. And the second thing is intuitive ability. Innovative spirit and intuitive ability are two things which is essential to be successful in any field. What do you say? If you're an investment banker, then also you need the right intuition, where to put the money and how to handle the situation. Otherwise, it's gone. When you are so confused and stressed, both these faculties does not work. So, for your faculties to be more effective, you need to be free from stress. For this, you have to see life from a broader perspective. And that is what spirituality is all about. Seeing life from a narrowed, immediate, framework to a broader perspective. Look back and see you have had many challenges in life and you have overcome them all. So, looking back at your own experience, you will get even more confidence, more strength to face which appears to be unsurmountable. Are you all still here? Okay. Now, AI, I would say, is not an impediment. It's not going to destroy the world. What destroys the world is our own mindset. It's not the technology. The same nuclear energy we can use to further the society for development, same thing we can use to destroy. It's like an apparatus, an instrument in your hand. You can do it whatever you want to with it. But for what is needed is the mindset for that, a broader mindset. When people who are engaged in terrorism, when we speak to them, they are also nice people. They are not bad people. They are misguided people. A little attention, a little understanding to them. Hey, wake up. Why are you going around killing people? Wake up. What is that you gain with this? That one question kindles their sleeping humanness in them. And they're able to, oh, wow. Then they admit, what I have been doing was wrong. That sincerity in us to take people in our arms and then educate them is a skill in itself. In your own field, you have somebody who is assisting you and say, suppose they are a little dumber, duller, they're not so attentive. You just keep scolding them, then they never improve. But if you take them along with you and ask them, what is the problem? How we can help you to improve? How I can help you? How I can contribute to you? What shall we do together? This sort of inclusion and motivation can help people to grow beyond their limitations. What do you say? Teamwork is essential. If you want to build a nation, alone you cannot do. Am I right? How many of you agree with me on this? And in your team, suppose there are 4 people in your team and 2 goes in one direction, another 2 goes in another direction. It's not a teamwork at all. Team need not be like a sheep team where they all go with one in one hit, but it need to be a team of diverse people. That's where it's teamwork. Diverse thinking, and that's what art of living is all about. If you see, I usually say art of living is not a poultry farm or a cow shed, not gaushala. It is a zoo. So we have people of all types, totally uneducated, educated, doctors, engineers, everyone is there. But everyone working together as a team, they can do things which, which is startling for many, amazing. So, for a creative output, don't think AI is an impediment. It is only giving you challenge to be more original. AI cannot bring something very original. It only gives you information what is already there. So it compels you, it challenges you to be original. What do you say? So, a little bit time for yourself. Taking a walk, the sunset time, taking a walk by yourself, relaxing more. Especially when you have a creator's block or when you have creative block in you. You want to think about, want to do something and you're putting so hard, working so hard on it, it doesn't work. Take a little time for yourself. Do a little bit of meditation, half an hour. Then you see you're able to be much more efficient. You'll be able to put things, take things forward much further than what you would have imagined. So attending to yourself is very important, number one. Second, as I said, in the teamwork, understanding others, attending to oneself, understanding others, where they come from, and trying to educate them. We should educate them, and if they don't, we ignore them and keep moving ahead. These are some things that if we pay attention to, we can really build a beautiful world. We need to dream of a world where we are free from violence. What is the point of having everything and you are not able to enjoy it? You have so much food, but you have diabetes. You have such a good home and nice bed, but you have insomnia. And you have everything and you are depressed. A person who is depressed doesn't even take care of himself. Forget about the environment. Have you ever seen someone who is depressed taking care of the environment? They don't even keep their own room clean. And how do you expect them to take care of this planet Earth? So first and foremost, mental health, robustness in the mind, sharpness in the intellect, and happiness in one's being. Every individual who has come onto this planet has come as a bundle of joy. You have kids in your home, small babies, look at them. They're oozing happiness. When they smile, they're not just smiling with the lip. Every cell of their body is smiling. But for us, we do everything very mediocre. Even anger of a child is 100%. If a child is getting angry, so angry, just snatch a toy away from the hand of a child, the whole body will reverberate with anger. So we are suppressing our emotions in some place. I don't mean you should get so angry, upset. So I want to say that we are doing things so mediocre because we have not attended to our own spirit. We have not got that context to life. If we can take a few moments, do this, you will see how life changes. All the top innovators in the world, I know, I understand many of you already know. If you don't know, take it from me. The top innovators of the world, who has ever innovated, whatever, Apple and Facebook, Time, everybody has gone deep in meditation. They have all meditated. They honor the spirituality of this land so much. When I say spirituality, it's not just the mumbo jumbo things, just you do sit and listen to Kathavachak or just go on singing, but something deeper, the philosophy of it. Whether it's Einstein or Eisenberger, they all have appreciated how the philosophy of India has contributed to their thinking. You know, I was invited by the Institute of CERN in Geneva with the scientists. They were talking about space element, the space. I told them, you know, in India, Indian philosophy has said about 3 types of space. They said, you know, the ancient people only knew 4 elements. They didn't know the 5th element. I said, no, it's wrong. Because India, we always said 5 elements. Isn't it? Panchabhuta. And their eyes opened. The professor Dur, they said, oh my God, really? Please tell us more. Then I gave a talk on the 3 types of space that we know in this country. The Bhutakasha, the physical space. Chittakasha, where the thoughts and emotions happen, exist. And then Chidakasha, the being that we are. That energy field in which there is no two. A field of energy in which everything is formed and made. So, in short, I would say, take a little time for yourself. Do some pranayama, breathing. Few minutes of meditation. Are you all still here? So have I answered most of your questions? Anything left you can ask me. 5-year roadmap. Usually I ask people you make plans and come to me. So if you have 5-year roadmap, I would reduce the years and I would say you should do it in 2 years or 2.5 years. My job is to reduce your time to a long term, to do it much quicker. So,
kind of a Guruji with whom we can interact.
oh yeah, we already have all that thing, you know. We do have. Yeah, we are in such a fortunate era of technology, you know. In ancient old days, in our school days, we had to go to library and go through. It would take 1 day just to get the book that we wanted to find, and then all that stuff. Today, you have everything in your fingertips. So we are in a very good position with the technology, and then I'm speaking here, this can be heard and conveyed throughout the world, everywhere. I'm doing this every day. I sit here in Bangalore and I connect with 140, 150 countries in the evening with, through webcast. So, how to handle children? I would say, do not give gadgets to them when they're too small. They may resist, but you know the impacts of gadgets are not so good on their nervous system. Are you aware of this? The bad effect of gadgets or cell phones. When you're watching, I don't know whether you have heard this research. When you're watching a cell phone or a computer, you don't blink your eyes. So longer you don't blink your eyes, that part of your brain behind the ACC starts shrinking. That is the part of the brain which is responsible for creativity. So too much of screen time makes you less creative. Have you heard about this research or not? How many of you have not heard this? Can you raise your hand? Oh yeah, this you go into this. How when you are talking to somebody, in a real time, our tendency is to blink your. You don't stare at somebody and talk. They will get scared and run away. Our natural tendency is we blink our eyes. But when you are watching a screen or talking to somebody on the screen, you don't blink. Your eyes are fixed. This is causing not only problem to your eyes and optic nerve, it also causes to the brain. It makes that part of your brain shrink. I forgot the technical name of it, but it's just behind the ACC. You know the ACC in the brain. So it is important you don't give children gadgets and don't put them in front of screen or make them watch every day for hours together the cartoons so that you can do your work. No. You are doing injustice to your kids. Limit their screen time, number one. Make them play more in real time with people, not on the gadgets. Especially where small children. Then, it's like you have taught children how to brush their teeth, right? At one stage, they would have rebelled. No, I don't want to do it. But did you leave them? No. You stood with them, made them brush their teeth. In the same way, little discipline you. Now you go sit first, do your exercise, do your little push-ups or asana, do your breathing. Then only you can eat food. You put some little boundaries and conditions to them. Once it gets grooved into their routine, then you don't have to worry about it. Then they will do it automatically. Then it becomes part of their life. Till good habits become part of their life, you need to take a little step, little strict and stringent steps to see that it gets, ingrained in their daily routine. Yeah. Okay?
I trust we have no more questions. So Ms. Neeraj, please go ahead.
One question, गुरुदेव, PANIIT की कम्युनिटी को आप संबोधित करें तो कोई खास मैसेज है गुरुदेव IITians के लिए?
IITians के लिए मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि आप अपना सेहत देखिए. Take care of your health. Second, know that you have more talents than the one area that you have specialized. You are specialized in something, your life is worth much more than that particular area that you are a computer scientist or you are particular chemical or electronics, whatever area you are specialized in, know that you have more talent than that. And so don't stop improving your abilities, talents in other fields. Number 2. Third is take some time, that too in a group like PANIIT group, do some good social work. Social work is not just doing from giving them some, material things, but connecting to people. If you see someone having a long face, just go and talk to them. And one more thing I would say, you must visit high schools, especially in the rural areas. You meet with them. There are many youths who want to get into IIT and they cannot, they get so depressed. And you must talk to them and, put a lot of confidence in them. Look, don't worry, you can still do something. You can be an entrepreneur. You can do some startups. Like this, you encourage young people who have not been so fortunate to get into those institutions like yours, and they're not so happy about it. What do you say? Is it a good idea? There in the back. Are you all with me? There? And of course, you know other things, how to keep the city clean and plant more trees and care for. See, Bangalore never was so hot before. The lakes are dry. Take a little bit more initiative in this. When there are corruption, there is carelessness, and there is chaos in this beautiful city. How it was when we were all children. How many of you are Bangaloreans from your birth? Oh, only very few. Yesterday Bangalore-nalli ಹುಟ್ಟಿದವರು. Oh. ಹೆಂಗಿತ್ತು Bangalore? How was it? No? It was called Garden City, and today we have to call it Garbage City. It's so much garbage everywhere. So let's all together do something to make our city more beautiful. We can't avoid the concrete jungle, but we can definitely do if we all put our attention to make it more green. Okay, thank you.
Guruji, we have a few more questions. Yes, ma'am, please proceed.
Gurudev, yeah, I have one question. We have 195 countries. When will have boundaryless planet? And what to do to that?
When do you have what?
Boundaryless planet. Because
borderless planet?
Yes. And what to do that?
For this one nation to become, this world to be borderless, people first have to become borderless in their own heads. It's the consciousness of people has to rise to that level as what you are speaking. First, let us say we are one world family. Let us see beyond caste, religion, language, cultures, and unite everybody. Then the borders will, loosen up by itself. Like Europe, when we used to go to Europe before, we had to get visa and money change everywhere. Remember? Any of you here of my age who had to travel in Europe? It was such a huge task because every few kilometers you row, then you get into some border or other. But what happened? All of them came together. Even Switzerland has no border now. And one currency, not at Swiss, but all other European countries, one currency, no border. They came together. Like that, if there is more cooperation, if there is no terrorism, this Asia, also all the SAARC countries, can also become like that. Yeah.
In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll refrain from taking any more questions. But of what I can say, the words of wisdom that's been heard this afternoon on our stage at our summit by Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankarji, I'm sure each and every one of us resonates with that. And keep in mind, civic sense, social sense, being sure to take care of yourself, not just physically, but mentally, and also committing yourself to social justice. I think a collaborative effort of all of this indeed, together we will be able to paint our success story. Are you in agreement? Indeed. Please put your hands together once again and let's show a loud round of appreciation. And thank you so much, Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankarji, for joining us out here. Requesting you to kindly stay here. We do have a few more things that we would like to spearhead this with. Ladies and gentlemen, Hijli Prison has now become the IIT Kharagpur in 1951. Today, 23 IITs and 500,000 alumni are building Viksit Bharat 2047. This book by Shri Prabhat Kumar, IRS Chairman and Pan IIT Alumni India, is your backstage pass to the IIT ecosystem. From exam anxiety to startups, from data to real stories, the IIT story is India's story. I'm going to take this opportunity and request Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankarji to kindly do the honors and release the teaser for the same.
PANIIT is all the 23 IITs put together. What earlier was 5 IITs, nowadays 23. 2004 onwards, PANIIT is working relentlessly to collaborate with the IITians of all the different IITs and bring them together on one platform with a single purpose. And the purpose is only nation building, nothing else.
Presenting to you once again the new teaser of the book, The IIT Story. As I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, this is your backstage pass to the IIT ecosystem. Please feast your eyes on our screen. Allow us one moment, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience. We will get back to the release of the teaser of the IIT Story. And now, ladies and gentlemen, PANIIT Alumni Reach for India Foundation is going to go ahead with the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding. Now, with, of course, the Art of Living. This Memorandum of Understanding signifies the establishment for working together between PANIIT Alumni's Reach for India Foundation and Art of Living, a collaborative effort for building our nation through vocational education for the poor youth of our country. For this, let's have Shri Prabhat Kumar kindly join us on stage. Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji, requesting you to kindly exchange the Memorandum of Understanding. The undertaking of this Memorandum of Understanding is truly significant, ladies and gentlemen. It signifies a collaborative effort for building our nation through vocational education for the poor youth of our country, doing our bit to ensure that the Reach for India Foundation strives and thrives. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Prabhat Kumar to hand over the national flag and memento prepared by the students of PANIIT Kaushal Iti College, and requesting Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji to kindly hand over the same with his blessings for the national building service. Handing over this memento to Shri Prabhat Kumar ji, Shri Ashok Kumar ji, and Shri Eshank Desai ji. If I could request your presence on stage, please. Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji, requesting you to hand the same national flag with the memento, with your blessings, so that together we can put our collaborative effort for building our nation with our services, striving to do our very best with your blessings. And now requesting Shri Prabhat Kumar ji to kindly present the shawl to... Before we get to that, once again, ladies and gentlemen, talking about the IIT Story. Let's spearhead right into this, requesting you to kindly feast your eyes on our screen as we have the teaser release. You know what? Let's utilize this opportunity and hear from you, sir, about the IIT Story. Talking about this being your book, please.
Thank you so much. Gurudev, just wanted to highlight you about this book. This book is regarding IIT and IITians, and it is written for the never say die spirit of the IITians. And it covers the story right from the inception of the IITs in 1951, and its growth story up to 75 years of its journey, when we are 23 IITs now and more than 5 lakh IITians across the globe. It covers the story of India as such, the technological progress that India has made along with the IITians. It has covered the entire progress of that. Like we have covered 1991 liberalization phase also. We have covered the dot-com bubble and its effect on the IITians. We have covered the global financial crisis and its impact on the entire world. Then we have covered this journey of the startups, rise of startups in India, and the venture funds and everything, and ultimately to the AI.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So this
Great.
That's
so great. I mean, that's the pride of our country. We are a knowledge-based country, and wonderful, wonderful doing this job.
Thank you so much.
I think it will help generations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gurudev. So this book, I think, should be read by everyone. This book is coming in the month of June, on 20th June. And I'm very privileged and honored that in the hands of Gurudev, we are trying to get the teaser released. Though some initial technical
It is released, but it is unmanifest. It will come manifest, okay?
Let's take a look at the teaser of the IIT story. One more time this afternoon. Can we have the video, please? Ladies and gentlemen, please feast your eyes on our screen. A 5 minutes meditation proposed by our audience member. Brilliant proposition. Thank you. We'll take it under due consideration. I suppose we're having a bit of a technical glitch out here, unfortunately, but as Guru Dev said, the trailer will keep on releasing and releasing, not to fret and worry about it. We're going to utilize this opportunity to ask Shri Prabhat Kumarji to kindly take the opportunity and felicitate Gurudev, Shri Ravi Shankarji, with a shawl, and requesting Shri Ashok Kumarji to kindly hand over a token of appreciation from PANIIT Bangalore to Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar for being a part of our summit this afternoon. How incredibly phenomenal it has been to have the words of wisdom heard from Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji. It's been absolutely beautiful this afternoon, answering every question and more, and ensuring they kept our audience and our attention through and through.
बस गुरुदेव आपको धन्यवाद तो नहीं कहेंगे, आपने सिखाया है, आप हमारे अपने हैं, तो लेकिन आने का आपने हमें ग्रेस किया इस ओकेजन पे, और एक बार फिर से अभी आपका बर्थडे था, हम सबकी तरफ से आपको हैप्पी बर्थडे टू यू। ईश्वर आपको बहुत उत्तम स्वास्थ्य दे और आप हमें ऐसे ही मार्गदर्शन देते रहें। जय गुरुदेव।
Thank you, Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji, for gracing the occasion with your presence and joining us out here and sharing with us your true words of wisdom. It has been an eye-opener and certainly a food for thought that you leave us all with our thoughts being provoked this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us out here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to ask you to kindly maintain decorum as we help our team escort Guruji from our premises. Requesting all of you to kindly remain seated. We go ahead with our next program and our next session that we have for you this afternoon. The next session is another keynote session, certainly something you are not going to want to miss out on. Once again, requesting everybody gathered out here to kindly maintain decorum as we have our team escorting Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji. Once again, thank you so much, Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar ji, for being a part of PANIIT Bangalore Summit 2026. It's been an incredible honor and an absolute privilege and a pleasure to get to hear from you this afternoon. And on behalf of each and every one of us present out here today, wishing you a happy birthday, a happy birth month, and let's continue that tone of celebration. Thank you once again, Gurudev Sri Ravi Shankar ji. Ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries and delegates, associates and attendees, requesting all of your presence back inside our hall as we dive into our next session this afternoon. The next session is a keynote session, and I'm certain you are not going to want to miss out on that, so requesting your presence back inside the hall. Once again, requesting all of our attendees to kindly join us back inside the hall and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a quick house announcement and a request at that. One of our attendees, unfortunately, has misplaced their personal belongings, their purse, that is. So should you find a purse that doesn't belong to you around your surroundings, requesting you to kindly hand it over to the console associates out there, or alternately, you can join me out here and hand it over to me. We would appreciate your mindfulness of the same. Thank you. Once again, requesting all of our associates at the pre-function area to kindly join us inside the hall as we would like to go ahead with our next session. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, is our keynote session, another one that you're not going to want to miss out on. This one promises to talk about how autonomy and AI reshapes decision-making and operational tempo. We're going to explore how strategic technologies become national capabilities when they are designed, tested, and scaled with sovereignty in mind. For the same, requesting our associates at the pre-function area to kindly join us back inside the hall and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to dive into our next session. Warfare is rapidly changing as autonomy and AI reshapes our decision-making and operational tempo. So our next keynote session explores how strategic technologies become national capability when they are designed, when they are tested, and when they are scaled with sovereignty. The session will highlight what it takes to build systems that are secure, that are reliable, and that are mission capable in a real-world scenario. For this, we have with us this afternoon Dr. G. Satish Reddy, former chairman DRDO, scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, NSA board advisor. Dr. Reddy joined DRDO Research Center, Imarat, the missile lab built by the late great Dr. APJ Kalam back in 1986. Eventually, he rose to the Director General of Missile and Strategic Systems. As DRDO chairman between the years of 2018 to 2022, Dr. Reddy led India's mission Shakti ASAT test in 2019, a kill vehicle intercepting a satellite at 300 kilometers altitude by hypersonic speed. Dr. Reddy is the first Indian elected fellow of the Royal Institute of Navigation and now serves on the National Security Advisory Board. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto our stage Dr. Satish Reddy.
Good morning and good afternoon. Let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you and have some presentation on the capabilities India has got in the defense domain and aspiring to be also in the defense domain. Only thing is, I'm given a little difficult task by the organizers. They have put me between the spirituality, meditation, and peace, and the lunch. A very difficult thing. Anyway, let me see whatever I can try to cover in the next 20 minutes time which is given. Looking at the history, the defense and the warfare anytime has been always on innovations and advanced technologies or the surprise elements. That is what has been always making any kingdom or the country to have edge over its adversaries. This is the scenario. Look at the warfare earlier. Somebody has presented some new types of vehicles which has actually dominated a war. For that, an example is the war between Porus and Alexander. When the Alexander army came, they never saw elephants in the warfare. They saw the elephants and then they said, they're fighting with moving mountains. They were all terrified. That is a surprise element what had. And later, the metallurgy came into picture. And the metallurgy actually changed the warfare with its cannons and shells and whatnot and all that, and that sort of a thing. So always the innovations and technological advancements play an important role, and including today. And the recent warfares, what we have seen, wars which have, or conflicts which have gone in, whoever adds a surprise element or different technology, new technology, have dominated or have actually resisted, whichever way it is, you look at it. That's how it is. So in that scenario, I'll try to give you a perspective or the Indian defense ecosystem, how it is evolved, how it is evolving today, and what is the shape it is trying to take vis-a-vis the many advanced nations in the world. Today, if you look at over the last few decades, and particularly in the last decade, the efforts which have gone in indigenous defense technologies, indigenous systems development, indigenous weapons development, brought in a lot of sovereignty in many of the areas today where country is self-reliant in many of the areas. That's the areas of missiles, radar, sonars, electronic warfare systems, AWACS systems, armored vehicles, tanks, guns, and ships, submarines, and whatnot, and all that. These are the areas India has matured very well and could develop its own systems, many things in that area. Some of them we'll try to see. I'm not trying to cover what has been all done and all that. Some of the advanced systems which have been developed and how it is evolving towards the most advanced systems and new technologies which are coming in. Now, if you look at it, some of the new technologies, new systems recently developed is one of the missiles, Pralay, is a medium-range surface-to-surface missile which can be carried anywhere. You don't need any shelters and things like that, and you can carry multiple things, sort of a thing system which has been developed. Again, with youngsters, very, very new entrepreneurs and startups, a missile which has been developed on a drone called ULPGM, which has a range varying from 3 to 10 kilometers sort of a thing, and you can launch it and start, which is a very, very effective weapon in a warfare, and has been used multiple times. And this is one of the weapons which has been developed with intelligence built into it, and you are able to attack bunkers, vehicles, tanks, and whatnot and all that. And a very low-cost weapon, very low-cost weapon. That is one of the important things. And then you have air-to-air range capability is very important, where you have beyond visual range capability and crossing that and trying to go as an Astra. And then very recently you have seen A multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle has been successfully launched by India, where one missile can attack 3 to 4 targets simultaneously. One missile carries the warheads, which go into different targets. Pinpointedly, those targets can be tested. Is one of the recent tests which has happened, which actually puts in the very elite club of couple of nations who have this capability, which has been developed by India. All are re-entry vehicles. That means they go out of atmosphere and come back and they face the atmospheric friction, the temperatures and whatnot and all that, and then still you are able to attack at certain range limitation from the center of that. Now, if you look, lots of surface-to-air missiles which have been developed, whether you look at it, vertically launched surface-to-air missile for the Indian Navy, or otherwise a quick reaction surface-to-air missile, which has just a reaction time of few seconds, 5 seconds. You are on the move, the radar is also on the move, you are able to detect a target, and then you launch a missile within 5 seconds and is going to attack it, sort of a thing which has been developed and being inducted into the armed forces. And then we have a medium-range surface-to-air missile, which is developed here in collaboration with Israel, which has about 70 kilometers range. And this is an effective weapon after what we have developed completely indigenously in Akash, QRSAM, and MRSAM, made your capabilities, these surface-to-air missile capabilities, made you completely protect against any incoming system. And in fact, during Operation Sindoor, these SAMs have played an important role, making that our adversaries, none of their weapons, none of their systems have penetrated into our systems in a big way. These are the things which have been used very, very effectively. The offensive side, the BrahMos has been the very effective weapon which has been used, pinpointedly targeting all the terrorist camps and whatnot, and the bunkers, the Air Force stations, and all that. And the defensive side, these are all the things. Some more systems will come in the anti-drone and all that, but these are the systems. That's how you can see in Operation Sindoor is a war which is fought as air warfare. It's a contactless warfare. So no soldier crossed the border. But then you have used all the effective weapon systems, pinpointedly targeting a terrorist camp, and there is no collateral damage anywhere outside. And it has been actually the air warfare. And it is the first war or conflict where most of the systems have been indigenous systems with which the Operation Sindoor has been fought, and that war has shown to the world that the Indian capability of defensive systems, where you have heard about Iron Dome and things like that and all that, whereas India had such capability of protecting against any incoming things, whether it is missiles or helicopters or aircrafts or drones or bombs or whatever it is, everything could be prevented. So these are some of the systems which have been used in that. And recently, if you look at it, you must have seen the bottom, whatever you're seeing, is a long-range anti-ship missile. This is one of its kind in the world. I don't think anywhere else such a missile existing today, which can travel at hypersonic speeds, very high speeds of 6 to 9 Mach, and you are able to attack a ship at 1,500 kilometers range. In the Republic Day parade also it has been displayed, and recently it has been again tested. You are able to attack a ship at 1,500 kilometers. Yeah, our adversaries have such a missile, but they're all ballistic missiles. The ballistic missiles, they have their own disadvantage. But this is a hypersonic missile which has been, and that means it travels within the atmosphere and you're able to go and attack a ship, has been very successfully tested. This is a unique missile in the world, which I think no one else has got in the world. Then second, you all must have been hearing, one of the latest missiles which world is trying to develop is hypersonic missile. Only we hear that Russia has developed it, and that to a limited range of 900 kilometers or so. India has attempted. We have also tested about 24 seconds earlier. And then America has invested a lot in that. A lot of tests have been done. And other countries are also trying. See, now India has developed a scramjet engine, which is the essential element of a hypersonic missile. And first time in the world, There is an engine which is tested for 1200 seconds, and it is tested very recently here in the country. No one else has developed an engine which has been tested for 1200 seconds. Because what happens, a lot of criticalities are there, leaving aside the engine functionalities of at higher speeds, the oxidizer and fuel and all that, mixing and all that, leaving aside that the temperature, what it goes through, active cooling mechanisms, and all sort of things which have been there. This has been very successfully tested. No, so it paves the way for India to come up with long-range hypersonic missiles very soon. Then you have guided kits, which have been developed to make all the dumb bombs into active bombs, increasing the range, increasing the precision and all that. It has been very recently tested. And working on artillery shells, which are intelligent artillery shells. So they're guided shells. So they can go into not just a ballistic shell, it has its own guidance. You guide yourself, extend your range, and hit it very, very accurately. Then coming to the radars, India is one of the countries which has developed its complete capability in the various radar systems. Lots of radars have been developed. The laboratory is located here, it's in Bangalore. And there are many industries which have come up, which are working on this, right from the component level which are required in the gallium arsenide or gallium nitride technology and all that. The radars have been developed, including a radar which goes into a fighter aircraft. This is called Uttam radar, which is shown here. And you have a capability no less than anybody in this aircraft, which are airborne radars or ground radars, which have been developed here in the country. More than about 2,000 radars, which has been indigenously developed and manufactured, are there with the armed forces today. Then these are the new additions today. This is a lightweight tank, which you require for the mountains, particularly in the northern zone. When we have a conflict with our northern friend, this is a very important one. This tank has been developed at 25 tons, an amphibious tank, which got a very high elevation angle of the gun. And the tank has been developed with a world record time of less than 2 years, and it has gone through the trials. Now it is going through the induction. That is the tank which is called Zorawar lightweight tank. And similarly, you have the futuristic infantry combat vehicle. Again, it has been developed very recently, just about 15 days back or so. They have been rolled out. 2 industries have worked with this, the DRDO laboratory, both for the tracked vehicle and wheeled vehicle. And Bharat Forge and Tatas have worked on this and trying to manufacture now after the trials and all that. This also has been developed in a record time of about less than 2 years, which becomes one of the most modern infantry combat vehicle. Then this is a gun which India has developed called ATACS, 155mm artillery gun. You all know that for decades India didn't have a gun. We all know imported the gun like Bofors gun and all that. So now India has developed the gun, which is a 155mm artillery gun. And this gun now today stands tall in the world. The range what this shell can go of this gun, no other gun in the world has the range of Indian ATACS gun. This is the longest range what it has gone, and it has been used. And in fact, last year, Independence Day, when Honorable Prime Minister was speaking from the Red Fort, normally it happens that you have a ceremonial firing of the gun. And this is the gun which has been used at that time. And in fact, the Prime Minister was very proud to say that 75 साल के बाद इस लाल किला पे स्वतंत्र दिन के अवसर पर पहली बार देश में बनाया गन का आवाज सुनाया है. And now this is getting exported also. Lots of countries have shown, lots of countries are giving orders, and it is being exported now. So this is one of the important things. Then underwater systems. Now today, with the AI emerging in a big way, AI is getting into each and every part of the defense systems. I don't think there will be any subsystem or system which will be there in the defense in the coming couple of years without AI. This is sure. So autonomous vehicles are playing an important role. Autonomous underwater vehicles, autonomous swarms are playing an important role. This is one of the things which has been developed, which has a long endurance. It's called high endurance autonomous underwater vehicle, which has got an endurance of about more than 14 to 15 days, which can observe the whole ocean and the sea nearby and give you all the inputs and everything is what has been developing. Lots of people, lots of startups in Bangalore which are working on this. There are some startups called Aquaris and things like that and all that who are working on autonomous underwater vehicles and come up with the solutions and trying to give it to the Indian Navy and working with the various laboratories are trying to work with as an amphibious vehicle and all that. So number of startups are also working in this area and trying to make the country self-reliant in this area. Then this is one thing, anti-drone system India has developed, is one of the first countries in the world to develop an anti-drone system. Detection, jamming, spoofing, and also working as with the laser trying to kill. This is one of the systems which is developed as one of the first few countries in the world, which has been effectively used in the Operation Sindhu. This is one more technology against so much of drones which were coming in, and India used this system. This has been developed. Quantum is one thing which I will come up a little later. This is one thing which has developed. A lot of startups have come up in the country. This is one area, primarily startups are working, and QKD, quantum communication, quantum key distribution has been used. It's been ordered, and number of labs. And India is one of the first countries without a repeater, has been used for 100 kilometers between Vindhyachal and Prayagraj. And now, there are 2-3 startups here in Bangalore which are working on that, which have demonstrated a capability for 500 kilometers quantum key distribution already. And that is getting into the armed forces, getting percolated in a big way. So looking at some of these systems which have been developed, the industry, how it has come up, I'll just try to say. So if you look at a couple of, probably about 15 years back, 20 years back, most of the systems were integrated either by the foreign element or by our DPSUs, Defense Public Sector units like HAL, BEL, BEL, BDL and all that. Now the scenario has changed. Lots of private industries have come. They're able to make large systems. In fact, what I told you, ATAX is made by Bharat Forge and Tata. The lightweight tank is made by L&T. The other FICV I have shown, again, Bharat Forge and Tata. There are at least about 13-14 missiles are being developed by or manufactured by the private industry today. The private industry has entered into a big way. So, and the component level, subsystem level, industry has taken over fully. And I don't think any public sector is doing anything except a very, very critical or high cost involving, infrastructure involving sort of systems today. So if you look at last year, the indigenous manufacturing in the country, last financial year, 24-25, it has crossed 1,54,000 crores. That is the indigenous capability which Indian industries have developed now today. More than almost 80% of the capital budget, it is being produced here in the country today. And it is expected in the next couple of years, this should go to 3 lakh crores. That is the target what is given by the Honorable Raksha Mantri that we should go into 3. Then second, you look at the exports. India has been the largest, or one of the largest, first or second or third largest importer of the defense equipment. Now we started exporting. Last year it was just 23,666 crores, and now we have crossed this year 38,000 crores. And last year the Honorable Raksha Mantri, our Defense Minister, has put a target of 50,000 crores by 29. I strongly feel by next year itself we'll be crossing 50,000 crores. That is the way the exports are going, and soon we will emerge as one of the leading exporters of the defense equipment also. Look at the startups, and this is one of the startups have come up in a big way in the country, in all the domains. See, if you look at, in the year 2016, we had 458 startups, and if you look at the net today, the government recognized startups are 2,23,000 startups, 2,23,000 startups. Thousands and thousands of startups which have come up in the country for the defense and aerospace itself. You look at how many startups are working in the defense domain and aerospace domain and space, satellite and all that, a lot which have come up in all the areas. And particularly, there are some areas which are actually only startups, no one else. Like drones or cybersecurity, or these sort of systems, only startups are working and startups are only making the things. Nobody else, they're all tie up with the startups and try to do it, sort of a thing which is happening in the world today, in the country. There are many initiatives, I don't want to get into it, which have made these possible, like IDEX and Technology Development Funding. Never before such a funding was there. In IDEX challenge, it can be funded about 25 crores. In a technology development funding, if you are trying to develop a technology, 50 crore rupees can be funded. This sort of a thing without collateral security, this, that, and all that is only just by the capability. These things are made, and you are able to, you can develop the technology or the systems. There are more than about 500 such startups have been funded by the IDEX. There are more than about 120 have been funded by the technology development funding. And there are mechanisms which have come like development come production partner. Industry joins right at the design stage as a partner and work. And the first prototype comes from the industry. That's sort of a thing. Academia, in a big way. This is where I wanted to say that, in fact, when sometime back when Gurudev was here, when the book you were presenting, you mentioned about various areas where IITs have contributed. And I want to say that the IITians have contributed a lot in the defense technologies, the sovereignty of the country, the self-reliance what has got, the enormous contributions of IITs are there. So many IITians who have joined DRDO and worked on all these projects and all that. And there are so many IITs which have worked, and see how many centers of excellence are there in IITs. IIT Chennai, IIT Mumbai, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi, IIT Gandhinagar, so many BHU, so many IITs are there. There are more than 15 centers of excellence which are working now, and there are more than 400 academic institutes that are working in the country, and we have a budget of about 1,200 crores working on these technologies. So IIT's contribution, please include a chapter on IIT's contributions in the defense of the today country, defense and aerospace. Okay. And frontier technologies which are evolving today, systems. First, if you look at in the city of again Bangalore, LCA Mark 1 has been designed and developed, and the Indian Air Force has given the largest order of 220 aircrafts which are being produced at a scale. Now further to that, the medium weight LCA Mark 2 has been sanctioned, and I'm sure that next year it should be rolling out. And next is the 5th generation fighter craft, which only US has got today, and China and Russia are saying that we also have. And yesterday, Honorable Raksha Mantri, Defense Minister, has come and laid the foundation stone for the assembly, integration, and testing just yesterday. And AMCA, probably I'm sure by 28 it should be able to roll out. And once the AMCA comes, we also will be having a 5th generation fighter aircraft like F-35, what US has got, and things like that, and with the 6th generation technologies. The next aircraft becomes the naval aircraft, twin-engine deck-based fighter aircraft, which can land on the ship and take off on the thing, and that ship. So with these aircrafts, the moment they come, you are no less than anybody, again in this. So few technologies like engine need to be developed, which efforts are going on separately. Leaving aside that, you have the complete capability here in the country, avionics to design, development, and all the materials and all that you have developed in the country. And AVAC systems also have played an important role in the Operation Sindoor and other operations. A lot more AVAC systems are being developed here in the country, bigger systems and all that. This is in the air domain. Hypersonics. I just mentioned about the engine which is tested, and I'm sure soon we'll have a hypersonic glide vehicle and a hypersonic cruise missile in the country, and we should be having one of the long range, probably first time a long range in the world, a hypersonic missile in the country, which people are working on that, and I'm sure that these vehicles which are required will be able to develop very soon in the country. Then this is the UCAV, stealthy UCAV. Stealthy means you all know that radar cannot detect sort of a thing. A lot of efforts are going on, not only within the government organizations. There are new startups and industries which are coming up trying to develop this UCAV or unmanned aerial vehicles which are MALE, that is medium altitude longitude is a category, or high altitude longitude is a category, and having the stealthy features both in the government sector and also private sector. A lot of efforts are going on. My feeling is a couple of years we will be having our own indigenous UCAV / MALE hail category systems with a higher capabilities. Then high power lasers and high power electromagnetic. This is one technology which is emerging. Very, very important technology. Today, if you look at high power lasers, I just talked about in the anti-drone systems, 5 kilowatts, 10 kilowatt systems. They are already developed within the country, 30 kilowatts and 50 kilowatt systems. The efforts are there now making to 100 kilowatts and bigger than that system sort of a thing. High power electromagnetics is another important thing which need to be working on. This is the only answer for swarm drones. Let's say there are 500 drones at one go are coming, and there are swarm drones. You cannot work with other technologies, whatever I mentioned. This is the only technology where you will be able to bring down that, and a lot of work, world is moving towards that, and India is also working a lot on that. Space. Space has become the fourth dimension of warfare. After Army, Air Force, and Navy, the space has dominated. Any war, anywhere conflict comes, the satellites are launched first. Lots of technologies. A lot of work is going on in the country. There are lots of startups which have come up here in the country. And the world is recognizing Indian startups. There are a couple of startups here, which actually the first order to those startups have come not from India, from outside. Let's say American Air Force or French defense companies. These are the ones which have placed orders on that. I can name them like Digantara, Bellatrix, XD Links, and whatnot and all that. These are the startups which are getting, you are able to map, you are able to see, you are able to get very high resolution images, you are able to get high resolution, hyperspectral things, and we are talking about the first time in the world, Indian companies are able to talk about very low Earth orbit satellites. That means you can have a satellite not at 600 kilometers, you can have it 250 kilometers and use it for the communication and things like that, and all that is one thing which is emerging. India is doing a lot also. I wouldn't be able to talk what you have done and what is there and all that. That is a confidential thing. But then capabilities are being developed in a big way. And cyber, information warfare. Actually, if you look at some of the warfare, when the war started, first war, what started is not the actual physical war, it is the information warfare and cyber warfare. So cyber security related aspects is an important element. There are about few hundreds of startups which are working here in the country and trying to develop a lot of things, defensive, offensive capabilities. So much happening in the country, and trying to have penetration into any system, trying to protect any of your systems is one important area. And cyber security and cyber warfare is the fifth dimension of warfare. After Army, Air Force, and Navy, space and cyber is the fifth dimension of warfare, where a lot of work, and particularly AI-based cyber technologies is the one important thing which is happening today in the world, and which India is also working in a big way. This is one of the missiles. Probably the moment this missile comes into the picture, the Indian Air Force will be the strong, very strong Air Force, where you are going to have a 300 kilometers air-to-air missile, first time in the world. Some of the tests have been already completed, and this should be coming up very soon, which is an important technology. Quantum technologies in defense matter a lot. I just talked about communication. No, talk about quantum sensors. A quantum sensors, quantum radar is one which actually can detect a stealthy object also. This is one thing. A quantum magnetometer can sense very high level of a submarine detected in the underwater can be detected by the quantum magnetometer. Quantum magnetic maps, it changes. Quantum gyroscopes, accelerometers change the navigation. You can make a submarine remain underwater for months, but you are giving full accurate navigation system. That's a sort of a thing which a lot of work again is going on here. This is the war in the future war. Stealthy, long endurance, autonomous systems, and also they also have the capability of amphibious. Second, very high laser weapons, very high electromagnetic, meaning you have such a high power electromagnetic, you can knock off a satellite from sitting from the ground. That sort of a high power electromagnetic which is coming up. Soldier as a system, you have everything, communication, displays, network, whatnot, health monitoring. The cloth, what you are wearing is also a smart clothing. It detects your things, automatic injection, automatic medicine, and whatnot, and all that is the soldier. And then the robotic soldier. A lot of work is going on in the making a robotic soldier, and this is the one, and remaining other things, stealth tank, and MEMS, and guided bullets, and all that. So these are the technologies which are going to emerge in the coming years. And if we are able to master these technologies, somebody was asking, India is no less than anybody, or you are standing tall. So with this, if you look at it, I come back to, with all these weapons and everything, what you have, the cognitive technologies are emerging in a big way. You are able to control the mind, and see that people in the world will have peace. The mind is peaceful mind. Use the technology, cognitive technologies and all that, and try to make peaceful thing. So this is what it is. But I like to just say one thing. If you are strong, so somebody asked Dr. Kalam when Agni missile was launched successfully, a nuclear missile. You are talking about peace, Dr. Kalam, and you have launched a missile, and what is this? The this conflicting things. He said, I've made this missile for peace. If I'm strong, nobody touches us, nobody comes near us, and we are peaceful. So this is made as a deterrence. People won't look at us as long as you have a strong and strength. So let us be very strengthy nation. Thank you.
What an absolutely brilliant keynote session that was. Thank you so much, Dr. Reddy, for taking the time and gracing the occasion with your presence and, of course, sharing with us your thoughts and insights. Requesting you to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment. Requesting Shri Swadeep Pillari Sethi to kindly join us on stage and do the honors and present. If I could also request you to join us on stage, sir, to do the honors. Shri Prabhat Kumar ji to kindly present a token of appreciation from our end to Dr. G. Satish Reddy for bestowing upon us his wisdom and sharing with us great insights about our way forward. Do put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we show our warmest of appreciations and thanks to Dr. Reddy for that brilliant and empowering keynote session. On the occasion of having Dr. Reddy with us, sir, if I could kindly request you to do the honors and assist and aid and help us with the release of our teaser. Can we have the remote being brought on stage, please, for Dr. Reddy, so that he can spearhead the release of our teaser of our book, The IIT Story. Dr. Reddy, if we could have you kindly do the honors.
1951, Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide. From Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley, IITians are not just engineers. They are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation.
What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed. This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the IIT story. It's not just the story of an IIT, but it's India's story. Thank you so much, Shri Prabhat, for joining us on stage. And thank you, Dr. Reddy, for joining us and releasing the teaser of our book. An incredible honor to have you do the honors out here this afternoon and be a part of the release of our teaser for the IIT story. It's a story of one of all of us. So certainly your gateway pass into the entire world of India's IIT. So be sure to keep an eye out for the IIT story. Thank you, dignitaries, for joining us on stage. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to reflect, to refresh, and to review. A lot of perspectives and inspiring thoughts has been shared on our stage through the entire course of our morning summit. It's time for us to break for lunch. We will see you on the other side of lunch with curious thoughts and eager minds looking forward to our next sessions. Thank you, everyone.
1951, Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established
with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the From Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley, IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide. From Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley, IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951, Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon.
I trust you all had a good lunch break and are looking forward to our next sessions with eager minds. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Requesting you all to kindly find your seats and take them. And as with the morning sessions, once again requesting you to kindly place your mobile phones on silent mode as we are ready to resume with our summit this afternoon. I thank you for your presence and I apologize for the delay in time. But without any further ado, we're going to dive straight in to our next session. Sovereign digital infrastructure is a foundation that enables businesses to operate, scale, and innovate with confidence. The next keynote focuses on building trust and capabilities in the system that supports economic activity at mass scale, and a massive one at that. It explores how infrastructure design becomes a product innovation, enabling growth with protecting autonomy. For this, we have Shri Bharat Goenka, Padma Shri co-founder, Tally Solutions. He co-founded Tally in 1986 with his father. After a fire destroyed their textile business records, they built India's first codeless accounting software on an MS-DOS PC. Today, Tally runs the books of 2.7 million plus businesses across 100 plus countries, entirely bootstrapped across 4 decades. He is a recipient of NASSCOM's first ever Lifetime Achievement Award back in 2011. He was conferred the title Father of Indian Software Product Industry and the recipient of Padma Shri in 2020. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto the dais Shri Bharat Goenka.
Thank you for the really nice introduction. It always surprises me and always hope that someday we will be deserving of it. The title of the session which was given today related to sovereign digital infrastructure for businesses. And I was intrigued by the framing of the title. And I was discussing with my children who today run the company. And I want to be able to share some perspectives about the way we think about the term sovereign. In general, we all think about sovereignty from a national perspective. That one of the reasons why we are concerned about looking at sovereign digital infrastructure, recently we have talked about the so-called AI wars, and largely centered around the US and China as to who is going to either win or which share of that market is going to be taken by which country, and where will India be left behind, or how much of that participation will a country like India get. And the term actually implies independence. And yes, you want to reduce dependency. The way you look at food security, you want to reduce dependency. You want economic security, you want to reduce dependency. You want defense security, you want to reduce dependency. And today we are talking about digital infrastructure, and you want to reduce dependency. That's also true for businesses at large. It doesn't matter whether you are dependent upon a national infrastructure, an international infrastructure. The absence of choice for a business changes the playing field. It is no longer level. This was an insight which my father 40 years ago actually realized. And the journey of Tally is actually driven by that fundamental. How do you level the playing field for access to technology such that economic activity takes place at the lowest point where the activity happens? Then the aggregate economic activity really creates economic security, because one is really searching not for digital infrastructure security, one is looking for economic security. And economic security doesn't come by designing it at the national level, it comes at designing it at the grassroots level. The mental moat, particularly in the current age, in the current last 3 years since the time of the AI boom, the mental moat which exists is that this infrastructure is so horribly expensive that it is impossible for any business to even imagine sovereignty of infrastructure and sovereignty of infrastructural choice. I wouldn't want to give false optimism, but I want to express a personal perspective here, largely driven from the 40 years of what we tended to call pursuing the impossible. I believe that when you are willing to go down to fundamentals and challenge the perceptions which are fed into us through a variety of media points, and you go down to the fundamentals, and you are willing to question why one cannot solve the problem of creating digital infrastructure sovereignty for businesses at large. I believe it will take some people who are mad enough to even imagine that this is solvable. They don't need to know how it will be solvable. They need to know that what the world will look like if it gets solved. And then be willing to put in the patient time required to keep breaking and living with hypotheses to see what it will take to do it. How much economic benefit will accrue to the company which will actually do it is actually secondary. There will always be sufficient economic benefit. But the total global impact, including the total national impact of solving that problem, has a romance to it which few other problems have got. Tally is a famous company because we have got this large user base. It is 2.7 million licenses, and many of our licenses are unlimited multi-user licenses, and it is literally real for us. It's an uncountable number of users who use it. But we are not a large company by revenue, and that doesn't bother us. What bothers us is this journey of 40 years has been tremendously romantic. And we are hoping, we can't guarantee this future that I just talked about. We may not be even the people who will solve that future. But we certainly hope to be the people who will give that future a chance. And we hope that many, many other such people first go beyond the potential economic value to themselves and look at the total economic value to humanity. And these are great problems to solve. Democratizing access to technology changes lives for everyone. It has been happening around us, sometimes by accident and sometimes by design. We have seen an example of saying that when you take away the access to a given path of technology from people, they find an alternate way. The most recent example being the Chinese breakthroughs at a far lower cost. It started getting people to wonder that can there be yet another breakthrough at even more fractional cost? It's all about going back to fundamentals. The greatest thing I think as IITians are that you all are taught to go down to fundamentals. The pollution of thinking which has happened in the last several years is that fundamentals have been colored by first searching for that, do you have an economic story? And I think the economic story follows. The economic story is not the point to start. It's the romance of the idea which is the point to start. And I'm privileged to be standing here to share these thoughts with some of the brightest minds in the world, on the hope that it will excite more of you. I mean, I know that we as a company will be doing our little bit. We probably are not going to be the first ones to crack it. But if no one else treats it as an economic activity worth doing, maybe we will be the only people to crack it. And maybe at the end of my lifetime, it will remain an uncracked problem. But by God, we'll have fun in the journey. So that's what I wanted to talk about, this sovereign digital infrastructure. It is about sovereign digital infrastructure for business rather than sovereign for just the country. And I hope it makes sense to some of you. Thank you.
A brilliant keynote session. Sir, if I could request you to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's give a loud round of applause for Shri Bharat Goenka. Thank you so much for taking the time off and joining us out here and sharing with us your valuable insights and inputs. If I could request Shri Venkat Padmanabhan to kindly join us on stage and do the honors and present a token of appreciation from us to Shri Goenka for being a part of our Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Once again, thank you, Shri Bharat Goenka, for taking the time and joining us out here at our Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026, sharing with us your valuable insights and thoughts, certainly leaving us thought-provoked for our first session post-lunch. It was an incredible honor and an absolute privilege to have you be a part of our summit today. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, public systems become truly future-ready when intelligence is built into how services are designed, delivered, and improved. Our next panel explores how AI can help governments move from manual processes to next-generation public systems. It also examines how sovereignty, accountability, and citizen trust can coexist in an AI-driven governance. For this, allow me the pleasure of introducing to you our moderator and panelists respectively. Moderating this session, we have Shri Shailesh Kumar, Head of AI Geo. He was a researcher at Google Brain, Yahoo Labs, and Fair Isaac Research before leading AI at Ola and co-founding EdTech startup Third Leap. He is now the Chief Data Scientist at Geo Center of Excellence in AI ML, deploying AI across education, agriculture, healthcare, and mobility for Geo's 450 million plus users. He comes with a rich background of 20 plus patents and 20 plus publications under his name. Accompanying him, we have our esteemed panelists this evening. We have Shri Pankaj Kumar Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary, DPAR E-Governance, Government of Karnataka, and IES Topper 2000 batch Karnataka cadre. Before his current position, he ran BESCOM, Karnataka's largest power distribution utility with 8.5 million consumers, an 11,000 crore turnover and KPTCL. He is the appointed Principal Secretary E-Governance in January 2026. He now sits at the intersection of technology and public administration for a state of 70 million people. Our next panelist for this panel discussion, we have Shri Gaurav Gupta, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Energy Department, Karnataka. A 1990 batch Karnataka cadre, he has run MASCOM, KSRTC, and BBMP, and has served as a Principal Secretary for IT, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, where he established centers of excellence in IoT, AI, and robotics within the industry. He is the recipient of the Distinguished Alumnus Award of IIT Kanpur 2011. Our next panelist for this session, we have Shri Tushar Girinath, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development and Home, Karnataka. He has served as Chief Commissioner of BBMP Bengaluru's civic body covering 10 million plus residents before elevating to ACS with Urban Development in April 2025. He now holds concurrent change as Administrator BBMP and ACS Home Department. Introducing to you our next panelist for this discussion, we have Shri Munish Modgil, IAS Special Commissioner, Admin, Revenue and IT, Greater Bengaluru Authority. Recipient of the Distinguished Alumnus Award, IIT Bombay 2022. He is a 1998 batch Karnataka cadre. He led Karnataka's COVID-19 War Room, winning 2 consecutive National E-Governance Awards. He built Ekshana, delivering caste, income, and residence certificates instantly to 6 crore Kannadigas. He was appointed as a Special Commissioner, Greater Bengaluru Authority, on its formation in September 2025. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's give a loud round of applause to our esteemed panelists and moderator joining us for this panel discussion. Shri Shailesh Kumar, I'm going to leave the floor to you. Please lead the way.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you for inviting all of us to this amazing conference. Obviously, this is a very interesting time, and this is one of the first conferences where we talked about Shastras and Shastras in the same same, one after the other. So it's amazing to be here. And it's my privilege to welcome our esteemed panelists to talk about how the AIification journey of governance is happening, right? So let me set a little bit of context. So obviously we are in a very interesting time in the history of India. This is the Amrit Kal, where we have an enormous opportunity and responsibility to build towards our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat. And the theme of the conference, the keyword is innovation. And before we get started into the discussion, I wanted to share a few thoughts on innovation. When I think about innovation, what is the greatest innovators of India? One name really strikes, which is Gautam Buddha. And I want to share why I think of Gautam Buddha as a great innovator. So the first thing, we all know his story. He went out, he saw a sick man, a dying man, and a poor old man. And that is the moment when he arrived at his Buddha moment, right? So the first thing that great innovators do is try to find the right problem to solve. And today we are going to see a lot of problems that we are going to solve in India. And I hope that our future IITians will find their Buddha moment. So the purpose of education hopefully is to help us find our Buddha moment and work on it. Now, Mother Teresa also solved the same problem of human suffering, but the approach that Buddha take and Mother Teresa take was very different. And Mother Teresa's approach was, solve one person's problem at a time, right? One use case at a time, if you will. And that is her approach. And Buddha's approach was not to solve for those three people, but for all mankind forever. And that is the difference between what we call a meta thinker and a normal thinker. So I hope that a lot of our young entrepreneurs will think Buddha-like and hopefully solve great problems at a meta scale. The second theme that I want to touch upon is, the reason why we are not producing the next OpenAI and the next Google in India. And I think something has changed in the last 6 months that needs attention. So for the last 60 years, we have separated our education system from what we call domain-centric education system. The IIMs, the agriculture colleges, the law colleges, the medical colleges, and the digital-centric education system, the IIT systems producing, data scientists and computer scientists and all of that. And in my last 20 years, what I have seen is when you put these two people together, the domain thinkers and the digital thinkers, almost nothing gets done because they don't speak the same language. Now, what has happened in the last 6 months is very amazing, and we should take note of that, which is that today, if I'm an agriculture expert and I want to build a platform for agriculture, or if I'm a smart city owner, domain person, and I want to build a smart city platform for the country, I can do it without having understood computer science the way we learned it. And on the other side, if I'm a data scientist or a computer scientist and I want to build smart city or agriculture or healthcare ecosystem, I can still do it because I can learn domains with ChatGPT and Gemini. This last 6 months is a very, very different time in the history of technology. And what it is doing is it is bringing digital thinkers and domain thinkers together, and it is breaking the old silos that we have been living with. So this is the context in which we are having this conference, and I'm very happy to invite our first speaker, Mr. Gaurav Gupta. He looks after the energy sector. And as we all know, energy is the foundation of any civilization. And if you look at the AI stack, energy actually sits in the bottom of it. And we will see what their department is doing and how they're using e-governance and AI and new age technologies to modernize the energy sector. So, sir, welcome.
Chairman of the panel, my colleague, Shri Pankaj, and all the invitees, dignitaries present here. It's my present privilege to be here with you. I right now look after the energy department. I suppose that's the reason why I've been asked to speak on that. And I know that there is a multitude of officers who are, some of them are yet to come because they are stuck in another government-related meeting. So I am the Additional Chief Secretary. I look after energy, and we have a presentation. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. So e-governance and the AI era. So 18,500 megawatt, it is the peak demand. Just to give you a snapshot of what is the power sector, 18.5 gigawatt, 5 distribution companies, and this is the MAP is maximum absolute percentage error, which is the kind of forecasting and the scheduling accuracy. It basically counts the forecasting accuracy. And these are the kind of things that we do. So when we switch on a light somewhere, we really don't bother about where does it come from, and we take it for granted. But ultimately in the power systems, it's always the issue of what do you anticipate, what do you forecast, what do you schedule, and then what do you dispatch. And it has to be done on a minute-to-minute basis or second-to-second basis. So the scale and complexity is just to put again a snapshot, 36 gigawatt of installed capacity, solar, wind, and we have been pretty large in solar. 70% of our installed capacity is green, that is hydro and wind and solar. The new wind addition in India was about 3.47 gigawatt. In the last year, Karnataka was the highest, 1.3 gigawatt. And consumers served almost 2.7 crores. And the transmission, sub-transmission lines of almost 80,000 kilometers. And as I said, 2/3 of the installed capacity is renewable. So Karnataka, because it's renewable energy, and you know very well, so the sun shines in the daytime and we have power, and the sun goes down, and with that the power should go down. And likewise, the wind, when it doesn't blow, the current and the power grid should go down. But that doesn't happen because we keep on matching and we keep on balancing the grid. And that's the task which is absolutely amenable to automation and AI, and that's what we are going to talk about. So generation, again, these are basically thermal, hydro, gas, renewables. Transmission, I have already mentioned. What is important is that in the power systems in India, there is something called time blocks. And the time blocks are basically the 15 minutes time block in which the power has to be scheduled, and the scheduled power has to be dispatched. And that is the job done by the state load dispatch centers and the central load dispatch centers. The distribution sides, the distribution entities, some of you are familiar with these nomenclatures of BESCOM, etc. And they are the ones who are the customer-facing part of it. And then the procurement to be done on a daily basis, the bottom left, if you can see. And we have to bother about the long-term power procurement agreements, then the short-term, medium-term, and then the day-to-day. And the day-to-day is real-term market, RTM we call it, and then the day-ahead market, which is called the day-ahead market. And this is the kind of trading in 96 dispatch blocks. Renewable energy transition, again, I have talked about it. Agriculture, demand, and solarization, this is a very important task that we are set out to be. We would like to see all the power given to irrigation pump sets for agriculture is solar power. So if it is solar power, it has to be in daytime, and that way it will be cheaper also, and the daytime the farmer can also go to his field without any issue. Now, what kind of e-governance related issues arise out of all of this? There are 3 issues primarily. One is citizen-facing. The citizen-facing is on the online billing, the mobile apps, self-service portals. Some of these are already operational, and we are working at it. Then the digital new connection workflow. This is for the new connections only. Rooftop solar, grievance outage, notifications, etc. So these are basically the easier part of it. The operations part of it is basically the SCADA and the state load dispatch center dashboards. and then the energy mapping and the real-time view of generation at any point of time. Frankly speaking, in the energy sector, we have three variables. One variable is the load. The load itself is not known. We try to assess what the load should be. That is called forecasting and scheduling. And then there is a generation. Generation, again, because of wind and energy, wind and solar, it is again uncertain. If there's a cloud cover, it will lead to affecting it. And if the wind stops suddenly, it will lead to getting affected. So automatic daily demand forecast, then the asset GIS and all that. These are operational side, and then the markets and procurement, which is again various kind of mechanisms, including that DSM, which is demand settlement mechanism, and deviation settlement mechanism, in which the deviation settlements, there's penalty and there's a number of other issues, and the PPA management and other issues. So Karnataka, we are working on all these issues. Digitization part of it, substantially done. What we require now is to move from digital to intelligent systems, and that is what we are working at. Now, these are the kind of platforms that we have built, and we are working on it. Demand forecasting, this is a very, very important issue. Then the wind forecasting, solar forecasting, and schedule management part of it, the trading and dispatch agent, and agri-load agent. So we would like to have it as much as AI agents as much as possible. We would not like the human interface again as much as possible, and we would like to have as less surprises, as accurate forecasting as possible, and a reliable grid as a result of all of that. So the impact is that the absolute percentage error for intraday is less than 1.5%. That shows the accuracy of our forecasting and forecasting of the generation as well as for the thing. And usually in the normal days, it is even less than 0.27% and all that. So this is all 24/7, runs at the background of whatever you do. So now, what are the maturity ladder that we are going ahead with? So record, billing, asset registers, digitization is done. SCADA, market, weather, GIS in one view are largely done. Prediction, forecast, demand, wind, solar prices, already done. Optimization, AI agents running, trading, dispatch, etc. It is live. Autonomous, self-healing grid, and closed loop control. Now these are the issues that we have been working at to see that how we can take up more and more. So I was, just to keep it a little light, there was a conference very recently and very high profile people came in, and one of the persons remarked to me, look here, I came to know for the first time the electricity cannot be stored. Now, yes, people don't know that electricity cannot be stored, but that is the way it is. So whatever power we are consuming right now is being generated right now, and that's the way it is. So we have to basically look at every megawatt, every consumer, every rupee, and then see how it can be taken forward. So beyond digitization, we would like to have a system in which there's a full network visibility. We should have digital twin in which we are able to identify what are the problems, set it right, and then once it is proven, in that case, carry it out. Again, engineering and decision-making, etc., should all be dependent on very, very reliable data. Data pool, database should be absolutely reliable. Forecasting tools should be absolutely reliable so that people don't have to keep on estimating, looking at the weather, how much the issue would be, the generation, etc., would be. Then the decisions which are to be taken, they have to be taken very, very quickly. It's not that we take a decision for tomorrow, today. No, it has to be taken, whatever is happening now, right now, today, at this moment itself, decision is being made for the next second. And that is the kind of thing we are doing. Just to cite an example about the irrigation load is dependent on weather. Likewise, the generation is dependent on weather. So we all know that civil aviation and a number of other sectors are weather dependent, but electricity grid and the electricity system, power systems are also heavily weather dependent. So we estimate all of this on a regular basis, do corrections on a hour ahead basis and on a real-time basis, and then take it forward. And that is the kind of thing which is being worked out. I would say that Indian grid is one of the largest grid, or maybe the largest grid in the entire world. And right from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, you can send power, you can receive power, and account for it, pay for it, and all that. So opportunities for AI. So we are basically working at how they can be an agentic transformation, how these agents which we are talking about, demand forecasting, schedule management and others, they can become better, and demand forecast accuracy improves. And this is what is being done, and we want to make it even better. Sorry, I think, yeah. Yeah, so these are some of the frontier areas that we have been working at on the issue of distribution, on the issue of the transmission systems, and consumer-facing AI and all that. I think I may be running out of time, and so therefore I will need to be a little concerned about it. But the issue is that the best of the engineers who are there, and I know that we have the best of the engineers in India, but the best of the engineers have been working for California Light and Power, and that used to be the case earlier. I'm sure that there will be more number of people who are working at electric utilities worldwide. In India, a lot of work is getting done, and the government of India and the state governments have been working collaboratively on this matter, and look forward to more and more things to happen. So what are the challenges? Challenges are the data quality part of it. We frequently encounter data which is absolutely, which is not reliable, not complete, and things like that. And so therefore the AI can do the kind of anticipation and then work at it. Talent and skills, again, we have to depend on a lot of vendors. Our own systems are there up to a certain extent, but we have to take it forward. The infrastructure part of it, again, for AI-related query systems and all that, a lot of data has to be there, collated, made to talk to each other, and then rethought for AI. And then procurement issues in the government systems, etc. We have challenges. So, cyber security is a real challenge again, and then the change management overall in the government. We would like more and more things to happen. It is happening also willy-nilly, but we need the larger ecosystem, the entire PANIIT network that we are talking about, to also link up on this matter, because very, very critical. As we go along, we anticipate in the next 10 years, the power requirements and power demand will double. And then every decade it may double. That's the way India is. In the Western world, in the developed world, it is only 1% increase, 2% increase on year on year. But now we are witnessing 5 to 7%, and this is going to grow. So we have to invest in all these, and the complexity increases as more and more things come along. So Karnataka and how we have to work together, government, academia, startups, big tech industry. So a lot of these issues are there in which all of you can contribute. And I'm sure that there will be opportunity for a larger discussion, deeper discussion on each one of these. So our commitment, 2047, is 100% of grid operations under predictive AI guidance. Every asset, distribution transformer, or any other asset to be visible. Minutes for decisions that used to take weeks, and 0 blackouts that we have been working at. And these are the issues which startups and academia must do with us, and joint working together, collaborations, residencies, and things like that. So that's what we would like to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was very insightful. So one of the lessons that I learned today is, the idea of a product has evolved quite a bit in the last 20 years, right? When we used to think of products as a car or a washing machine or a cell phone, and today what sir talked about is an ecosystem is a product. So if you think about a whole smart city as a product or the whole energy ecosystem as a product, and we can see how complex it gets. And our AI thinking and IT thinking has to evolve to now start thinking of ecosystems as products. And, we'll be able to build towards 2047 what we are trying to build, which is agriculture operating system, healthcare operating system, smart cities, energy operating systems for the country. And that is how we will achieve it. Bottom-up innovation will take us only so far. And if you think about the evolution of electricity, right? If we had only invented the bulbs and the fuses and the switches and the wires, we would not have electricity, right? The reason we have electricity is because the grid is there. So what is the equivalent of that in the AI world is something that we have to think about. So with that, thank you, sir, for your insight. So we'll now move to Pandey, sir. He looks after e-governance initiatives at the state of Karnataka. So, sir, if you can just introduce deeply what all you do, and yes, we can go from there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salish, who is the head for the AI for Geo. My senior colleague and my guide and mentor in the service, Gaurav Gupta, sir. All the participants who have come here. In fact, I was working with Gaurav, sir, a few months back. And last 3 years, we were working together in the energy sector almost. Karnataka has been a pioneer state in many aspects. And Bangalore has always been a kind of a hub for various things. I like to put a few things before you because these are unique to Bangalore and unique to Karnataka and why this has become the Silicon Valley because many things happened here. We had obviously the Indian Institute of Sciences, the academia which came here. So with the Indian Institute of Sciences, with Triple IIT, with Raman Research Institute, all those things started here. And we should give cajoles to the vision of the leaders here and the Masu Maharaja who came out with many institutions on which we have built the state and the nation. There are Masu paper mills, Masu varnish, your Masu bulbs, your Vishwasaraya Iron and Steel plant, which is there in Shimoga. So, Sir M. Vishwasaraya gave the logo that either you industrialize or perish, and that is how the state has been moving. We have a very good ecosystem which came into existence in the state of Karnataka for aviation. We have the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, and then we have the training command of the Air Force, which is here. A lot of the deep tech, the aviation companies, which primarily deal with the software development, and all those are located in Karnataka. And this all started, obviously, with a solid foundation. And then came the various policies which were put by the state. Like we had the first aerospace policy, the first IT policy, the first biotech policy, the first state-led space tech center has been established. So a lot of things have been done in the state to see that this ecosystem of entrepreneurship, of technology, of science, of R&D stays and develops tremendously in the state. One other unique thing which, in fact, Gaurav sir talked about electricity, and Shiv Samudram is a testimony to the fact that we were the first to come out with a megawatt scale power plant, hydropower plant, way back in 1902. It's almost 124 years back. And we have a place called Kolar Goldfields. Most of you must be knowing that, KGF. And the electricity used to go from Shivan Samudram to KGF, which is almost 145 kilometers or so. And at that point of time, in 1902, it used to be the longest transmission line in the world. And it used to be transmitted at almost 33 kV voltage level at 25 hertz. So this was the way the state has been nurtured. Now coming to the fact that e-governance, like if you go to other states, you will not find the Department of E-Governance in other states. Either it is Department of IT/BT and Electronics, that way it is done, or Department of IT/BT. We in Karnataka realized that e-governance or reaching out to the public for better delivery of services, obviously to see that the various aspects in the government are digitized, are computerized, and we have the government at the doorstep of the citizen. With that intention, the Department of E-Governance was created separately in Karnataka. And I head the department as a principal secretary. We have 4 or 5 verticals in our department. One deals with the state remote sensing applications. So primarily on the geospatial data, that's called Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center. We have the Center for E-Governance, which primarily develops software applications or big applications for the various government departments. We have something called Center for Smart Governance because we have to deal with big data and pretty complex applications. And Center for Smart Governance was set up as a company on the lines of NIC to see that the state remains focused on its own software application. Then we have something called Electronic Delivery for Citizen Services, EDCS, and closely linked to that is Sakala, where we have timely delivery of services to the citizens. So these are the 4 or 5 aspects of the e-governance. And we have also been given the mandate of now introducing AI, running the AI, and creating certain applications which basically reduce the workload at the government level, and more than that, have a better delivery of services for the citizens and better approach of the work. As you know, the government is obviously highly rule-driven, has a lot of manpower, and obviously there's a lot of paperwork. Now to break these shackles, we have to use the AI. One of the things which we have done in the state of Karnataka is that we have come out with the AI cell. So all the government departments, 35 odd departments, boards and corporations come to us. We synergize our efforts in terms of AI. So whether it is in terms of having GPUs, in terms of developing applications, in terms of developing short language, long language models and all that, we see that we work in unison. And in government, as you know, which is true with any big organization, whether it is in private or government sector, obviously the various verticals work in silos. And the biggest challenge is to get these verticals, these departments talk to each other. And that is where the value is created. I'll give a simple example. Sir was mentioning about agriculture pump sets. And obviously, this is where the state government gives 20,000 crores of subsidy, if I'm right. And this is the trend all over the country in various states. This is one item of our budget where we can use AI tremendously to improve it, where the energy department is using, where we can use the data from satellites, use the cropping pattern, because every crop has a typical watering season. Every crop is not a perennial crop. They need not be watered 365 days a year. There is a particular watering cycle which it follows. And then obviously energy department, irrigation department, when the water has to be left in the canal and all that. Now these things have to come together. The data has to speak to each other. And finally, we can come out with a model which clearly predicts that this particular agriculture feeder or irrigation feeder requires power, so much power at this point of the day in the year. And it is how you basically optimize on the energy consumption for each agriculture feeder. If you do it rightly, it can easily save 10 to 15% of the consumption, because many times the farmers will resort to flood irrigation rather than going for pinpointed irrigation or other methods which save water, save soil, and obviously save the productivity. Similarly, commercial tax department, I was speaking to my colleague in the commercial tax department. There are many cases of fake GST claims. Now, obviously, these GST firms would have shown an address, would have a RR number or a electricity connection and a consumer number. Therefore, we can find out whether they actually exist, whether they are consuming electricity, what is the electricity consumption, whether they are showing the receipts and all that illegally. So there are many ways of basically making the departments come together and work on that. So these are the things we are working on a data analytics center here, where we want to analyze the big data. Every department has a huge repository of data. And one step towards that, in fact, Karnataka was one of the first states in the country to come out with Kutumba, or a family ID. So each family ID is lifted from the ration card data, and based on that, we link the various facilities and all that which are being used by that particular family, the various government benefits, the various other parameters which are used, and try to make sense out of that data and use that data to give more focused delivery of the benefits and the services of the government. In the AI cell, in fact, we have developed few applications. One is Kartavya, which is your intelligence attendance monitoring. Then we have Nirantara, which is primarily for a school or a college or hostel setup. You can mark the attendance using the facial recognition, which is extremely successful, and a lot of government departments are going to adopt that application. Then for the cows and the buffaloes, we have come out with the muzzle printing. So identifying their face using the muzzle printing, that technology we are developing, and we are doing that in collaboration with Indian Institute of Sciences, with the IIITB, and with the private entrepreneurs. And there is a huge opportunity for the private entrepreneurs to join hands with the government, with the e-governance. You are most welcome. We, in fact, are planning to organize a session specifically for the various departments and the entrepreneurs and the people who are there into deep tech with the government of Karnataka, so that we can have the dialogue and develop certain applications which can be pioneered in the country. I look forward to have many more dialogues on the AI, more so because we have the mandate and we have been given the responsibility of seeing that this AI is introduced in the government. One more thing I wanted to say, tell you that e-office application, which runs in most of the government offices, so we have moved away from our physical files, and we have the e-office and all that to make the e-office intelligent, AI-enabled, and therefore certain levels can be cut in the government. Suppose you have certain file which moves 4 to 5 layers. You can cut easily 1 or 2 layers, and therefore you can properly optimize the staff or the personnel in the government. So all these possibilities are there, and I think this is going to change the way we work in the government and deliver the government services. I invite all of you to have a dialogue with us, and please feel free to get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was very insightful. Amazing use cases coming out of both in the energy department, e-commerce. And, you know, I'm reminded of when I joined Reliance 8 years ago, Mr. Ambani said, you want to innovate. And he defined innovation. He said integration is the new innovation. And it took me 5 years to figure that out, what he's trying to say. And today I see a lot of very beautiful use cases coming together. But the biggest challenge is not that we have identified use cases and built independent point solutions for those things. The biggest challenge is how do we integrate them together so that if the satellite data is telling me something, a farmer gets the right advisory, and you know, the insurance company triggers the right protocol. All this has to be integrated. So we are at a beautiful stage where we have done a lot of bottom-up point solutions across domains. And now we are, you know, sort of ending the age of AI, if you will, and starting the age of integration in India. And we look forward to that journey. So I want to thank our panelists. Thank you, sir. And we have time for some questions if you have some questions for the panelists. Please, Mike.
Requesting you to kindly keep your hand raised. One of our associates will join you. Kindly proceed by introducing yourself and proceed with your question.
Yeah, this question is to Gauravji. Recently, Indian government have started this Bureau of Energy Efficiency and also launched the Indian carbon market. So in that line, are you doing something in Karnataka also?
See, Bureau of Energy Efficiency has been there for last almost 30, 40 years. And they have been working on various issues. One of them is carbon credit. And on the carbon credit side, again, we do have credits, and we do sell the carbon credits and the certificates and all that. So if there's anything specific that you would like to look into, you can always be in touch with us.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, basically, they have come out with Aditi scheme and etc. to incentivize the industry to switch to less energy and more.
That is there.
Something like that you are also
That is
doing?
there. The industries have to become far more energy efficient. Not only industries, even the appliances have to become more energy efficient. For example, if you buy an air conditioner at home or a fridge at home, that has to be 5-star rated, because then it is more energy efficient. So there are different things. And in that context, let me say that Karnataka has been getting award for being the most energy efficient over last at least 3 years, and from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. So we have been working at it, but if you would like to have anything specific, I'm told that they are readily accessible on your online system and all that. If there's any concern, please let us know.
Oh, thank you.
So myself Param, and I'm a founder of one of the AI company, AI startup what we are running in the Bangalore. My question that you have shown the very big picture of the AI use cases. How do we connect and collaborate?
Yeah, so if you would like to come in that case, you can come to us. You can offer whatever you have to offer, and then we'll take it forward. I will connect you to our heads in the generation, transmission, and distribution space. Do let us know what is your area of strength.
But any email ID, any mobile number?
The email IDs are there. Email IDs I can share. I think the organizers can share.
Okay, awesome.
You share. Email ID, my email ID is available. It can be put out on the screen, or otherwise it can be sent. Okay.
Awesome, thank you.
So one more thing I just wanted to bring to your notice, that leading up to this Pan IIT summit, we gave 8 problem statements for the hackathon, and we gave it from the urban development industries, from energy department and all that, and there was a very good participation for the hackathon. Going forward, we also want to institutionalize the system of getting the startups, asking them to work on certain problem statements, giving a proof of the concept, and then adopting it to the government if we find that it is really useful. So those things also we have planned, and we are doing that.
Question to both Gauravji and Pankajji. So Gauravji, this AI in data, for AI we need data centers, and data centers consume a lot of power. So what are your plans, if any, to account for that power if data centers get established going forward? To Pankajji, we have e-governance services, but how do we ensure that it is accessible to people? Like, let's say we have e-khata, but the process to obtain e-khata, or like sometimes you don't know what to fill in order to get the e-khata. Like, there are some specific fields. So how do we simplify that and make it easy for people to fill that? Because then again, you want to get somebody to help you fill that.
Yeah, I'll start first. And the issue which you are talking about is the data centers and the power demand of data centers, and whether we have working for that, accommodating that, and ensuring that they are taken care of. Now, I may only say this to you. As we go along, I think over the number of years, we will realize more and more electrification is bound to happen. So far, say for example, in number of industrial processes, a lot of things have got converted to electricity. 50 years back, a lot of them were burning coal. I'm talking about the industries. Now it's not. But still some of them, for example, for making steel, are taking up coking coal is being used. And that also decarbonization of the entire industrial processes is being worked out. One. Number two is electrification of transportation. Railways may have done 100%. Our cars, etc., are not yet. And I'm happy to mention that Karnataka leads again in terms of electric vehicles. The penetration for April 2026 figures, last month figures, is 13.65% of vehicles sold in Karnataka were electric vehicles. So it's also going to come. The third thing, the data centers, etc., which are the new factories or new, the infrastructure for tomorrow. Again, we have assessed how much is required nationally, 2 gigawatt going up to 10 gigawatt or going further and all that. And we are working very closely with the industries and IT departments. I worked in those departments earlier, so we know. But we are working with them to see not only the power requirement, but water requirement and other issues. And now whether it should be around Bangalore, whether it should be on the shore, that is on Mangalore, or whether it should be by the riverside, and such other issues we have also identified and after discussion, and we are working at it. So when we talk about the resource adequacy plan, we have a decadal plan. A decadal plan for the augmentation of generation, augmentation of transmission, and the distribution systems. So there, when we are talking about it, that resource adequacy plan takes into account all these issues of growing electric vehicles, growing data centers, and such other industrialization getting into more and more electrification. Thank you.
Coming to your question of obviously the ease with which a citizen is able to access the service. Obviously, we have been able to break that puzzle of reach of the service. It has been done to a large extent. Every citizen has access to that. The ease obviously comes with a better software. It is like, the software is like your vehicle model. The better you engineer the vehicle, the longer and the easier it is for the driver to run the vehicle. And many times the government systems and obviously the integration with the other systems, because if you have made a e-khata, it has to integrate with a lot of other systems which have heavy data and all that. And therefore, the programming has to be improved, the coding has to be improved. This happens normally with the citizens' feedback, with internal checks, with other checks also which we do on the software. And I think the citizens' feedback is the most critical because they are the users of the application. Specifically for your e-khata, which you mentioned, in fact, yesterday also we had a discussion in our own group that this system has to be further improved because there's certain thing called name mismatch or other things were coming. So we are improving. This citizen feedback is coming. They are improving. They will come out with a better version of the application and all that. That's a process which we keep on following. Before the launch of any application, we do a lot of checks. But with the kind of diversity which is there in the state and all that, again, the system, the versions have to be improved.
Issue is also of a scale. And also, please also bear it in mind that our initial systems were not perfect. And the way one name is written in Kannada, for example, the name can be written in two, three different manners if it is in different languages and all that. So that also makes a lot of difference. So I think progressively, as I think the chairman or moderator of the panel mentioned, that progressively the individual applications were computerized and they have been brought to the citizens and all that. Now the task is basically to integrate them together, knit them together, and provide a unified interface to the consumers. Now that part of it is the one which I think Pankaj has been working on. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the panel. I want to thank our panelists, sirs, for giving us such good insights. And what I see is great intent. And when there is great intent, we all can come together and solve the problems of the country. So with that, we'll close.
Thank you so much for joining us out here this afternoon and sharing with us your insights. Requesting you to kindly stay back on stage. Inviting on stage Sri Neeraj Kumar and Sri Ashok Kumar to kindly do the honors and hand over a token of appreciation from us to our esteemed panelists on our stage for taking the time of being a part of our summit and shedding light on this topic. Of course, it's been a true pleasure having you be in association with Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Do keep those applauses coming in, everyone, as we take this moment to honor our esteemed panelists joining us today. Once again, thank you so much for joining us and being a part of that brilliant panel discussion, sharing with us your thoughts, your insights, and of course, taking questions from our attendees and gracefully answering them as well. Do put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we honor our esteemed panelists. Once again, special thanks from us to you for being a part of Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. It's been a true pleasure and an honor hearing from each and every one of you this afternoon. Thank you, Shri Neeraj and Shri Ashok, for joining us on stage and doing the honors. Once again, thank you to our esteemed panelists for joining us at our summit and sharing with us your thoughts and your insights. We dive into our next panel at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. This one focuses on Global Capabilities Center. GCCs are modernizing rapidly as AI becomes central to development, integration, and analytics. The next panel explores how GCCs can build roadmaps that align cost, value, and capability, especially in sovereign tech environments. This discussion will also look at the future workforce model and operating practices that needed to be deliver measurable outcomes. Welcoming our moderator and panelists for this session, we have our moderator, Shri Rajesh Oja, partner and GCC leader, PwC India. With a career spanning TCS, including a stint at the Aeronautical Development Agency on the LCA project, IBM and Accenture, where he was a managing director and India business lead for GCCs, now a partner at GCC GIC market segment leader at PwC India, advising multi-nations on setting up and scaling their Indian Capabilities Center. He is one of India's most cited voices on GCC strategy and AI transformation. Accompanying him are our esteemed panelists, welcoming Rajneesh Prasad, Global Head of BTP Delivery Scale, SAP, an alumni of IIT Kharagpur with 35 years of industry experience. He is one of the early members of SAP India and has been instrumental in establishing the services footprint of SAP in India with customers like Reliance, ONGC, GAIL, ITC, Dabur, Wipro, NTPC, and all the major retail players during the retail boom. In 2008, he was tasked to build a globally integrated delivery unit of custom development that directly drove product development, platform adoption, and customer outcomes, having pivoted the global delivery from a cost arbitrage model to a value arbitrage model, taking accountability of customer innovation on cutting-edge technology. Accompanying him is our next panelist. We have Srimati Pooja Singh, India Head, Teva Pharmaceuticals, a seasoned GCC and global operations leader with over 25 years of experience building, scaling, and transforming large-scale global capabilities center. She has established herself as a strategic leader who bridges global headquarters with high-impact GCC operations across APAC, Europe, UK, and US. She has successfully built greenfield GCCs from ground up and transformed traditional models into next-generation centers of excellence. We also have Sri Ramesha Narahari, whole-time director and head ABB Business Services. He is a seasoned executive professional serving as whole-time director and head of ABB Business Service, as well as enterprise architecture lead at ABB. With over 34 years of total experience, he brings 16 years of functional expertise in manufacturing and operation, alongside 18 years in managing information systems projects, programs, and portfolio management. He leads ABB GCC of Bangalore, the largest business service hub of ABB, covering electrification enterprise architecture across India, the Middle East, and Africa and South Asia, and is among India's top 25 GCC heads. Welcoming our next panelist, we have Shri Shantanu Chaudhary, Principal Partner Ecosystem and Strategy, Telstra. With over 25 years in telecom sector, he brings a rare blend of revenue and cost transformation expertise, spanning country strategy, go-to-market execution, and partners ecosystem design, along with driving profitability, large-scale vendor consolidation, and commercial model innovation. His decisions are anchored in a simple principle: what matters to the customer and how outcomes shape customers' experiences. Currently with Telstra, he leads partner ecosystem strategy as a principal. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's give a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists and our moderator for this GCC panel. Shri Rajesh, I'm going to leave the floor to you. Please lead the way for this discussion.
Thank you so much and very good afternoon, everyone. As we got a great, I would say, welcome on stage. And we had a very powerful session previous to this. It's always to match it is going to be very difficult, but certainly the topic of interest, right, which is GCC, Global Capability Center as we call it. And most important when we talk about road ahead with AI, right, I was just, before this, we were just chatting on the coffee table and said, AI, should we call it as artificial intelligence or should we continue with Apna intelligence? So let's, take the artificial intelligence part of it because that is of the interest for all of us today. But before we get into the side of the discussion, and I have esteemed panelists with us, I thought maybe give a little bit of a flavor of what is GCC, because a lot of time, and this question keeps coming to us, because when we look at the ecosystem around us, we talk about, if I look at the current number which just got published recently, we have approximately 2,200 GCCs, somewhere between 2,150 and 2,200. And which almost employs little more than 2.4 million people. But what is important is let's say more than 50% is actually in the city, in Bangalore. So basically we can say, we can be proud of that we are sitting in the GCC capital. From a global perspective, GCC capital, India GCC capital, and from India perspective, Bangalore is the GCC capital. So that just gives you a little bit of a pride in there. But when we talk about AI, and we all talk about the density of traffic a lot of time when we talk about Bangalore. And always say when I go as a Bangalorean outside, and I've been in Bangalore for the last 35 years, 35 years plus. So I say, instead of telling me how many cars per square feet, can you tell me how many AI or startups per square feet? And then suddenly you will see that we can just beat the rest of the world, just like that. So with that, I think give it a little bit of a pride in that. I have, let's say, esteemed panelist here. You did hear about the introductions of them, but when we look at AI and the way it has impacted the industries, fortunately some industries actually has really enjoyed the entry of AI in our world. But certain industries actually realize that this certainly has challenged them more. And incidentally, we have in our panel both sides of the industry. So we have Rajneesh from SAP, software platform, Pooja for pharma, life sciences. We had, Ramesh from our ABB, and then we have Shantanu from our Telstra. This happens to me all the time. Sorry for that, Shantanu. So so when you look at the telco industry, when you look at pharma industry, right, they have been impacted as well as, I would say benefited from it. But if I look at Ramesh from ABB, he would be very happy. But what is important is to hear directly from them. So maybe what I'll start with you, Pooja, with just understanding. And what I did is I just curated some questions, primarily just to see that we make this a little interesting, but more importantly is get a sense of it that how they feel that their industry has been impacted. So maybe Pooja, to start with you, the pharma and life sciences industry, right? Obviously it has seen a lot of transformation. So in the context of AI mandate, what workflows that you are seeing shifting, basically shifting to India? And from GCC perspective, how are we dealing with that?
Thank you, Rajesh, for that question. I think it is important for us to understand that what is changing largely in the conventional setup the strategic blueprint of an organization was closely held by the HQ. But today, if we reflect on the AI-led organizations, the strategic blueprint is actually built real time. It is being built where the data resides, and invariably the data is residing in mature GCCs because they are the innovation and AI hub for the enterprise. Now with that, the GCCs are becoming the nerve center for the enterprise. So that push is giving the GCCs to be able to bring more high value work. It's no more a cost play for India when it comes to GCC ecosystem. The steady talent pool, I mean, India produces most number of STEM graduates, which provides us the density of the talent that we require. And the GCC maturity in digital and tech is actually giving us the impetus to be able to bring that confidence in the enterprise to seed some high value capabilities in the country. Now in context to pharma specifically, if I talk about pharmacovigilance, early detection of events, I talk about clinical trials. We do a lot of this trial analytics in India. So AI is being utilized and leveraged to do all of that because that is helping us prioritize and reduce the time significantly to do some of that. So, not only for traditional or domain intensive workflows in a pharma context, even supply chain, demand analytics, even integrated business planning, all of that is getting better and disrupted through the overlaying AI. So, in the context of pharma, I would say whilst it's a highly regulated industry and we are still in the POC stage, we see potential in adopting to the technology and bracing for change. So,
thank you so much, Pooja. So maybe going from pharma to now the manufacturing and industrial side, Ramesh, right? And we have seen probably, as your happy smile says, that AI actually has really changed the curve for you guys, right? So from an industrial sector perspective, being a beneficiary of agentic disruption, product development cycles basically are estimated to become 30% faster, basically, if that sense. So how is your organization, ABB, actually, from a GCC perspective? And I know sometimes you don't like to be called GCC because you have been a traditional, more Indian company than a global company in that sense. So what's your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Rajesh. And first of all, honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me. ABB, we have two GCC, Global Capability Center. One is an engineering center. As most of you know, ABB is an engineering company. And just now, Mr. Chief Secretary talked about generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity. And we are there everywhere. Okay. So we have started one of the GCC around 15 years back with hardly around 15, 20. At that time, it was called as probably shared services, not a GCC center. Now it's a big engineering center with almost around 4,200 employees. We cater to almost 100 plus ABB countries. We are a captive center. And we also have a product capability center here in Bangalore. Okay, that's in the Whitefield area, where we cater our solution to 5 lakh ABB products, which is applied worldwide. Okay, so AI has definitely helped us in the area of the complete cycle of the product development. Especially, we are an engineering company. We have a lot of products and specifications wherein these data are now embedded into AI. Okay, we have 3 layers. One is the data layer, okay, and the second one is the generative layer, and the third one is agentic layer. So wherever possible, the data layer, we have started using the workflows, and secondly, on the generative AI, we have uploaded all the related documents, engineering documents, and which is available across different applications which we use. And third one on the agentic AI, wherein most of the agents in the product developments are working rightfully. So the way it is working is, it reduces our work. You cannot implement AI everywhere. There are around 10 processes, and probably around 7 processes we can implement AI. But in the 7 processes, AI can be used, and it can be used in such a way that we can do our things 50% faster, 100% faster. And we have selected those AIs, And those agentic views and also those agents are helping the product development in ensuring the product cycle is reduced, the development cycle is reduced, and also to ensure that the quality of the products are far better than that. And of course, with that, we will definitely ensure that the human effort is also there, and we engage the people in different other non-repetitive work. So that is also one of the advantage. So over a period of time, I think we have done a lot in the AI space, and we also have our own specific agentic platform, which is called as an ABI, and which we use across everywhere, across the functions, across the business and everywhere. So that's how we have started using, Rajesh.
Thank you so much, Ramesh. And for those, for a trivia, when we talk about Ayodhya Temple, when we talk about Central Vista, right? So you can certainly look at ABB as one of the key players who has actually provided the whole setup from the electrification perspective. So now I just go to Rajneesh, now 28 years plus in SAP, right? Having seen the SAP evolving. And now with the advent of AI, where certainly, and I keep discussing with you offline as well, that how SAP, I would say SAP first from a context of how you are responding to this, because you are probably one of those platform companies which is known word in every company technically, because anybody when talks about ERP, SAP, Oracle, and few other names clearly comes out, and SAP takes the lead in many places. So with advent of AI, how are you seeing the overall GCC mandate changing? Especially in context of the battle that you're forcing. Because Anthropic talked about recently that they are really going to, do certain things which people took 2 years. They will try to do it in 2 months. So over to you, Rajneesh. A challenging one for you.
Thank you, Rajesh. Before I answer this question, I just wanted to check one statement with the crowd. How many of you are familiar with cheat sheets? Cheat sheets? Yeah? And what happens if the first question does not come out of the cheat sheet? No AI could have predicted this. Okay? So let me now be more introspective about where we are. So let me, first and foremost, I would like to build in the concept of GCC. Okay? And I feel it's in addition to the skill and the scale and the flexibility, the three things that have been pivoting the GCC rise in India. The fourth one, which I have seen in this 28 years since you mentioned my time, is the accountability, the level of accountability. And that level of accountability is something which is fueling the next, I would say, stage of GCCs, which is being more the innovation incubation hub. Yes. Okay? And I give you when I look at our own personal journey, we have the largest R&D center of SAP, which is in Bangalore. Okay, so it's the largest, it's more than what is there in Germany. But that is not how we started this journey, right? We started with what we called as the India requirement or India localization. That was why the team was even formed, because nobody in Germany could understand what India rules were. But over a period of time, it started taking more and more accountability of the outcomes, not only here, but also globally. I mean, given that 78% of world's transactions run on SAP, and we are in the 99 out of 100 top companies of the world, you just can't leave it to a group of people based on scale and flexibility. You needed a higher level of accountability. And even that, in our personal chapters, it has helped us. For example, we were running some projects. When the cloud came in, we were running some cloud projects by doing some kind of a supply chain or tracking and tracing of pharma, for example, for Novartis, and then we were doing for Roche and so on and so forth, ABC. And that's when the pandemic struck. Okay? And obviously, a lot of these things came onto India because of the scale, and we were all involved. And we realized that it was not a bunch of projects. It was a solution that could then be the new, I would say, supply chain, which we called as Information Collaboration Hub. And it was my team which was leading that Information Collaboration Hub. During COVID, 7 out of the 12 pharma companies were running on this network, which was completely being run out of India. We won internally a lot of prizes. But what it also helped was that we started creating another group, which was called the Life Sciences Vertical, okay? And that Life Sciences Vertical, the whole engineering was something that I was delivering. We of course, went into the clinical trial management or supply management, cell and gene therapy, and so on and so forth. But that has been just one example, and I could speak many more outside of this room, in terms of how a certain level of accountability is something that most of us, I mean, when I hear the stories that I hear about ABB, I was aware of that project as well in terms of global templates and so on and so forth. So everywhere, this is something that has been a unique characteristic of the GCCs out of India. Now, what's the mandate in the new world? The mandate is very clear. We have the people who have the brains. We have the workforce that we so much more need, because the pace of innovation today is unprecedented. It's not 2-year cycles, it's like next week kind of a thing, right? So you just can't get lost of that workforce. But we definitely need to invest heavily in making them smarter, in making them adopt the tools that our generation and people who have been in this business for the past 20 odd years were never had to, right? So it is challenging not only the new people, new entrants, it's also challenging senior folks like us to start thinking differently in terms of a lot of concepts like forward deployment engineering and so on and so forth, which we can talk later on as well. But that's the kind of pivot that we have right now.
Thank you so much, Rajneesh. And obviously, we are friends also for the last 15 years, so I just took the liberty of going away from the cheat sheet. But Shantanu, I just come to you, and you have spent, I would say, almost the whole life in telco, Orange plus Telstra.
Not from birth.
Not from birth, but technically as a professional life, right? So if I look at, and again, very regulated industry, in world of telecom, where we are seeing the network layer actually almost getting softwareized, right? We talk about SDN, we talk about NFV, Open RAN. So now keeping that in mind, both from Telstra's perspective and in general telco's perspective, how the GCC are driving this transformation, and in particular from a Telstra perspective, how are you keeping, from a GCC perspective, ahead of the curve?
Thanks, Rajesh. Good afternoon, everyone. See, the telecom industry is a little sort of a challenging sort of an industry, and let me sort of put that in context. If you look at the global economy and the growth of the global economy over the last 2 decades, it's probably has grown by about 150%. And take a wild guess, in the last 2 decades, how much has the telecom industry grown? It's just a wild guess. Anybody wants to shoot a number? Nobody? Nobody's just wanting to? The telecom industry has only grown by 30% in the last 2 decades. Okay? So the economy has grown 150, and this is 30. The question is, what is really happening then? And I think the important part is when you start looking at it slightly differently and say, okay, the telecom industry is grown 30%, but when it influences other industries, which is the influenced part, which is all the tech that's happening around, it creates an economy of close to $6 trillion. But the telecom per se has remained a 1.5 trillion economy across the whole globe. So I think it's about monetization. We carry all the data and all of those stuff, which is fantastic. But I think we always struggle with the monetization of that data, and that's the challenge. Now, all the things that you spoke, I think is very real. The challenge is very real. But if you speak to strategy heads of any telecom company in the world, the first thing that they're going to talk is, how do I make more money? And it's not about the cost. The cost part of the program will do. The CFOs are doing that part. But around the world, it is growing at about 1%, 1.2% lower than the global economy, which grows at about 2.7 to 3%. So I think the tech part is all good, is what I would say. I guess the telecom per se is challenged and struggling in many ways. And hence so fundamentally, it doesn't matter whether it's the GCC or the corporate. At the end of the day, what the industry is struggling with is, how do I find new revenue streams? How do I impact the customer journey in a different manner? could I launch a product faster than what I was launching maybe 5 years back? I think the monetization is the genuine issue. And from there, you can go down the stack, right? So all the areas that you said about autonomous network and software-defined network and everything that you spoke about is very real, but everything is working to say, how do I impact the customer journey for us to get maybe a little few more cents of the dollar. So I think that's the practical way that the whole industry. So the GCCs or the ones which have their units out here in India, I think are cutting across, and we as Telstra are cutting across every single area that you mentioned, plus more, in trying to solve part of that problem.
Perfect. And Chandru, you rightly brought out when you look at it from the, and we were just talking about that highway has been created by telcos, but the real money was made by the trucks which ran on it, right? So this is the reality that happened, and that continues to happen. It's like you are continuously investing on 5G, now talking about 6G, and the new technologies. But you know, the side is we always look at the ARPU, right? Yeah. The ARPU is only going down, right? That's the way it looks at it. But that's the reality of your business, but still it remains one of those where I always say that is taking care of us. So all that we talk about data, AI, if a telco is not there, you know, I don't know where we will be, right? So let's go to Pooja again. You know, Pooja, you did mention about pharmacovigilance in your previous statement, and I just thought I'll pick it up. And so in zero tolerance workflows like pharmacovigilance, clinical trial management, do you see AI as a viable option?
Well, my answer is yes and no both. And yes, because, you know, the prowess of AI is now more pronounced than it ever was before. You know, the work that used to take us days to solve, our ability to do, let's say, talk about regulatory submissions, the tool is able to summarize the requirements for us much faster and in a more comprehensible way, you know, than ever before. But the reason of saying no is that I don't see it as an autonomous tool just as yet. I still believe that the human decisioning orchestration layer is required. And there is a lot of this accountability gap that I see. So take an example in case of pharma. If the tool makes a mistake that costs the company $50 million, let's assume, give or take, who takes the accountability? So there is fear that's blemishing our ability to totally rely on the tool. So we can use the tool for comprehension, case summarization, coding, and those low impact areas, which of course are helping us do our work faster. But the human and decision loop will continue to be taking control over some of what we are doing. So yes, everybody is excited about AI, but at the same time, it is going to be with caution. The model is still evolving, and in a pharma context, I think we have a little bit of road ahead of us.
Perfect. So I just wanted to add one more, you know, that I keep adding a trivia to that, right? So pre-COVID, if you go back and look at how many pharma companies had their GCCs in India, right, you would find handful. Most of them came in for manufacturing, right, more as manufacturing and selling the medicines, and not necessarily for the R&D. But after, I would say, the vaccine that did wonders in India during the COVID, we have seen at least 14 of them just landed up in the last 3 years. And one of the highest end work that you can think of happening in the pharma industry actually is happening in India. So very soon, I would not be surprised that while we were the manufacturing capital for the vaccines, we should soon be also one of the, the capital for doing the maximum R&D, in India, in the pharma world. So thank you so much, Pooja. So Ramesh, I just go to you again, right? And when you look at it from the industrial sector perspective, and since 34 years with ABB, you have seen the whole world, gaming around you. How do you ensure that right investment and sponsorship is there for you to build, test, and deploy AI use cases that you apply for the global organization?
Okay, understood. Thanks, Rajesh. This is an excellent question. ABB operates in divisions, okay? We have 18 divisions, and each division operates like its own company, okay? And each division will come out with a lot of their new initiatives, which we need to definitely serve. Because being one of the global GCC serving across 100+ countries, it's not easy as all. Okay, so what has been done to ensure that this is handled in a right manner is we have the top-down approach, wherein the president of each of the divisions, they have a go with one solution which, there is no one solution which can fit all, okay? But then there are a lot of solutions which is available in the market. Okay, you take ChatGPT, you also take Gemini or Claude. Everything comes with its own version, its own positive and negative. So what we have done is, we have built our own AI platform, which is called as Abby, which is used across all the divisions. Currently, we are employed around 1 lakh plus across 100 plus countries, and around 55,000 are using an AI platform now, okay? And this is, this will take the best of all the other LLMs. When I talk about ChatGPT, all those things. So it takes all the things. Apart from that, we have also ensured that this is connected across all our global systems as well. One of the system is SAP. Rajneesh, we use SAP extensively. We are one of your largest customer. And there as well, SAP has their own AI agentic, but we use our one and we connect those data as well. So it has been consistently driven from the top down, wherein we don't want to go with any specific divisions approach. We want to go with a global approach, and also we go by ROI model. What is return on investment on this? Okay, and how is the division matured to use this? So these are the two things which we generally take, and based on that, from the bottom level, we go with, for example, we go with many of the institutions. Here in just a month back, we did a Shark Tank project where we gave around 3 business cases to 3 Bangalore best universities. That is RV College, BMS College, and Christ College. They come out with the solution, and we use that solution to adapt to our environment as well. So that's how, from the top down, we do the governance, and from the bottom, we started doing the deliveries. So that's how we do it, and we do it with a lot of maturity assessment in between, so that we want to use AI very responsibly, very securely. As we are also a product engineering company, we need to worry about our safety, security of our products, and also the deliveries as well. So hope I answered your question.
No, absolutely. And that's the, when you the last line that you mentioned, that enterprise level security, I think that says it all, that, why sometimes talking and, developing AI and then actually implementing AI is a big challenge, the difference between that, right? So Rajneesh, again coming to you, right? From and this time it's from the cheat sheet, right? Okay. So how are you industrializing human plus agent working models in core transformational workflows like software development? And this you can go beyond SAP as well.
Yeah, so let me start with a sentence, because we've been talking AI. I would say our role is to train the agents with the human in the loop. And this is very important. I'll come back to this point a little later, okay? But yes, we are using the power of AI, and not necessarily only agents, all across. So more and more of our business presentations, our business case, market research, POCs in front of the customers, a vibe coding, which is like, wow, SAP used to take 2 years. Now they are doing it in 48 hours to come back and show me how it looks like. The whole testing, coding, I mean, the usual stuff that everybody is familiar with. That is something that we are leveraging the AI and agents also for. In short, we are doing it for the efficiency. We are doing it for a higher customer service. So when we look at self-healing, pipelines, or when we talk about more autonomous responses that you get to your messages, so all of that is improving our customer efficiency and also aiding in some of the strategic decisions. The one thing that we don't do is that we let the agent do everything without the human in the loop. And there are good reasons why we are not doing it. First and foremost, for example, and this is applicable across, because there is a very detailed set of AI governance, which goes hand in hand with AI ethics, that we are following for every product that we release in the market. First is your data privacy laws. And if I just now go back over to pharma, all the GXP laws that you have put in through. So we just can't let the AI decide on that. The second one is the legal compliance that we have for various countries. You can sell it here, you can't sell it here, your model cannot have this bias, and so on and so forth. The penalties for the companies are pretty high. So that is something that where we obviously put the human intelligence back to verify. Third is traceability. Yeah, so like we run the SAP audit, which is required for all books, we also need to explain why the AI gave the model in a particular way. So there has to be a transparency. There has to be a certain level of, I would say, traceability, which is there. Security we already spoke of, which is obviously all pervasive for us. Very important, what happens when, I mean, end of the day, it's a piece of software, right? So what happens when, for some reason, the AI is not working? Okay, so you need to have a fallback mechanism. You have to, like earlier, we used to have a manual override. So you just can't leave an organization if the AI stops working for some reason, okay, server down or whatever down. So you need to have a fallback business continuity plan, which is there. And likewise, we have a few more things that we put it on governance, because we differentiate ourselves as being a business AI as compared to a general purpose AI, right? So we are not creating general purpose LLMs, we are creating business software here. So that is the difference that we have. And that is how we are leveraging the twin world of AI and humans.
Perfect. Thanks, Rajneesh. So now I just go to Shantanu again to you. And this time I would put more context in terms of innovation, right? Because Telstra ICC and doesn't call it GCC because of a reason, right? That Innovation and Capability Center. So how deeply is your GCC embedded in product and service innovation? And second is, how are you leveraging the ecosystem, especially given the partnerships that you have and you run it as part of your own role? So a highlight on that.
Thanks, Rajesh. So I think the reason we were set up as an Innovation Capability Center, we've actually moved away from even that name, they just call it Telstra India, is we somehow, I don't know what a GCC really is. It's an operating model conversation. And what I mean by an operating model conversation is, for us, we are just set up exactly like the way our Australia team works. So if you're working out of Melbourne or whether you're working out of Bangalore, it doesn't make a difference for us. And the reason is that it's set up with business units. Each of the business units has a group executive. They have a P&L. The entire organization works under Agile. So you have initiatives, group owners, whatever that is. And that's a mirror teams which are out here, which means there is no different setup for us to say, hey, by the way, the country or the team out here in India has to deliver X or Y. It is at an organizational level, there are 13 company objectives and there's only one strategy. Irrespective of wherever you are delivering to those company objectives. And that's how the initiatives for every business units are planned. So to your sort of first question, is there a team which is spread more than the other? Yes, of course. We have a team spread across the network area, which is the core network, product and technology areas, services areas, contact center areas. You name an area and we have a presence here. It's a small presence compared to 25,000 people that we have in Australia. This is just about 2,500 people, but it cuts across every single segment, every single business unit of our organization. So that's number one. So hence the question of how are we leveraging is also a corporate question, and it's not a question only about India. So I'll answer that part to you. I think for us, what happened is our CEO and the CEO, which is the CEO -1 and the board, took a very bold decision to take AI head on. And as I said, in my first opening, I said that the telecom industry does have some inherent challenges, legacy plus the revenue and all that. So we saw this as an opportunity, which is massive in terms of transformation that's possible. So 2 years back, there was a board paper very clearly that said, hey, you know what, we are not going to solve this problem on our own. That realization was very clear to us. And we are not new in terms of partnerships or stuff like that. I think that's, again, our core, you will see an Ericsson's core and a Nokia core and so on and so forth. But in this case, what we did is the board paper said that maybe it is good to partner and have like a long-term partnership and a view rather than taking some yearly point of view to it. So what we went into it is we signed up, this is all public domain so I can share, we went into a joint venture with one of the big sort of firms, which is Accenture in this case. And we said, you know what, they would, and this is a joint venture, so this is a 60-40 joint venture, and you would have the history of it, Rajesh. This is a 60-40 joint venture. That creates all the foundation layers for us. So every data, process, reimagination, you name it, and that's already about 18 months in progress, that creates all that reimagination for us. And then we work with partners who are embedded into the business and look at the entire stack from the customer experience all the way to autonomous network and say what kind of use cases can we come up with which has the maximum impact. So you have the foundation layer working through a joint venture, and then we have at least 4 to 5 other strat partners, all the large integrators and the SaaS providers, Databricks, and you name again, all of them. We work with them on specific initiatives or program of work for building up use cases and different interventions which are again aligned to the company objectives. So our ecosystem is a joint venture, a Microsoft Copilot from a coding perspective, then you have an AI services companies which are helping build up on the layers that are there. And then, so everything at the end of the day will have to align with those company objectives and the outcomes that we are looking at. So that's the blueprint that we are sort of following up. So we have done, I think, a pretty decent sort of an 18-month roadmap into it and taking every single employee through this journey through our Data and AI Academy. So it's a big piece of work for us.
Absolutely, Shantanu. So I know we have a few minutes left, so I would still, maybe with the organizer, I can take permission of adding 5 minutes to our session and give you one question each, if you can respond that in 30 to 40 seconds. But just wanted to share with people who are from audience, especially coming from IIT and startups, that the 4 gentlemen and madam sitting here, you can reach out, especially given that there's a lot of open innovation work happening in respective organizations. So you should certainly reach out to them and reach out and try to see if you can play a role. Shantanu obviously leads it, at Telstra from a partnership perspective. But I would say, rest of it, you should. But let me just start with you, Pooja, maybe 30 to 45 seconds. What are the challenges you're seeing between moving from POCs to enterprise-wide rollout?
So building a POC is easy. Doing the enterprise-wide rollout requires a lot of confidence in the model. The confidence sometimes is blemished because of disparate systems. There is a lot of data debt if the data is not clean, you have to put in humongous effort to clean that data for the model to give you the efficiency that you want. Plus, there is a lot of regulatory requirement that also kind of slows you down. So I would say from a POC to enterprise-wide rollout requires a lot of confidence in the data. It is also a lot of change management with the people, which happens in any case in any large-scale transformation. And I think Rakesh spoke about the ROI. I'll build on that 30 seconds to say sometimes we also need to understand, is the return on investment worth it? So I'll just, in the paucity of time, keep it at that. Thank you.
Perfect. So Ramesh, over to you. Process automation with AI. I think that's been most prevalent theme. How are you delivering this for global enterprise? Again, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Rajesh. Yeah, I'll make a chart. So when you say process, it is product lifecycle first, and then it comes with design, engineering, procurement, production, quality, dispatch. So it is connected with IT systems like ERP, Salesforce, ServiceNow. And there is also OT systems like MES, SCADA, and HMIs, everything. And also we have engineering systems. So IT plus OT plus ET, okay? So we have connected that through one of the platform called as Genix. You can also check in the Google. It will say that it is the best IoT platform as per the Magic Quadrant of the thing. So, okay. And then we have connected that, and we also ensured that this is properly maintained, and wherever possible, AI agent has been used across the processes, and wherever possible, we also ensured that the complete process harmonization is done, and also with respect to engineering technology, the optimization is done in such a way that the data, wherever the products are obsolete, the data is kept in an alumni platform, and where it is being used, it is kept in a light platform. So that's how we have done the entire regeneration of IoT platform, and that is being used specifically across all the ages as well. So that's how we completed.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ramesh. Rajneesh, being a software and platform company, and here it's just not you but your peers, how are you leveraging the ecosystem, partners, your startups?
Yeah, so AI is more of an ecosystem play than something that the vendor leverages alone. I think when you look at business processes, earlier they were very streamlined business process across industries. Today, the whole business process outcomes are pretty much democratized. So how you run your business process across industries, it's pretty flexible. AI gives you that value. You asked me in the previous question, so it seems that everybody can code. That's the vision. So yes, everybody can code. And that is where our partners, our customers, the whole ecosystem is really helping us to create and shape the industry of the future on how they will leverage AI. It's no longer the role of a SaaS vendor to really go back and define those business processes for those industries and those customers. So what is it that we are doing on the other hand? So as the global head for adoption of my platform, what we are doing right now is basically building agents, orchestrating agents, putting a governance around those agents, training them and making them learn so that they can be more and more efficient over a period of time. And then this is something that the ecosystem is leveraging, partners and customers alike, to put the content on top of that and really define their own business processes.
Perfect. So Shantanu, coming to you, and I think you alluded to the question that I was about to ask, right? Alluded already that you operate more like a microcosm of the large organization, right? So in that sense, and obviously you can differ your answer because still a lot of companies operate very differently where they sit across the global leadership team. Typically they use different metrics to measure, to at least all the time keep updating that this is the value we are generating. Your answer to that?
Honestly, we don't generate a metrics to show that the teams are working because as I said, the metrics are all driven by the business units for the initiatives that they are driving. So if there's only one metrics, it's the same metrics that a chapter lead or a group owner or a product owner will have, and that is driven in the organization. It does not matter whether he or she is operating in Melbourne or in Bangalore or in Pune. And so my sort of a short answer to that is the metrics are there from an organization standpoint, not from a location standpoint.
Perfect. So actually I had few more questions, but I just saw time's up. So do you want to give time for audience question, anything, or you want to just give up?
In the interest of time, we might not necessarily have the opportunity to open our floor for questions, but I'm certain our audience members out here are understanding of that.
So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, panelists, for your views. And I think AI, we did talk about, I think clearly certain things came out. One was ethics, right? Governance, data security. I think these were, privacy came in, then orchestration, how to work with partners where everybody believes that they can code, but is it something that you can take it to enterprise-wide level? So I think you heard a lot of, the views from the panelists here. I would say a lot of things to take away, and for everybody who is focusing on startups, do reach out. Thank you.
Brilliantly moderated, Mr. Rajesh, and thank you so much to our esteemed panelists for taking the time off and joining us out here and sharing with us your thoughts and your perspectives. Requesting you to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment. Allow me the opportunity to welcome on stage Shri Jayashankar, Co-Chair, Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026, and Shri Deepak Gandhi, Owner, India Ground GCC All Trust India, to kindly do the honors and present a token of appreciation and felicitate our esteemed panelists and speakers on stage this evening. Let's keep those applauses coming in as we take this opportunity and felicitate and, of course, share a token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers and panelists joining us out here this evening, sharing with us your thoughts and your perspectives. It's been brilliant having you be a part of our Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. If I could request all of our speakers to kindly take a step forward for a quick photo opportunity, along with our felicitators, we have Shri Jayashankar and Shri Deepak Gandhi. Thank you for taking the time, joining us out here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's give a loud round of applause for our esteemed speakers for joining us out here at Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026 and sharing with us your brilliant insights, certainly leaving us thought-provoked. It's been a pleasure and an honor to hear from each and every one of you this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. So, industrial competitiveness is being reshaped by AI-enabled automation across engineering, operations, and supply chain. The next panel, ladies and gentlemen, examines how technologies move from experimentation into large-scale deployment while preserving safety and reliability. Our panelists will also discuss what next industrial era means for talent, manufacturing systems, and strategic infrastructure. Let's welcome our moderator and our panelists for this session respectively. We have Dr. ALUMNI, founder and CEO of TechCrafter, former CVP and CTO Samsung India. With 30+ years across BEL, Nortel, ST Ericsson, and Samsung, he has built Samsung's first CTO office outside Korea headquarters. A fellow of INAE, he now leads TechCrafter, a cyber physical systems company. Accompanying him is our panelists. We have Shri Dimitrov Krishnan, Managing Director, Volvo Construction Equipment, India. He has been at Volvo CE since 1999 across India and Asia Pacific. He heads India operations since 2014. Volvo CE holds 30% plus market share in premium earth moving. 1 in every 3 road construction projects in India uses their equipment. He is also the president of ICMEMA. Welcoming on stage our next panelist, we have Shri Amrit Acharya, co-founder and CEO Zetwork. He co-founded Zetwork in 2018 and now at $2.7 billion B2B manufacturing marketplace connecting global buyers with India's industrial base across aerospace, defense and electronics. Welcoming our next panelist, we have Mr. Alok Nanda, CTO, GE Aerospace India, CEO, GE India Technology Center. Having spent 8 years at DRDO before joining GE, where he spent over 22 plus years, he leads GE Aerospace Bengaluru Technology Center with 4,000 plus engineers supporting the full life cycle of GE's jet engines globally. Welcoming our next panelist, we have Shri Naveen Bishnoi, Country Head and AVP, Marvel India. He comes with 25 plus years of experience in semiconductor designs across IT, Freescale, IBM and Marvel. He leads Marvel India's custom ASIC design for AI, ML, cloud and networking. He is the elected chairperson for IESA financial year 26-27 and is an advisor to India Semiconductor Mission. Welcoming on stage our next panelist, we have Shri Ruhail Ranjan, MLA, Bihar Government Member Tech Hub Committee. Shri Ranjan is a Janata Dal United politician elected in November 2025 as a member of Legislative Assembly for the Islampur constituency in Bihar, India. He is a distinguished investor and a leader in the fields of technology, renewable energy and entrepreneurship. Shri Ranjan's impressive career spans across esteemed organizations such as Honeywell, Siemens and India Bulls. He is a former investor and entrepreneur focused on technology, solar power and cold chain innovation in Bihar. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's give a loud round of applause to our esteemed panelists joining us on stage for what promises to be an intense discussion. Dr. Alaknath Dey, I'll leave the stage to you. Please lead the way for this panel discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure you can hear us well. It has been a long day. We are into a session, AI, automation, and next industrial era. We all know that this is all about smart manufacturing. And I believe this is the only sessions where we are talking about manufacturing explicitly. Now, manufacturing is at an inflection point in India. Worldwide also, there is a lot of activities that are going on. And we have a very distinguished panelist. They've been all introduced. So we will get straight to the topic. Just to set the context a bit more, I wanted to make maybe 3 points to highlight. First of all, when you look into India, and there are big companies, Indian conglomerates, and of late there are a lot of manufacturings that are happening from MNCs and GCCs. But in India, we have about 65 million registered MSMEs, and they deploy about 28 crores of jobs that I was looking into it. But more for manufacturing, 1/3, 35% of manufacturing, they are contributing. So therefore, we look into big companies, but also how the small, medium enterprises are playing a role and should play a more active role. The second point I wanted to highlight is more about earlier, manufacturing was happening, but during COVID time, we realized that we need this Make in India more explicitly. We have seen earlier also certain things that have been happening, but more explicitly, it became a movement. We talked about China Plus One. I was part of some pharmaceutical identifications of what we are dependent on other countries. And we looked into APIs, that active pharmaceutical ingredients. Quite a lot was not available, even though Hyderabad is hub of our vaccines and other things, but we were getting stuck because of the supply chain issues. Therefore, this supply chain, these substitutions, this opportunity, lot has gone into East Asia, including Vietnam. But how can we tap more in India is the other aspect that I'm sure we'll talk. And third, which is very, very core to this group, is we talk about AI, we talk about IoT, robotics, many emerging technologies that are there. How do we deploy more? Industry 4.0, how do you bring this into our setup, into our context? That's, I think, is another part of the discussions. So with that, I think we will go around one round. We can start with Navin. And in the first round, we can set in this context that how manufacturing is it an inflection point? How are we changing for last 5 to 10 years, maybe past to the present, and introduce your company, your activities, and also which IIT, any affiliations if you would like to mention.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm not from IIT, I'm from NIT Surathkal. And I asked, do I belong here? And I was told yes. So I'm happy to be here. I represent Marvell Semiconductors, which is a fabulous chip design company. I would say 5 to 10 years back, if somebody asked what's Marvell and what's semiconductor, most people would not know both of them. Thankfully, because of many reasons, what probably COVID started with the supply chain challenges, and then what you saw, the geopolitical issues, and many other self-reliance aspirations that started coming in, semiconductor came in the forefront where there's a realization that every platform, every technology, every infrastructure that we build, the foundation is the semiconductor or the chips underneath that. And that's what we make. Marvell as a company make chips for data center, AI, especially bringing in those custom accelerators, custom GPUs, networking elements, storage and security, so that the data centers can be built up from the ground bottom to the racks, to the servers, and the huge infrastructure that we all see. From a semiconductor perspective, manufacturing has gone through what was, I would say, many decades back, was so-called as in-house captive manufacturing. And over the last 3 decades, we saw that it became a service model with manufacturing being centered around in Taiwan, Korea, and some part of US and Europe, whereas the design happened across the world, and then the different supply chain came from different part of the world. But what we saw when we started seeing these geopolitical issues, the wars, the aspirations for self-reliance and everything else, the manufacturing for semiconductor aspiration also started coming to India. And that's when we saw the India Semiconductor Mission was launched a few years back with the first intent to ensure that let's close the manufacturing gap that we have. And the challenge with semiconductor manufacturing that it's a very capital intensive game. You are talking about investing multi-billion dollars with a timeline of many, many years going to a decade for you to be able to set up a plant, get into a production, and be able to do into volume manufacturing, and then be able to say, I'm making money out of it. And then especially doing it in an environment when we are talking about going to what we saw, the node as 65 nanometer, 25 nanometer, into what we call as a 2 nanometer, which is like 1/10,000th size of the size of the hair that we are talking about. So the manufacturing footprint on semiconductor in India is just starting. We have 11 plants commissioned. There are other plants that are also coming up with the combination of the MNCs, local companies, technology partners from the globe, and trying to put that ecosystem here. And it's not just the fab. We'll also have to see that how the supply chain ecosystem comes around that to make these as a clusters and ensure that we become part of the big semiconductor development life cycle, which is not just the designs or materials or the equipments, but also to manufacture and be able to take to the world. So what's happening today is the build up of that ecosystem. It's combination of the large companies, large R&D companies, and it will also involve the local SME players because of the ecosystem that will create as a supply chain completion.
Very nice. So Dimitrov, you are handling, the Volvo construction equipment and, industrial, lot of products that you have, different centers. So let us introduce.
So thanks, Dr. Alok.
Firstly, I want to say good evening to everybody, and big thank you to the PANIIT alumni team that is behind this kind of an event, which is great to see that it's getting organized in with so much of involvement. That's a fantastic achievement for the association. Contrasting to Naveen, I come from an exactly opposite. I just heard him say the basic building block for infrastructure is chips. And I come from the exact opposite industry, where the basic building block is brick, mortar, and steel, where we build infrastructure for the country, which you see physical infrastructure, and we build machines that actually build them. So that is construction equipment, mining equipment, and various kinds of infrastructure equipment, which is a very important need for the country. I mean, when we look at the Viksit Bharat slogan that the government has set up and the goals that they have set up there, one of the biggest areas is about infrastructure building, because we still have a long way to go in order to satisfy the needs for this country. As it is said that, 2047, we want to be developed. To have a developed nation in 2047, 10 years before, we need to finish the infrastructure work. So what we would see from now till 2038 or so, or 2040, we can say, a tremendous amount of work and money is going to go into the infrastructure development, and we are here to build that. So manufacturing as a sector and has a huge role to play in that, and our industry, which is the construction equipment manufacturing industry, is a fairly diverse industry in India. I would say, not just Volvo, you will see brands from across the spectrum. You have Western brands coming from US, from Europe. We have big brands coming from China, Korea, and Japan. These are the major developed nations that built their infrastructure, and obviously the companies that built the equipment actually originated there. But India is a home for all of those. It's a fairly wide, diverse sector, and equipment ranges fairly high. There is a smallest of equipment is of a 2-ton capacity, but the largest equipment, you might have heard about tunnel boring machines that build the metro projects, boring through the rock underneath underneath the cities. So those kind of machines exist, and we are from that sector. When it comes to the topic of the day, I was a bit surprised that I got invited into this. AI automation is generally, in the manufacturing sector, not so strongly being associated when you hear about it in the media. But the fact is that, using digital technologies, the manufacturing sector has improved its efficiencies over the last 20, 25 years. And it keeps on, there is a cycle of investment that happens into digital technologies. We have seen various parts of the manufacturing sector getting benefited from it. And today, the sector is quite efficient and I would say doing extremely well. On the user side of manufactured products, there is especially B2B products like ours. The user industry, take a construction industry or mining industry, is still early stages of adoption of digital technology. And I think there is a huge amount of efficiencies to be unlocked in that sector by the deployment of technologies that we are discussing. So I will definitely touch upon some of those aspects in the coming time. But with those words, I will hand it over back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. As we are discussing manufacturing, you can see a big contrast between the two speakers in terms of the scope of it. And from TechCrafter, we were looking into various verticals, and we could see that there are certain solutions that are quite common across it when you talk about plant safety, a part of it. But there are certain things which are very specific to segments that are there. Now, on my left, Alok is there, another Alok, and G Aerospace is the general manager. That's a big beast, and a lot of things that are happening in various ways, and I would like you to very much highlight that.
Thanks, Alok, and good evening to all of you. I lead the services engineering space for GE Aerospace since January. So my introduction was a bit dated, but it's okay. GE Aerospace, as most of you know, we design, manufacture, and service aircraft engines for both commercial and defense applications. 3 out of every 4 commercial flights in the world, anywhere in the world, are powered by GE technology. 3 out of 4. So it's highly likely that when you fly, you would use GE equipment. Another way of telling that is that 950,000 people at any point in time are up in the air using GE technology. So for us, bringing people home back safe is a very important part of our purpose. So when we deploy technology, that's what we focus most on, that we should deploy it in a manner that we can get people back home safe. So like Alok asked the question of past to present. Okay. You know, it's one of the most complex technology aircraft engines. Most countries, like more countries in the world can do nuclear weapons than do aircraft engines. I mean, just to give a context of how complex this is. And so design cycle time has been like in terms of a decade in the past. Like it takes like 8 to 10 years from start to end to get an engine out. In the new world where everything is moving fast, that's applicable to our industry also. So at the present, the design life cycle times are getting challenged, and we are expected to get an engine out, a new engine out like in like 5-6 years in contrast to a decade that was taking earlier. And that means that we need to deploy technology in a very different way. In design, in manufacturing, and in services. I will share some examples as we move on. But what I just want to say at a high level, at an overview in the introduction, that technology is impacting every phase of the design life cycle of even in a highly regulated industry like aircraft engines, where we can't really get any product out without it following a very strict standard that is laid out by the regulators around the world. Even there, the technology is coming in a very, very, very significant way.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amrit, you worked in, I believe, in McKinsey and ITC, and then you founded this company into Indian manufacturing. What has been the challenge? What are you trying to address? Introduce.
Thanks, Alok, for having me here. And yeah, we started the company in 2018. So we are a software-enabled manufacturing platform. What I mean by that is we take designs from customers. We find existing manufacturers. You mentioned SMEs in India are a backbone. They operate at an average 40% capacity utilization. So there is always excess capacity that is available. So we made a platform that can ingest a design and distribute it to different, mostly SME partners. And we as a platform control quality, timely, on-time delivery, and customer experience. So the gap we noticed in the market was there are enough manufacturers, but there's not enough reliable manufacturers. So how do we bring reliability into an industry which is notoriously unreliable? And the experience for me was for my first job at ITC when I was building a factory. We would say we want a part in 30 days. Our supplier would say, I will give it in 30 days. But on the 30th day, he'll say, I have not started production. So we wanted to solve that problem. Time, value of money is not fully appreciated in India. So how do we bring that concept where on-time delivery is valuable? I think that is the core business model. And we applied it to a diverse set of industries. So we work across, in fact, I noticed in this panel, we have a bunch of customers, and we work with companies across electronics, in construction machinery, in renewable energy, in aerospace and defense. And from our vantage point, because we use a lot of software into manufacturing, we have our foot in two doors. One is the whole physical world, and one is the whole digital world. And in the last, I would say, a year or so, the pace at which the transformation is happening is astounding. Like if you take certain products, like things that go into data centers, the lead time to buy a power transformer today is 4 years. It used to be 3 months, 6 months. Now, of course, nobody wants to wait 4 years. How do you bring that cycle time from 4 years to 2 years? It requires complete reimagining of how a transformer is made. It requires, when you want to build everything in one factory, you can build everything is controlled. But in our business model where we have thousands of factories, you need to build custom software which stitches together the entire supply chain from start to finish, right? So these things are having their moment today. If you look at Silicon Valley, the hottest thing today right now is physical AI. It's no longer the models. How do we bring AI into the physical world? Whether it is in the form of robotics, whether it's in the form of safety, quality, all of these things. I think that's the next frontier, and it'll be very exciting to see how that plays out.
Thank you very much. Now we'll come to Mr. Ruhail Ranjan, and he has been computer science graduate, has worked in Siemens and Honeywell, and he's now an MLA from Bihar Assembly. Tell us a little bit about what Bihar has been doing.
So the first thing people would ask is, what am I doing here on this stage? So I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So I'm a software engineer from BIT Meshra, Ranchi. Worked in automation sector in Siemens and Honeywell. Then did my post-graduation in MBA Finance in San Jose State University. Then did advanced project management from Stanford, California. Then worked again for 3 more years in India, then started my own business. So as an entrepreneur, I'm into ethanol manufacturing, solar, and cold storages. And then after a lot of debate, I decided that I should join politics. So fought elections in 2025, won by the grace of God and people of Nalanda from Islampur constituency in Nalanda, Bihar. So a few things that I wanted to share about Bihar is that the Bihar, what we see is very different from what Bihar was. People think that we are still in 2005, 2006, wherein people would be kidnapped and abducted. Now Bihar has one of the best crime rates across the country, one of the best infrastructure. We have 24 hours power to every home in every village. We have 24 hours water to every home in every village, which is a first in India. And we have best of roads. And now we have one of the best policies in the whole country. So if you, for example, if you want to make a AI office in Bihar, government will give you very subsidized offices. They can also give you rents if you want to lease an office space. They will also pay 50% salaries of your employees for first 5 years. There is no government which will actually pay salaries of your employees for 5 years. What we are trying to achieve is that, we are trying to get people to work in Bihar. We are trying our best to get manufacturing industries, AI industries, and other tech industries to Bihar. And we are also making 3 AI centers of excellence. One is located in Patna, that is being partnered by a company called Tiger Analytics. And 2 more are being made, one in Darbhanga and one in Muzaffarpur. So I would request all of you to, come to Bihar, have a look on how things are. They're very different from what you think and what you see. And finally, I would also like to say that we are planning to host a PANIIT event on 1st of August in Bihar, in Patna. So I would like this opportunity to extend an invitation to all of you to come there and give us an opportunity to host you in Bihar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. He has extended the invitations to tap onto it and explore Bihar. So I think by now you have understood what all of us are doing, and manufacturing has multiple dimensions, and there are various ways we can address this through technology or otherwise. Now in this round, I would love to hear with specific examples how we are exploiting either an AI or an IoT, the connected systems, robotics that are in place, how in our industries, or taking examples from any other industries, how we can enrich this in a global solutions. And I can start by saying, when I joined Samsung 2011-12, and as corporate VP, we had this visit, CTO, different constructions and manufacturing. So mobile manufacturing, the semicon, even the constructions like Burj Khalifa that you see in Dubai, that's constructed as a management by Samsung. So many of these industries, and when I visited first time that 15 years back, I went to the factories and I hardly see any people. It was all automated, robotics, barely, a few sets of people to monitor and control. So I was very surprised. Now, when you come to our country, obviously we are not at that level, but also we have these discussions about employment and keeping it and labor arbitrage and all of those factors. So we have that dichotomy and dilemma in that sense. But as a technology, it has progressed. Recently, I see even in India, first dark factory. With the introduction of robotics and all automation, actually one good part of it is that you can switch off the lights and even operate in night because it has all sensors. It doesn't require the lights to be on. This has happened. First factory in India has come up. So there are revolutions. It has contradictions in terms of the people employment as well as what we get in productivity, in safety and security. So I would love people to comment on this. And as we see, even in our company now from Samsung, as after superannuation, I've started TechCrafter. And one part of the solution is to build an AI app ecosystem for manufacturing, for smart manufacturing. Because you go to the factories, there are companies that are collecting data, that are data operating systems. But with that, you can tap onto various solutions, starting from supply chain to production planning, to plant safety, to worker safety, to sustainability, all kinds of angles, and there are solutions that we are building. So with that, I will go around one more round and start with Naveen.
Sure. Our timer has been reset to 9 minutes left, so I'll be conscious very quickly. In semiconductor manufacturing, if I take an example, though it's new for India, but it's not for the world. But if you have to just understand, right, we are going and building something on a wafer at the geometry which we are talking about 2 nanometer and at the capex and the investment of billions of dollars. So when you do that, the supply chain is very complex. To do one chip, you have probably, it's coming from 200 different suppliers, the raw materials, the input, the ingredients, and all of that, crossing 40 countries, 5 continents, and that sits in one factory to be able to build these wafers that can be then diced and packaged into a chip that you and I get into our hand. And these chips we are talking about is $100, $1,000, and these days into $30,000 and $40,000 for the GPUs as well. So when you go into the manufacturing of this, the biggest one is that how do you manage the defects or the yield when you go and manufacture and do a lithography at that small geometry. And then that's where there's a lot of smart fabs concept that has come in, which does the whole supply chain management, but also the control through automation about what kind of doping and the other process in the manufacturing flow gets controlled and ensured that we can manage the so-called as the quality as well as the defect and yield management for some of those things. So that's one example, but there are many examples: supply chain management, the yield control, the quality, the analytics, being able to forecast. Many of these things comes in as a leverage from a technology perspective in a smart fabs or a semiconductor manufacturing.
So DK, your turn.
Yeah, I'll try to keep up. We have been really pushed for time. So I will try to take 3 examples. Straight away jump into the examples. And so in a manufacturing plant, to produce machines consistently, I think it's very easy to understand that safety is a very important element, that nothing stops and people are able to work safely in a continuous manner. So safety is one critical aspect that we need to take care. Delivering a good quality is the other aspect of having a plant running, so that you have customers that rely on your product to do their work. So if I take these 2 aspects on safety, how are we using digital technology? We use AI-based cameras and to basically try and improve the safety in the workshops, in the shop floors. I just take one example. Recently, let's say 2 years ago, we introduced also, on the shop floor we had, people with different abilities joining us. Where people who are deaf who are working on the shop floor. So we had to redo the shop floor in such a way that they can work safely. So we took help of AI cameras. So people who are deaf, they don't hear, but they see very well. So everything is about visual alarms for them. So we use AI cameras to give them the right signal so that they know what is safe and when is safe situation, when it's not a safe situation. So that is one simple example. It's also supported a social cause. It supported, the fact that we want to integrate more different types of people included into our factory. That's one on safety. Of course, there is a same application is there in multiple ways. Forklift movements, lifting into reaching into heights and stuff like that. The other aspect is quality. Here, I will take a very specific manufacturing process. In an earth-moving machine, like an hydraulic excavator, which is used for digging, we use very high pressure. We are generally using oil at 350 bar or 400 bar. And the oil is controlled by the operators by using control levers. And the main component that is actually diverting the oil in the right direction for a hydraulic cylinder to operate is something called a main control valve, which is a very complex piece of casting with a lot of valves, with a lot of spools which are moving at very high pressure. Generally, such a component has very high number of hoses going in to move the oil from the control valve to other parts of the machine. So in this particular situation, we had a lot of complaints from the field that suddenly there is a very high amount of leakage happening on these machines when they were reaching the customer. And when we looked back, we found that we had a lot of new employees who had joined because of increase in production. Suddenly we had to induct a lot of new apprentices who had to come, and they were assembling. And the challenge was that the sequence of assembling the hoses is a specific sequence onto that component, and they are all very different sizes, different types of torquing is required for each of those. So it was diagnosed that it's an issue of competence, and how do you solve it using technology? So here we deployed a digital poka-yoke. Poka-yoke is basically to foolproofing a process, right? You cannot make an error in that. So what we did was we used visuals, which is basically we have a graphic which is connected to all the tools that are required. Each of the tool is actually a digital torque wrench with an IoT device, and it is preset for its torquing. And basically the operator just has to see, and it has got a visual. So each torque wrench is also having a light. So they can actually follow a sequence on the board which is live, and you just basically follow, okay, you pick this torque wrench, you tighten here, or you pick this item and tighten here. And if you actually make an error, it's automatically logged and you cannot move forward. So deploying digital technology to try and solve a major issue, and you take away the level of competence needed for that process. That was one specific example on the digital deployment in the quality. I can bring a third example on the AI aspect, and I would say that there what we are trying to do is on the deployment of our equipment in the field to end users. As I mentioned earlier, that the construction industry is still an area where there is a huge scope for improvement in efficiency, and so is the case in mining. So fleet management of multiple pieces of machinery working in a very large area is what is done. But there's a lot of IoT devices being deployed, there is a lot of algorithms and software available, but the adoption of that technology has been a challenge. And we are today exploring, and this is not yet a solved solution yet, we are working on using the data that we already capture. How can we help end users who may not have a lot of digital knowledge to make decisions, get a decision using AI technology to be able to improve the efficiency of the fleet.
Thank you.
Which is basically a new example that I will like to bring.
So digital poka-yoke and differently abled people, how to bring safety to them. Alok?
Yeah, we are at times, so I'll try to make it quick. We use AI and technologies, I like to classify them in 3 parts. One, for AI as an assistant, searching for data, organizing data, laying out data in a visually meaningful manner, like in manufacturing shops, using virtual reality for assembly, Now nobody now wants to read manuals, and those days when we used to have like a manual, like a big volume is not no longer very relevant, converting it into more digitally useful form. So that's one area where we've been using AI as an assistant. Another area we've been using AI is for prediction. Like, so our engines operate in different environments. Like, imagine a more dusty environment versus a more cleaner environment. The maintenance intervals will be very different. So how do you take data using various robotics and inspection technology applications in, and then making decision for each individual engine independently, rather than making decisions on fleet averages that we used to do earlier. The third area is optimization. You know, the design space is very complex, and how many iterations or analysis would you do, and how many tests would you do? It becomes very expensive and also time consuming. So how can you explore the design space using a surrogate AI model to come up with feasible solutions, then which you go much more detail in and optimize? So those are the three different areas where we've been using AI in our operations.
And the digital twin is very successful. I mean,
Extremely. So when I said taking decision for every individual engine, that's the digital twin of every engine. Otherwise, what the industry practice was that we would work on fleet averages. When you work on an average, you sub-optimize.
yes, absolutely.
Right? If you get an ability to, in real time, work on a particular engine, then like you gain tremendous advantage, and that's where digital twin comes in for every engine.
Thank you. Amrit, from your journey of trading and contract manufacturing to pushing the boundary, how has been the technology helping you?
Yeah, so think of a factory which is built digitally first, right? Like, so historically what has happened, because software enablement in organizations still a newer phenomena, you have different systems. You have quality, you have MESs, you have ERPs, you have sales. They all often don't talk to each other, and there is a whole industry which was built to integrate these systems so that they start talking to each other, right? But for a company like us, it's a young company, 8 years, which we didn't have that legacy, we could build all of these from ground up on day one. So our sales system talks to our factory floor talks to our supply chain. It's all digitally enabled, intertwined in our own plants, through our partner plants. We insist our partners to use software that we have built. And so what that allows is an organization which is very, very agile. That the time gap between head office to the shop floor reduces drastically in terms of communication of key information, and vice versa also. If something is broken, how do you fix it in a quick way? How do you diagnose where things were broken, right? So we feel that that's the model of the future. Like when you have different systems, it's difficult to build AI on top of that, because as Alok mentioned, half the AI use case is just searching for data itself. Like, where is my data sitting? Is my data having the right context? Does it really, left hand is talking to the right hand, in the same way? But for organizations like us, which are digitally enabled on day one, AI transformation has been relatively easy. We build let's call it a simple thing, like a search tool, which basically captures data from all different pockets of the organization. And if you ask a simple question like, okay, who manufactured this part? Where was it made? Who was the employee who was there on that shift? That answer comes to you in like 1 second, versus sometimes it can take like days just to get that information itself. So we feel like that's the future, and more organizations will eventually build it. I think what has shifted is organizations used to outsource that building. Now it is possible to build it in-house. And I think the potential of that is we just don't know what will happen with that, and that's exciting.
Great, thank you. Ruhel, you have talked about what Bihar has to offer, but in agri-industrialization, that Bihar aspires to do, and along with many other manufacturing, but can we think it of, can Bihar leapfrog, cutting these legacy systems? Because when you start late, maybe there is an advantage also. With AI enablement and technology, can Bihar leapfrog?
Actually, you have asked a very valid question. So what happened in 2006 was that we didn't have anything. When our Honorable ex-CM Nitish Kumarji took reins, at that time Bihar had worst of roads, worst of everything. So from there we have come a very long way. And recently, government of Bihar had put in a lot of effort in ethanol manufacturing. So we'll take the example of ethanol plants. So Bihar has now one of the most vast ethanol plant base. So we supply ethanol to Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, HPCL, and all those plants were set up in record time, and they are running very, very well, and government supported all of us. At that time, I was not an MLA, but still government of Bihar gave all possible support. We were given, subsidies, we were given many support at every stage. So like that in AI, in manufacturing, whatever industry people want to come to Bihar, Bihar will give support. You can see that there is a change in shift. I mean, there is a shift in thinking of people of Bihar. They are electing people like us who are, educated and who have seen places to represent them. They actually want you to come there and, set up manufacturing units, set up AI labs, and they will treat you as, equal to gods when people come there and they set up units there. So please rest assured that whoever wants to come to Bihar, we will help them a lot. We will handhold them, from scratch to end, and then later on also. So once again, I request, everybody to come to Bihar and see what the scene is like now. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I know we're running out of time. Just to close, one word or two words. We have this Atmanirbhar Bharat and we have a 2047 goals. What is one thing in manufacturing that is stopping us to go there that we must break? In Naveen's term, irreversible shift that we can make, that if we can push it, it will happen, right? So one item from each one of you in one or two words.
We need proper planning and proper execution.
Okay. Amrit?
We need to move away from L1 and appreciate time value of money.
Sorry?
Move away from L1 being the lowest cost to being time value of money.
Lowest cost, L1 to value
holistically, yeah.
Yeah, competing globally rather than only taking local markets as our arena.
Okay. From my side, it's the education and preparing the workforce for manufacturing well.
I think it's still very basic, quality focus.
Quality focus?
In our field, I'll call it the discipline during the manufacturing to ensure that we can meet the quality goals.
Discipline absolutely matters, and quality have to be pushed. Our Prime Minister has also been talking about not just somehow manufacturing, but to be globally competitive, what Alok said. I mean, quality would matter. So with that note, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for brilliantly moderating that session, Dr. Alok. Please put your hands together. Let's give a louder round of applause for our esteemed panelists joining us out here for our Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Requesting you all to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment. Requesting Shri Neeraj Kumar and Shri Prabhat Kumar to kindly join us on stage to do the honors and felicitate and present a token of appreciation from us to our esteemed speakers on stage this evening. Keep those applauses coming in, ladies and gentlemen, as we take this moment and felicitate and hand over a token of appreciation from us to our esteemed speakers for that panel discussion. Thank you so much for taking the time off and joining us out here this evening and sharing with us your thoughts and your insights. If I can request all of our speakers to kindly come to the forefront of the stage for a quick photo opportunity. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity and extend our heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for taking the time off your schedule and joining us out here for the Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Together, we are powering India's innovation decade. Thank you so much for your brilliant thoughts, your inputs, and your insights. We truly value them and we value your time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sri Prabhat and Sri Neeraj, for joining us on stage and doing the honors and felicitating and handing over a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a short refreshment break. Insistence on the word short because it really is quite short. We would like to stay true to time. Refreshments are served outside for those of you who would like refreshments. We are going to take this quick opportunity to join both our halls for the final panel discussion for our summit this evening. As the saying goes, we save the best for the last. This one is something that I am certain you all are looking forward to. So requesting your presence back inside the hall in the next 5 minutes. Thank you.
1951, Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation. What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide. From Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation.
What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide. From Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation.
What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation.
What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future. In this book, Kumar tells the story of these centers of excellence from their idealistic origins in 1950s to their staggering global influence today. The IIT story is India's story.
So that is why the IITs have been established with a single purpose, and the purpose is only nation building, nothing else. On the very walls of IIT Kharagpur, this was written that in service of the nation.
What IIT teaches us is nothing else but a kind of resilience, a kind of never say die attitude. Try and try till we are able to really succeed.
This book is not just history. It presents a revealing, multi-generational portrait of an institution that has put India on the global map. The first chapters were written by history. The next ones are narrated here. From the stable of HarperCollins India, IIT, the story of India's most prestigious educational ecosystem, is a backstage pass to the world of IITs. It demystifies everything: entrance exam anxiety, campus life, mentorship, and world-class startups. Combining real stories, hard data, and first-hand experience, it maps the entire journey from coaching class to cutting-edge innovation. Whether you are a worried parent, an aspiring student, or a budding entrepreneur, this is your definitive guide. Publishing this June, pre-order now on Amazon. 1951. Prime Minister Nehru stood where freedom fighters were once imprisoned. He laid the foundation for the first IIT. A prison became a temple of learning. 7 decades later, 23 IITs with over 500,000 alumni worldwide, from Silicon Valley to the Indus Valley. IITians are not just engineers, they are architects of the modern world. Today, IITians are steering India's railways, digital identity, EV revolution, space missions. Now they lead India's most ambitious mission yet, Viksit Bharat 2047.
I'm always impressed after interacting with students from IITs.
An IITian and chairman of PANIIT Alumni India, Prabhat Kumar, has lived the IIT story not as an outsider, but as an architect of its present and future.
Ladies and gentlemen,
In this book,
for our
Kumar
final
tells the
panel this
story
evening,
of
we will be
these
starting
centers
our
of
final panel in
excellence
the next
from
5
their
minutes,
idealistic
requesting all of our
origins in
attendees gathered at the pre-function area to kindly make your way inside the hall and take your seats. Those of you present inside the hall, requesting you to kindly find your seats and have your mobile phones placed on silent mode. In the next 5 moments, we go into our final panel discussion for the day. This one, as they say, the best for the last. I'm certain you're looking forward to what we have in store for you. Requesting you all to kindly find your seats and settle down as we're all set to begin with our final panel session for today. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to begin our final panel for this evening, requesting you to kindly find your seats and take them as we are all set to begin with our final panel discussion this evening. Requesting all of our attendees to kindly find your seats and take them as we are all set to begin our final panel this evening. Have them increase my volume because it's a bigger hall now. The throw is loud, needs to be louder. Pulsar? As they say, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, okay. Okay. So I don't introduce him also, right? Okay. You can say that. Okay. As they say, ladies and gentlemen, we always save the best for the last. Scaling from a startup to a public company is shaped by culture, execution discipline, and leadership adaptation, not just fundraising. Our next panel examines how founders and leadership teams navigate growth milestones while maintaining product quality and operational focus. It will also explore what human journeys look like behind the numbers as company mature. For this, it's my pleasure to welcome on our stage our moderator and panelists for this session, welcoming Srimati Neha Singh, co-founder and CEO of Traction. Having worked at BCG at Sequoia Capital before spotting the gap in private market data, she co-founded Traction in 2013 with Abhishek Goyal, backed early by Ratan Tata and Flipkart's founders. Traction's listed on NSE in October 2022 and is the first Indian SaaS company to IPO that year. It now tracks 4 million plus private companies across 50 plus countries with 70% of revenue from international market. With a round of applause, let's welcome Ms. Neha. Thank you so much for joining us out here for this panel discussion, ma'am. Requesting you to take your seat. Welcoming on stage our esteemed panelists for this discussion, we have Shri Harsh Jain, co-founder and COO of Grow. One of 4 of ex-Flipkart colleagues who co-founded Grow in 2016 to democratize investing for everyday Indians. It grew from a mutual funds app to a full-stack financial services platform with 35 million plus users across stocks, F&O, digital gold, and fixed deposits. With a revenue hit of 3,145 crores in FY 2024, a 119% jump year-on-year, growth listed with a valuation of over 61,700 crores in 2025. Please put your hands together and let's give a warm welcome to Shri Harsh Jain. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Mr. Pani join us out here for this panel discussion, but nonetheless, it would have been brilliant. Welcoming on stage our next esteemed panelist for this discussion, we have Shri Tarun Mehta, co-founder and CEO, Aether Energy. He co-founded Aether in a college lab back in 2013, seeded by IIT Madras incubators with 25 lakhs, stake now worth at 50 crores. He built India's most aspirational EV scooter brand with 150 plus experience centers across 100 cities, backing from Hero Motor Corp to Tiger Global. Aether listed in April 2025 at 2,981 crore IPO size, a valuation of 12,000 crores, India's second ever pure play electric two-wheeler IPO. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us out here, sir, for this panel discussion. Welcoming on stage our next esteemed panelist, we have Shri Abhishek Bansal, co-founder and CEO of Shadowfax. He co-founded Shadowfax in 2015 with 3 IIT Delhi classmates after a stint at Hay Group. He built it into India's largest third-party logistics provider for quick commerce and e-commerce by order volume, 14,756 PIN codes, 1.27 lakh monthly active delivery partners. With 1,885 crore revenue in FY24, it's growing at 33% year-on-year. Shadowfax listed in January 2026 at a valuation of 7,169 crore, backed by Flipkart, IPG, and ISC. Please put your hands together and let's give a warm welcome to our esteemed panelists joining us for what seems to be a very, very intense and interesting discussion. Ms. Neha, I'm going to leave the floor to you. Please spearhead this discussion.
Thank you so much. Hello. Anyone hear me? Welcome, everyone. I'm really excited to be hosting, moderating this session. We have an excellent panel with us today. We have 3 unicorn founders who have not just built their companies to, large scale, but have also taken the company public, right, getting listed and, continuing to sort of run that. So Aether got listed 12 months back, and then we had Grow got listed end of last year, that's November, and Shadowfax got listed 4 months back, right? So, I think these founders on the stage, interesting stat, collectively represent companies which have combined market cap of more than $10 billion and employ thousands of people, across engineers and across their organizations. And also they serve millions of customers across India every day, right? So, that's an awesome panel to be having. But today, this panel is not about numbers. It's the story behind it. It's the months before listing. It's the moments of uncertainty before listing, the moments that no one tweets about, right? And what does it mean for the next generation of founders who are looking to take their companies public and build long-lasting companies? So today, we have an excellent panel, and I'll just start right away with into that. So before I go to the IPO journeys, I would love for them to actually, take us back to the beginning of when they started. How did the idea come about? What was the problem that they were planning to start up? More importantly, did your life at IIT had anything to do with what you are working on now, right? So would love to, have your, maybe I can start with Harsh, to talk about the starting journey.
Thanks, Neha, and really glad to be here, sitting with fellow IITs and a lot of people. It's just giving a nostalgic feeling. For us, our journey started when we were working. All four of us were working at Flipkart, and we had seen how technology, especially in the consumer space, had done the disruptions in various industries, whether it was commerce or we were seeing in the mobility side or food side. So we were also dabbling with the problem, what can become the next big thing. And looking around, we were observing a lot of people were started getting wealth and money in their bank accounts, but they're not doing the right thing with that. And which made us think, why? What is the reason why it is so difficult for people to just invest? It should be very simple. And that's what the starting idea was. Can it be simple? Can it be accessible? Can it be less intimidating? And with that, and we knew that, it's not really the industry that we are really an expert of. None of us come from finance background. But we knew our strengths are lying in the technology, in consumer space, internet, leveraging these things and scaling things. So these were the few points we wrote down on a paper. Four of us aligned. Hey, these are the things that we all comfortable with. These are the value system that we want to build something on. Can we do something which will always stay right for the customer, which will keep on improving the experience, and so on and so forth. So all those things clubbed together, came up with this idea. And then obviously we started building up. IIT. So, interestingly, I always find, people put this entrepreneurship, living a comfortable, high-paying job as irrational or a risky behavior. But if I think deep inside, I think just because we had like an amazing education, we all belong to IIT, and it was not a risky decision. You always feel comfortable because you have a backing of the, that name is staying with you. So you have a confidence because you will, and it's not just confidence that you'll throw your name and you'll sell the college name, but it's just a confidence that yes, you can do it. Like, if it doesn't work out, then yes, you'll figure out, or you'll figure out something else. So yes, it's a tough decision, always leaving a job and starting something with zero salary for years, and in fact, looking out for investors. But something like that gives you a strong confidence.
Thank you so much. And if I can go to you.
So in our case, we were in IIT Madras, and both of us were, we'd spent our 5 years mostly building. We had figured out by our final year how to draft and file patents. So I think in our final year, we were probably the highest patent filers ever in campus. Kuch 7-8 patent file kar diya tha humne. So we were just filing any idea that was coming. And one of the ideas was on battery packs, which is how, we got hooked down to the entire thing. For us, campus played a big role because we fell in love with the idea of two things. One, building. So physical products just had to be central in our lives this point onwards. And B, energy. We had been calling, the two of us, me and Swapnil, the co-founder, we were calling ourselves Aether Energy since second year of college. And we were not at all in this space. We had just fallen in love with the idea of that energy is the most fundamental industry out there. Everything else can be ephemeral, everything else can be a fad, everything else can become irrelevant 20 years later. The need for energy will never go away. So we should dedicate our lives to being in that space in any way. So, which is why we were so obstinate that we will call whatever we do Aether Energy, so that we, keep reminding ourselves that we want to anchor our efforts towards that. In fact, at Aether, we said when we started that our mission is reducing the cost of energy. And we justified to ourselves, EVs are the largest cost reduction for transportation sector. So cool, we still have a connection to, that mission. So in my case, I found my co-founder there. I fell in love with both these philosophies in college. And exactly what Harsh said. I think there's a lot of romanticization of, how starting up is so damn hard, it's got to be this, big, bold decision. I've always felt the opposite too, that honestly, if it feels like a super scary decision, you probably are not still ready. It's always felt like, it should feel like the most natural, logical step thing to do at that point in your life. And I think there, the advantage that all of us here have is that we graduated from really fine institutions that do give us, like, we should acknowledge that, do give us a lot of air cover. That worst case, you still have, that in your resume. At least early in your career, you won't be like completely lost. So we fully maxed that cash check-in. That क्या ही हो जाएगा, कितना ही मुश्किल होगा. We'll go back, we'll find a job. इतना तो resume खराब नहीं है. So and hopefully it should feel like that to everybody who starts up. It should feel irrationally the most rational thing at that point.
So did you think about the name Aether while you were in college?
Yeah. We like the earliest visiting card for both of us is from second year of college.
Wow. Yeah. So you should then spend those 4 years in IT. Actually, the name kind of continues for decades actually. Now, if I can go to you, Abhishek, would love to.
No, I think especially being from IIT and given most of the folks over here have been to similar campuses across the country, I think it does give us an advantage. As Tarun said, what is the worst thing that can happen? We'll always land a job. So I think there is that advantage of taking that additional risk going out there. Our journey started in 2015 when we started Shadowfax. It's been almost 11 years now. And my 3 other co-founders, we are all from IIT Delhi. We were actually from the same hostel. That's how we met back in campus. And a couple of years after graduation, we got together and we started Shadowfax. IIT had a phenomenal effect on us, and we came in at a pretty interesting time. So this is 2008, and when we were starting our grad school over there, we realized that, first of all, financial markets are tough. It's going to be tough to find a job. And we saw this phenomenal concept of Flipkart, which was just booming all through our campus life. I think Flipkart had a humongous sort of a game change for us, like that you can come from campus, you can start on a very basic idea, raise a lot of money, and that's why we see a lot of people around our age group actually starting companies across the board. So I'm from the 2008 to 2012 batch. We have, like, from our batch, our subsequent batch, probably about 8 to 10 companies which have become meaningful now in the Bangalore area alone. So I think IIT did have a sort of a game-changing effect on us. Interestingly, I also did production industrial engineering back in campus, which is a simple way of saying supply chain engineering. I didn't think that I'll be running a supply chain business eventually, but yeah, it ended up like that. Interestingly, back on campus, my BTech thesis was actually on reverse logistics. How do you set up a reverse logistics wing? Today Shadowfax is the market leader in reverse logistics. I think we can all connect the dots back, but yeah, it doesn't. We didn't think it like that, but it just worked out
That
well.
your IT thesis can actually be the theme of the company that you might be running years later.
I should have done it seriously, more seriously. I don't remember my thesis.
And another thing which we were just discussing is how people talk about like this ecosystem sort of evolving, and we just discovered that there's like a common Flipkart connection also which is there. How sort of one startup which is there which becomes big and then also creates like this whole ecosystem of more and more startups, right? Like in addition to your sort of campuses, Harsh, obviously you were with Flipkart. First investor. Sachin was the first investor. And Flipkart was, investor in Shadowfax.
Yeah, one of our growth investors. So yeah.
Awesome. Now moving on to more things about the company. So if Harsh, I can start with you. So when Grow launched, fewer than 2% of Indians had Demat accounts, right? So how do you design a product for someone which is so early in the market? How did you design the product around that at that time when you were starting up?
So, see, 2% only people, and Demat was also actually not a right number, because there are a lot of people who end up opening, but there are very less people who are seriously putting their money at the right place. So that was a good starting point, but we didn't set any target for what that percentage should be or what that penetration should be. Our philosophy was very simple. If the market is huge, like we have more than 140 crore people, and we were seeing that the affluence is increasing and people are having this question of what to do right with the money. So we are all product managers, and entrepreneurs, by design has to be thinking product. So we were just thinking like, can we reduce the friction enough that people can cross that fence? Because everybody, like mutual fund sahi hai and all sort of campaigns were there. People knew that some of the Sharma ji ka beta kisi ka wo to kuch investment kar raha hai. Then, you know, stories are all there, but nobody is taking that plunge and nobody is taking that enough courage or enough motivation to cross that line. So our design philosophy until date, it remains the same, that we have to reduce the friction from customers' life. Like their decision making, their fear, how do they trust that, what experience they get. So we started with 24/7 support first time in finance industry. Nobody does that because market opens and market closes, banks open, banks closes. Like 24/7 was very unique. Forget the weekends, like people don't, you know, support on weekends. So thinking from a consumer side just flips the problem in a very different way. If I'm a customer and I am facing a problem, I'm having this question, how do we solve that? If you start thinking, then your design, you know, falls in place for that.
And another thing that you might have seen very closely is that, you know, people keep talking about the fact that there is wealth now getting created in India and per capita GDP is increasing. If you look at even the second level things like, you know, brands, a lot of brands are now able to reach the 100 crore mark, right? You know, from the growth perspective, have you seen that live across the years? You know, is there sort of more, you know, wealth being created, you know, in, I would say, the masses in India?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I define, you know, the decade before we started was a lot more, or even 2 decades, was a very concentrated investing in a wealth journey. Like there will be advisors, there will be metros, they will have offices, and there will people have a perception that, you know, with my kind of use case, nobody's going to serve me or nobody cares, and nobody would actually care about you basically if you're just a retail customer. You will do your mistakes, you will do your things. But last decade was all about setting up an infra, not just like we were there as an access, as a platform, which was a desired product, desired brand. People want to start their journey and then build their journey. But from a country point of view also, like, you know, UPI, Aadhaar, demonetization happened, mobile penetration and internet. So a lot of things came in place. And the country now, if I see, the last decade was all about building that infra where now whoever wants, whoever has a desire can actually participate in the capital market, build their wealth, and be at par with all the large fund houses or the expert wealth managers. The trend I'm seeing the next decade is going to be a lot about management of the funds also. A lot of significant people have started, I mean, falling in the HNI space. We know traditionally you call 50 lakh plus as an HNI because there are certain products which have a limitation that you can't invest less than 50 lakh. So we are also evolving along that. We launched Grow and we built a lot of products. Now we launched W, which is to be able to cater to people who have amassed enough wealth now that they want somebody else to look at it. They want some experts to help them with their needs and advisory. They need sophisticated products. So this is the trend that we are seeing, how customer base is evolving, while still there is a lot of penetration happening on the retail side in the beginning of the story also. But there's significant problem now coming for the HNIs also.
Thanks a lot for that. Tarun, if I can move to you. So Aether is not a traditional tech startup, right? It's you're building atoms, not just bits. And hardware is typically very slow to sort of innovate and capital hungry. So, you know, when someone is thinking about building a physical product, right? What do you say, like, you know, what were some of the challenges that you had faced, you know, while building this?
So I think I've always felt that there is a little bit of a mistake. It's a incorrect understanding that hardware is capex heavy. Hardware takes a lot more money. Hardware can't happen with low investment, so it can't be built like, let's say, a SaaS business in like 10 years ago. But hardware, and it's, I think, stats out there, is relatively cheaper to build out. Most businesses are cheaper to build out than, let's say, internet-enabled tech businesses. Because structurally, yes, the cost of development and the years it takes is high, but that also means you put in a lot of work and the entry barrier is now much higher behind you. So what you don't see happening in hardware is, what you see happening in hardware is, boss, 5 saal tak kuch nahi hua, right? You did your seed, you did your series A, you did your series B, you did your series C, you did your series D. Abhi tak zero revenue, right? So it just blows everybody's standard heuristics out of the window. Ki series A pe you have revenue, series B pe you have growth, series C pe you have margins. Kuch nahi hai. A, B, C, D tak no revenue. But what I think most people are not able to appreciate enough yet, it's trying to change, is that once you get to that 1,000, 2,000 crores, or basically 100, 200, 300 million capital deployed, the entry barrier is not just the capital. The entry barrier is 6 years of engineering behind it, which is a massive moat. And we've seen that in our sector. The number of in a lot of other businesses, if a startup raises Series B, 8 other startups raise Series A. A startup goes to Series C, a lot of people will raise Series B immediately on the wake of it. Here, raising capital is not enough proof that, you will be successful. So I think that, and I would say that has been the biggest challenge in our early years, that most investors did not have this playbook. They did not know that that's how the moat is built in this business, and that's how they will eventually make money because the moat is that strong. The biggest question I would always get is, oh, but then others will also build the same thing, right? Like you don't have like this ungettable IP like pharma. Like there's no secret sauce here. Like most people kept hoping that, there'll be secret sauce. And frankly, I also gave in. I would also say batteries are secret sauce. Yeah, it's an open thing. Copy karna to you can copy. It's not that hard. Like it's not like, we have like some secret code that nobody else can get access to. It's just that, like there is probably 3 million engineering hours behind that battery development. It's not like 3 million engineering hours into, whatever engineering rate. It's like, how do you get the engineers, put them together and get 3 million hours worth of output out of them? I think that was not very well understood. Obviously, now with companies going public, that's starting to change. And I continue to believe that most new hardware businesses actually need lesser capital than people imagine.
That's very heartening to hear. Like there are hardly any hardware founders that were there in my peer set. I could probably count them on like a fingertip. So, but that's very heartening to hear that you can actually think about starting a hardware, in that space as well. So moving to, Abhishek, obviously Shadowfax is the infrastructure behind, making the whole ecosystem, the logistic ecosystem possible. It's not as glamorous as B2C, right? It's not B2C, but it's doing the essential work of moving the things from A to B, right? So last mile logistics in India is very brutal, in a lot of ways that no algorithm can solve. There's fraud, there is cash on delivery, and there is, reverse logistic, gig workers reliability, a lot of issues. What was the hardest problem that you had faced while scaling up, right? And how did you solve it?
I think you pointed out correctly. It's not the easiest of places to be. Today, we deliver 2.5 million orders every single day to people's homes. 99% of the times you do it right, nobody says a thank you, but 1% when things go wrong, things can go really, really crazy for those. Forget 1%, for even 0.1%, I think things can go a bit crazy. And there can be a million reasons around it, especially in a country like ours. Today, Shadowfax, we deliver at about more than 15,500 pin codes across the country, which is about 92% of the population that exists in this country. And we are a country where every quarter there is some election, or there is some domain where there is some election. There are weather and demographic changes that keep on happening. There are political activities which keep on happening. I mean, today we don't need to open a newspaper to read what is happening where. We know. I mean, through our Slack channels and our WhatsApp groups where things can go wrong, where internet is not working because our services are down. So I think this country can get really, really, really tricky to deliver orders, and building that sort of a competitive advantage that you can deliver despite all the adversities. How do you solve for adversities becomes a long-term moat for the company. While when we talk to investors, we talk a lot about how our technology focuses on that. But in a country like India, it's always a mix of technology plus processes plus people to essentially solve for some of these problems. As we have scaled, what we have realized is that in a sort of a service business like ours, your potential of things going wrong can go exponentially faster as compared to growth of the business. So how do you just become better at that every single day, every single month? And it's again a tough battle. It's sort of a very thankless sort of a job. Think about it, how many times, I mean, everybody would be receiving orders today. How many times do you really thank the person who is coming in? But you'll get really angry if the person is late, or if he even like makes a fuss at your doorstep, people get really, really angry about it. They expect that, I mean, that's how e-commerce has been defined. Customers are the king. Like, e-commerce is meant to make everyone feel special and have a level playing field for everyone. So, but even one mistake goes wrong, I think people get really finicky in this country.
Thank you so much. I know that your company is doing very well because the number of SMSs that I get from Shadowfax has been increasing. So for OTP, like nearly every day. So moving on, thanks so much for sharing that. Obviously you guys have built businesses in different spaces, but one thing which is common is that each of you made the decision to take the company public in the last few months and continue to build the company for the next decade to come. Now, moving on to the IPO, right? Like, when did you decide to do, think about an IPO, right? Like, for instance, a lot of people had not incorporated in India, so obviously, the thought about going to IPO may have happened later on. What was the incident that sort of made you think that, now it's a time? Like 2021 was one phase wherein you had Zomato, Nykaa, Paytm, all of them go IPO. So that was like this one bust. First set of, I would say, large venture funded companies going for an IPO, right? So when was the time that you decided, okay, this is an option? And when did you decide, that you as a company are ready to sort of, get listed? So if I can start with you, Harsh.
Yeah, see, so it's been some time. Obviously, we did almost 6 months back, we did an IPO. There was a year-long preparation. But I think before that itself, probably after the last fund we had raised, which was 4 years back from now, actually the realization was more not about aspiration to do an IPO. I think it was more about the value that we are creating for the investors. And we saw what value we created for them already in the last few years, and we felt that, there's still a long way to go. And in our case, we are very biased towards our customers. Customers, employees, investors, and founders. It's like the pecking order is very different. So we felt that, our customers can add a lot of, we can create a lot of value for our customers, and we can create a lot of value for retail people. And the opportunity to do that was doing an IPO. If we can have some place that they can invest in, and then, over time they create value. So that was the first, first thought of why we should do an IPO. Fortunately, we were not under the pressure from any investors, because we had it's been just 5-6 years. And also, yeah, the numbers were looking good, so there was no pressure from their side. But it was just it was a good feeling of having your customer become your shareholders and the other way around. So that was the idea.
And that's great. And when did you decide to do an IPO? Is it like when you thought you had that path to profitability, or when, the banker said it's a good time?
So none of them, yeah. So we were profitable before also, and we didn't, no bankers in the process. Actually, when was very simple. Whenever we are ready, we'll do it. So we didn't put a date, we just started working on it. So we were a US domiciled company, so the bigger elephant in the room was to come back to India. So whenever that happened, the next thing was like next day, it was just go ahead and do it. So there's, ASAP was the idea.
Nice. Thank you. And then if I can move to you, Tarun.
So in our case, the first time the idea came was 2021, when the first wave of IPOs was happening. And Sachin Bansal was a large shareholder for us. And he started encouraging us to think of an IPO. At that point, our revenue was really small. Like, we're talking about a company which is 300-400 crores ka revenue. And obviously massively loss-making. But so this was also a time when, we would sit together once a month, spend the entire evening, thinking about numbers, thinking about business. And he gave us a lot of time. And he started planting this idea in our head that, so we've always had a strategic investor on a cap table, which was very lucky for us, because otherwise this was a very difficult thing to fund. So, but it also made it harder to convince financial investors to come in when we were private, because everybody assumed that, you want to sell. That's why you took strategic money. And even when the strategic investor would try and sit in meetings and explain that, listen, we're also very happy to see this company be independent, it was just unprecedented that, that's what would happen. So everybody was just basically assuming कि आप तो बेच दोगे, so even IPO is not going to happen, then no exit. So after a few years, we all realized that we have to do an IPO, otherwise we'll never actually discover fair price of this company. Like, we're just doing injustice to all of us. So Sachin planted the idea. He pushed us to go start meeting bankers, start meeting mutual funds. And when we started meeting them, we started realizing that the story is kind of sticking. So we stayed with the idea. Obviously, we had to catch for numbers, to sort of become material. But once that happened, it was basically ASAP. Like, just go as fast as possible.
But I think on the IPO front, see, for us, when we started, we were quite young when we started the company. We always had this sort of a dream that at a certain point of time in our journey, we want to do that IPO to just be sure that we are going on the right path. We are building this company for a fairly long duration, we believe. And IPO is sort of a middle point, or not even a middle point, somewhere like 10-15% of our journey. That's the way we have always thought, that's the way we think even today. So we were always clear that there's going to be a point of time where we are going to potentially list on the Indian Stock Exchange. And we were also very clear that we'll list in India because it's an Indianized company, Indianized solution out here. I think it is just about 2 years back, we had just completed our first 4 quarters of profitability. And suddenly we realized that the private investors are not valuing that profitability as much as we think they should. And to discover that value, as Tarun said, I mean...
Yes, sorry to interrupt. Exact same thoughts. I reached a conclusion that private investors are unable to understand the value of electric industry only. Like, I was tired of sitting in conversations where private equity was like, but electric to kaun kare? I'm like, bhai, I'm sitting in the wrong room because wahan pe, like, I kid you not, at one point, we did a private raise, and one of the largest mutual funds of the country called our investor up to say कि क्या फालतू valuations में तुम लोग private raise करो, I will put a 30% higher capital in, वो बोल public जाए. So I fully echo that. I think private investors could not understand the story beyond a point.
Yeah, what I'm going to say next is you are going to also agree on that now. When you have a listed peer in your sector and they start setting a narrative and you are sitting private and you can't set a narrative because once you're public, you can set your own narrative. If you're private, there is no narrative. You can only manage like a few investors. If you start seeing that the narrative is being set in a very different way, and in the long term it can probably be counterintuitive to your real value, the urge to go public becomes much more stronger. So I think that's what happened. We realized we have a great story. We understand our business quite well. We're building a long-term business. We are profitable. So okay, why not just go out there and control our own destiny? So yeah.
Awesome. So one reason which I got is basically the existing investors, private market, investors don't get a story, and then
Existing investors, I think, got the story. नए लोगों को समझाना मुश्किल हो रहा है.
Private market investors.
So existing investors always get the story; they don't get the numbers. Private guys only get the numbers, I think.
But that's a good switch that has happened. Post 2021, I would say that companies are actually close to profitability, which was probably rare, I would say, in the peak of 2021. And now, obviously, in Mumbai, like all the public market investors, do talk a lot about that. So moving on to the IPO process itself, something which is not talked about is actually the process itself. So if I look at, a city like Bangalore, there's a lot of knowledge base which exists of, say, fundraise, right? Because a lot of your peers, a lot of the founders, have done that. But if you look at the number of companies that have IPO'd, at least like, till 2 years back, this was very minimal, right? So that knowledge base, sort of does not exist so much in Bangalore. Right? So, just coming to the process itself, were there any surprises in the process, right? As you sort of started and, the whole process, were there any surprises through the process? And then if you have to redo it and some founder who's, thinking about, starting probably like 3 years from now, what are the things that you would probably, if you have to redo it, what are the things that you would do differently? Right? So for the process itself, I can start with you.
See, there are like different phases. One is what we just spoke about in the previous discussion about preparing yourself for an IPO. Whether you you want to go to the street with some set of numbers, with some narrative, and you want to have that narrative being backed objectively from the information out there, not just because you are saying, see, private investments, fundraising with series A, B, C, D, all these are closed room discussions. You set the narrative, of course you share the numbers, but then you still have a set of people that you want to talk to. But IPO is a very different preparation, and you want to go in with the right number, and not just yesterday's number, but even the next few quarters and years numbers that you know, so that you can build a narrative and then you can prove on that narrative. So that's a preparation, like, company's preparation. Now the process itself is like, I see it's a two-part. One is where you create the document, right, DRHP, and that document has, I mean, it takes time, but then there's a lot of mess in that document creation, frankly. There are 5 or 6 bankers, there are like 3-4 lawyers, and then there are some auditors, and there are like hundreds of people who are trying to write a document which nobody else can write better than you. But they will all attempt, then there will be debates happening on those small words, whether you want to use this word or that word. And you will be sitting as an entrepreneur thinking, how does it matter whether you use, it's the simplest platform, or it is the easiest platform, or it is the fastest, or how does it matter, right? But then there are so many repercussions, and then everyone is there to, I mean, at the end of the day, everyone is there, is doing a job, right? So that, there is some learning which you can optimize on it, but you will have to undergo that. There's a lot of things that you can, I mean, obviously, when you go deeper, then you can build up with, on that. Then the second part is, once you're good with the document, I think the small advice on that is, don't outsource that writing document part. I mean, obviously there will be people who will be doing their job, and there will be lawyers who will like tick boxes and all, but it's your story to tell. I mean, it can't be, bankers will come and pitch you कि यार ठीक है हम आपका 5 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion पे कर देंगे, and then this is the story, which they do good job because that's their job of sales. They will come up with the story that you will like to hear, right? But at the end of the day, it's your story that you have to live up with. आपको तो next 10 साल, 20 साल, few decades, you are just, I mean, this what it's going from your signature, right? At the end of the day. So you have to, you're the face of it. So it's important that you be part of it and not just outsource. Most of us would have, I think, rewritten the whole first document ourselves and said कि यार अब ठीक लग रहा है, otherwise नहीं मजा आ रहा था, which is what we ended up doing. The second phase is the road shows. I think, I mean, there's like a lot of work that you do on the road shows also. But I mean, you add to that and then I'll add if something.
So, agree with every part. In fact, I think I never chatted about Harsh with this, but since you felt that, I think this is probably a relatively new phase where founders actually enjoy writing the DRHP, because I got a bunch of advice while starting the process कि वो एक brain cancer process है, DRHP. Do not just be done with it. But we thoroughly enjoyed it, and we enjoyed it because it's exact same vibes that it's your story. You want to shape the story. Bankers and lawyers actually funnily add a value, which is that if they are stickler for what the law requires you to say, it will really sharp. It will really force you to write a very sharp article. It will force you to articulate your business in a very sharp way. In fact, writing the DRHP is the first time we've probably felt, I think this presentation truly captures what we want to do in our business. Like, itna clarity about our own business has never ever happened in our lives. Because the debate, so we did 4 sessions of, like full day sessions with all partners in the room. And there was like maybe a 2 hours ka debate about, should we use the word premium in our articulation or not? Are we a company that is trying to sell premium two-wheelers or not? And it opened up such existential questions for us. I think it was some of the highest clarity we got. Do we want to say we pioneer? What does pioneer really mean? Like, so you get a lot of clarity, and DRHP, particularly how SEBI forces you to write, if you were to actually follow it, is an amazing clarity-giving process. One more thing I want to add is, I realized going through the process that information asymmetry is the highest when you're going public. And I think it's worth acknowledging that as a founder. A mutual fund or any investor is right to be skeptical about what you're telling them as a story. So there's no point of getting frustrated. I think it is worth knowing that upfront. It's called, like a lot of people call it the IPO tax. That you're paying an IPO tax because if you're a good company, you will get discounted. Because also, as an average, there are bad companies which are getting a faltu ka premium, right? So the market has to give that midpoint number only to everybody. So if you think you are a good company, you are getting a discount and that's the IPO tax you're paying. And the only thing you can, because you can't obviously give them much more guidance beyond a certain point. In fact, Indian law, you can't give them any guidance beyond your latest numbers. So it forces, the only thing you can do towards that is, which is preparatory, a few years before the IPO, start meeting investors, right? Start socializing. Because the only thing that does is, it builds founder credibility. There's a great founder who told me this, that it took him 2 years to convince investors कि मैं चोर नहीं हूँ. So you can give yourself a head start by meeting investors maybe a few years in advance to at least have a lot of them feel कि भाई चोर तो नहीं है, ठीक है? Maybe execution can be debatable, we don't know that, but चोर नहीं है. Because there's a huge premium to, you know, convincing people that आप चोर नहीं हो. So if you ever get there in your life, if you see an IPO emerging in the horizon, maybe just start meeting investors. Not to, like, you know, give them numbers and, you know, मैं आपको बताता हूँ क्या होने वाला next year, but just to, you know, build a credibility that, hey, I think we should do this, and 2 years later, yeah, that's exactly what you did.
No, I think just to add on to that, I think the question was, what would you do again? Like, if you were to do it again, what do you do it differently? I think first is, don't talk to people who have never done IPOs. I think that's the first thing I'll do. Don't talk to bankers too much. In my process, and it was towards the later half when I started talking to founders who have actually done IPO, I remember speaking to Tarun also, कि क्या चल रहा है, अब क्या करना है? He told me, ये करना है, this is how you do. So I think talk to people who have done it, and they'll tell you some of the things which you just heard. Go talk and just meet with investors, just socialize with them. They're normal people. The mutual fund guys, they're actually quite receptive to understanding business, and they'll appreciate you coming and meeting them few years prior to your listing. I think that was a big thing which we did not do. If I were to do it again, I'll probably do that as a big thing. I think on the DRHP writing, it's a fun exercise. I think as nerds, we just enjoy writing that and getting all the clarity in that one document. Funny thing is, people on the other side, they still think that this document is being written by bankers, and so nobody takes it too seriously. That was my view. I mean, the amount of time we spent, and we got insane amount of clarity. Like you guys did, we got an insane amount of clarity on what do we want to sell, what do we want to become, where do we see ourselves in 3 years? Because every word that you're writing over there, you're saying that you will abide by it if you are actually a good company. So we spent a lot of time doing that. It gave us a lot of clarity, and obviously it was rewritten 4 or 5 different times. But we realized when we were in the roadshow, we have written down a book which is so complex now that people are finding it tough to even understand. And people obviously want to hear story from your mouth always, but it's a great exercise. But I think as a part of the exercise, I think people who have done it can be the only ones who can actually tell you what's the real deal behind it. And it's not so complex, yeah.
Awesome tips for, you know, all the founders who are thinking about, you know, that is also an option. And I would actually agree to the fact that I think as public market investor, if you're chor nahi hai, that's like one of the key things. In fact, like, you know, initially in our meetings, sometimes we had the CIO and the investment manager actually drop us down, like till the, you know, like down the building. And, you know, sometimes I found it funny, like, why would they take their time out and, you know, drop that? And then someone told me it's actually to see which car you're going to drive. So if you're going to drive like a BMW or Merc comes to pick you up, then, you know, something is not good. If there's an Innova, you know, that's fine. So you're clean. So, you know, I think Bombay has figured out that Bombay network has figured out, you know, how do you basically gauge whether the, you know, what is the founder, you know, really the other interests, I would say. So moving on, you know, successful IPO, you know, awesome, that's great. And now I wanted to actually spend like a few minutes to talk, you know, after IPO, right? Like once the IPO had happened, some of the stories, you know, which is probably not the main sort of version, but like some personal stories about, you know, how did you feel? How did, you know, anything in your family member, you know, anything happen? Did you meet a retail, you know, sort of shareholder on the street and then asking you, you know, how's the stock going to do? Apart from the calls of the wealth managers, you know, post-IPO, what are any of the other interesting stories, you know, that happened post-IPO, and when did that sort of feeling sink in? Interesting tidbits, you know, from there.
See, the most interesting for me was all my family members, if I put them as a cohort, so their DAO, right? You know what we use. DAO for Grow app increased tremendously post IPO. Not every day they are tracking and they are messaging me this and that, and I'm like, why are you seeing the price? How does it matter? But then that happens. But that's like for the first, and then it dies off. But no, see, we were I think we. So for us, it's a little different. We are already in the lives of retail investors significantly, right? So we had those moments of someone meeting us at a restaurant or at a cruise or at a airport or even there and talking about either seeing our bag or our t-shirt and then having conversations around it. So we and not just us, like across the company, I think all employees face that situation. So that was there. Going IPO didn't change much. I mean, it's overhyped that things change. I mean, you would have seen yourself, you've done, I mean, you don't talk about your experience, but yes. So these are, I think, some changes for us.
Two stories, one during the IPO process and one post. Post, I think the biggest change that I observed was in dealers. It happened immediately after the IPO, our dealer meet tha, and during the dealer meet, like there was a very visible, like all our sales guys, sales folks were telling us that suddenly all the dealers think that this company is legit. So until you were private, this is like a startup experiment. But now that you're listed, this company is legitimate and the respect has gone up manifold on the dealer side. So that's a good thing to get. Slightly different way, like one story from the IPO process, I just want to call out. Like this was like very grateful for it. I think because the reputation that the vehicle had built for us, the company. So we were in Ahmedabad, Rajkot, so when you will do the IPO, you will do this final roadshow, like the last 2-3 days before your issue opens, which happens in Bombay, Ahmedabad, Rajkot, typically, because that's where all the broker communities are. And the broker community conversations out to be very tactical, because they are only gonna put money if they're gonna see a listing gain, right? So जिस दिन list हुआ, उस दिन if their stock goes up 20%, that's all they're putting money in, right? GMP, grey market premium. And we were listing in a empty market. Like no IPO had happened for 2-3 months. So if our IPO would have succeeded, it would have been the first IPO after like some 3 or 4 months almost. So grey market premium was going to be zero. Like everybody knew it. So brokers should honestly not even walk into a conversation. But they came. And later we sat down with them. This is, I think, Rajkot. And one of the most senior brokers stood up and said, देखो ऐसा है, आपके IPO में पैसा नहीं बनने वाला है, ठीक है? That तो we know. But आप लोग अच्छे लग रहे हो, आपका product बहुत अच्छा है, मेरे पास आपका scooter है. So all of us are going to support your IPO on matter of principle. Okay. पैसा नहीं बढ़ेगा, but we'll all put messages that इस company को support करो. I'm also from Ahmedabad. So like support this company. Ahmedabad के छोकरे हैं, इनका IPO होना चाहिए. ये एक IPO निकल जाना चाहिए. I was so grateful because they were actually our customers. I'm so grateful that a customer saved us because bankers were convinced that retail participation will be zero in your IPO because IPOs are not making money right now. So retail zero assume kariye and then let's see what happens. Retail actually oversubscribed and that happened for the first time after like 4 months. So grateful to customers because in a way they saved the IPO through.
I think similar bunch of stories. I think once you go public, then you become a legit company. Until then, you are a startup. For us, we were a B2B company. We have never spent on marketing. Only people who should know us typically end up knowing us. So, but I think post being public now, I think it's sort of become a more common household brand name in the country, which we are very, very happy about. The business development has become far more easier. Selling has become far more easier. Obviously, everybody in the family keeps on tracking the stock price, which is very, very weird. But yeah, that's developed. I have a very interesting story about post-IPO. I think it was a very personal sort of a thing for me. So obviously, when you're listing, you have thought about it probably 100 times that you'll go there, you'll list, something will happen. I think for me, the next day was very, very, very interesting because next day when I woke up, I felt really empty. I'm like, there's a dream I've been chasing for a few years now that we'll do this. Now we have suddenly done this. Now what do I do? I mean, business is doing fine. Okay, people are running it. We have a fantastic team. They're all motivated. They're doing a great job. But what do you wake up to the next day? And I remember I had a very, very similar feeling the day I got selected in IIT. Okay, so you see that name, right? Next day, okay, what next now? That excitement you need to rebuild again. So I think I had that sort of a moment. Obviously, it didn't take too long. It only took a few hours to figure out what next. But yeah, that was a very, very interesting few hours of my life.
Awesome. These are great stories. You know, you would hear a lot of stories about fundraise or something, but like IPOs and, you know, having those founders talk about their real experiences, I think hardly, you know, you would have heard. So, you know, awesome for everyone who's sort of thinking about it. So that's it. That's most of the questions that we had. If we have, do we have time for, you know?
We have time to take a couple of questions from the audience. Those of you who have your questions, requesting you to kindly have your hands raised. Again, keep in mind, we're running short of time, so we'll take 2 or 3 questions from our audience. If I could have my associates kindly join our audience and hand over a mic so that they can introduce themselves and then proceed with the questions. We have a gentleman out here, one more person present out there. Kindly remain standing. Can we have our associates join in with the mic, please?
Many congratulations for, you know, becoming a millionaire, billionaire, you know, unicorn and all the good things that can come with you. Also, myself being mentor with IIT ISM Dhanbad. My request, and also, is it possible for you to take on the game of, you know, making 20, 30 unicorns? You know, like you said that next day you thought, what is the next challenge? So something in that zone. What do you see? Mentoring few startups, investing with them, some goal like, you know, so that your experiences can support them. Something on that, each one of you.
Can I? So first of all, but thanks. I mean, we didn't IPO ourselves, right? We did IPO of our company. So yes, company is listed, but I'll still take the congrats. I mean, we a lot of us had different journeys, and we have had our mentors on our way. I think, see, mentorship is very, it's a pull versus push, right? We can't push mentorship on people and do it. I think the people who are driven, they find their way to the right mentors and they find the right questions and they get their way. So just having an ecosystem where they can reach out and just know, I think it's now with all the, you know, connections with IIT or LinkedIn or bunch of friends of friends of friends, everyone can reach out to anyone. And mentorship, like, you know, I see it like that. If somebody coming with the right real curiosity and good problem, then I'm naturally inclined to help and I do it. As a process, I don't keep some hours of my day or a week or a month to give forcefully to people, you know. I mean, so I feel it's a very pull need than a push problem.
And maybe a lot of you guys are also angel investors, so, you know, maybe people can also benefit, you know, from there.
I'm from hardware domain. My question is to Tarun. Tarun, still like battery swapping policies are not so much defined by the government, and we feel that like there is, like we were constantly hearing that there will be charging stations at each petrol pump. Still it's not there. So how do you see EV industry going into the next 3-5 years in India, and where do you see Ather into it? Yeah.
That sounds like from CNBC at this point.
No forward-looking statements.
Yeah, no forward-looking statements. Obviously, with the current political climate and the current geopolitics, demand for EVs in general is high. The only thing I would say for battery swapping specifically is I don't want to opine on battery swapping. That's not my place. But the only thing I would say is that in general, startups have been guilty, particularly in the old industrial world. So every startup that is launching a product in a legacy industry, like automotive is a legacy industry, batteries are a legacy industry, a lot of electronics manufacturing is legacy industry. I think startups are guilty of not having figured out a good government connect. So we've all been, on average, very poor in shaping policy or influencing policy in any way. We paid a price for it as a company massively in the past. And I still see hardware startups across the board struggling with it, because your peers are companies, whose, the promoters' children would have grown up with ministers. So you will have to just put in 100x more effort to be heard by policymakers. They are willing to hear, but in general, I think most hardware startups are guilty of this, and this is a big weakness.
But we have seen Bhavish many times in the government.
Sorry?
We have seen many times Bhavish Agrawal in the government with ministers.
No, so that's great. So that's very good effort that he's putting in, and that's what I'm saying. But that's one startup. I'm saying in general, hardware startups haven't really put in the kind of effort that we clearly need to sort of get the ears of policymakers, and that's been a structural weakness. So there's a lot to catch up there.
In the interest of time, we'll conclude our Q&A round. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and let's show our appreciation to our brilliant panelists joining us out here, sharing with us your journey and the human journey behind your startups. Requesting you all to kindly stay back on stage for a quick moment. Let's have Shri Neeraj Kumar and Shri Swadeep Pilari-Sethi to join us on stage to felicitate and hand over a token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers on our stage this evening. What a brilliant concluding panel that was for our Pan India Bangalore Summit 2026. An incredible honor and an absolute privilege and a pleasure having to hear from each and every one of you, talking to us about your journey and breaking the dynamics of it and sharing the human aspect of it all. Congratulations going out to each and every one of you on your successful journeys. Wishing you all the best for the future. And once again, thank you so much for your association and taking the time off and joining us out here at Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Please put your hands together as we felicitate and hand over a token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Keep those applauses coming in as we show our appreciation to our esteemed panelists for that brilliant session. And what a way to conclude our business front of the Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Once again, an incredible honor and a true pleasure listening to each and every one of you this evening. Thank you once again for joining us this evening and for sharing with us your thoughts, your perspectives, and your truly valued insights. It's been phenomenal listening to each and every one of you. Thank you, Neeraj ji. Thank you, Swadeep ji, for joining us on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, 3 cheers for our value creators. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Fantastically done. Thank you so much once again for joining us out here and being a part of Pan IIT Bangalore Summit 2026. Today's summit has been a powerful reminder that technology sovereignty isn't just a policy goal. It's something we build through talent, through partnership, and through execution. From discussions on national security, AI at scale, GCC transformation, and industrial automation, to the human stories behind growth and behind innovation. We have aligned on one